Chapter 1002. Xiao Hongyan was overjoyed. Thank you, father. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Young Master Lu, I apologize for offending you in the past. Why don't you join us? That's good. There's no reason to refuse. Lu Ming smiled. Then, the six of them came to the main hall. There was indeed a table full of delicious wine and delicacies. Xiao Hongyan poured everyone a cup of wine, then raised his cup and said, Father Ahui Ale and young Master Lu, I made a big mistake in the past. I'll punish myself with a cup. Then he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Xiaozhan Ahui and Ale also raised their cups and took a sip. Lu Ming raised his cup with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Lu, please. Seeing that Lu Ming did not drink, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of Xiao Hongyun's eyes. Then a sincere smile appeared on his face. It's really good wine. You'll know after smelling it. Lu Ming laughed, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Young Master Lu is generous. Come, let's eat. Xiao Hongyan smiled. Everyone sat down, and Xiao Ning poured wine for them. Young Master Lu, you're so young, but you have such a cultivation base. I'm really impressed. I've never heard of your name before. May I know which force you're from? Xiao Hongyan said. Hearing this, Xiaozhan Ahui and Ale were also curious. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence ended. During the Battle of Providence, all the hidden geniuses who were secretly nurtured by the unparalleled experts had revealed themselves. Now who didn't know the names of these geniuses? However, they were unfamiliar with Lu Shaoqing. Did he not participate in the Battle of Providence? I don't belong to any force. I used to cultivate in the mountains. This is my first time coming out. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone was stunned. Did Lu Ming really not participate in the Battle of Providence? This was truly rare. Generally speaking, when encountering a battle of karmic luck, there was practically no genius who wouldn't be tempted. Haha, young Master Lu, you have such a cultivation base even though you haven't participated in the Battle of Providence. This is truly rare. Come, let me offer you a toast. Xiao Hongyan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Lu Ming smiled and drained his cup as well. Good wine, really good wine. You guys are really considerate. Lu Ming clicked his tongue, a look of enjoyment on his face. Haha, it seems like young Master Lu is a wine lover. You should drink more if you like. Xiao Hongyan smiled. Xiao Ning immediately poured a cup of wine for Lu Ming. He raised his cup and said, Brother Lu, please forgive my previous offense. Sure. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. The joy on Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning's faces deepened. Afterwards, Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning repeatedly apologized to Xiaozhan, Ahui, and Ale, and proposed a toast to them. Soon, the Xiao sisters' faces were flushed red, and they looked exceptionally beautiful. Grandpa Ahui, why do I feel a little cold? At this moment, Ale whispered. I feel a little cold too. Ahui shivered and exhaled. A layer of frost actually formed in the air. Xiaozhan's expression changed drastically. Ahui and Ale were both in the complete spiritual sea realm. How could they suddenly feel cold? Even if they were in a world of ice and snow, they would not feel cold. At this moment, Xiaozhan also felt a trace of coldness in his meridians. Bang! Xiaozhan suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning like a mad lion. He roared, Bastards, you poisoned the wine? Before he could finish his words, Xiaozhan felt the world spinning around him. He could not stand and sat back down in his chair. Ahui and Ale looked at Xiao Hongyan in disbelief. They had never imagined that Xiao Hongyan would actually poison them. Didn't Xiao Hongyan admit his mistake just now? Could it be that everything was fake? The two sisters found it unbelievable. It's so cold. Ale cried. At this moment, her face was no longer flushed. Instead, a layer of frost had appeared. At the same time, every time she exhaled, a layer of frost would appear in the air. Ha ha. At this time, Xiao Hongyan let out an earth-shattering laugh, laughing hysterically. Old man, you two stinky girls, you still want to leave? If you leave, what will happen to Ning, and I? We can't let our bright futures be ruined in your hands. Xiao Hongyan laughed. At this moment, He completely revealed his true nature. His face was full of ferocity. And you, boy, how dare you interfere? I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyun stared at Lu Ming ferociously. Bastard, you bastard. Xiao Zhan roared. He was extremely sad and disappointed. Just now, he really thought that Xiao Hongyun had found his conscience and turned over a new leaf. He did not expect that everything was fake. Xiao Hongyun pretended to be pitiful and remorseful in front of them just to trick them into drinking and eating. He had already poisoned the wine and food. At this moment, a layer of frost appeared on Xiao Zhan's face. A layer of light suffused his body as he tried to force the poison out. However, he had not fully recovered, so it was useless. Old man, there's no need to force the poison out. It's useless. This is Snowheart poison. It's 10 times more poisonous than the rainbow viper. You can't force it out. Xiao Hongyun sneered. Snowheart poison. Xiao Zhan's face was covered in misery. Snowheart poison was extremely famous among all the strange poisons in the world. Without an antidote, even a spirit god would find it difficult to force out the poison once poisoned. Old man, I might as well tell you something else. You were bitten by the rainbow viper in the chaotic mountain range. It was young Master Yingkong who lured the rainbow viper over. Otherwise, hee. Xiao Hongyun continued to sneer. What? Bastard. Then you were the one who revealed my whereabouts? Xiao Zhan staggered and almost lost his footing. Ha! That's right. Besides me and Ning, only a Hui and a Lei knew about your whereabouts. Who else could it be? Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning laughed arrogantly. Bastard. Xiao Zhan's face was covered in misery and despair. How can I take control of the Xiao clan if you don't die? Also, how can those 2 girls marry Ling Yingkong if you don't die? Do you know that you're an obstacle to me? Xiao Hongyun's face was savage. That's right. Old man, I'm your grandson as well. But why do you have to protect those 2 stinking girls? They're clearly so valuable. Why do you want to waste them? Xiao Ning screamed from the side. Xiao Zhan had given up all hope. Xiao Hongyun and his son were no different from animals. It's not just the 2 of you, right? The others should be here soon. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee kid, you're right. A sneer resounded as a dozen figures flashed into the hall. Ling Kai and the other youths from the hanging mountain range were among them. It was Ling Kai who had spoken just now. Besides him, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged or old men. All of them had powerful auras and profound cultivations. Chapter 1003. Old man, how dare you disobey young Master Yingkong? You're courting death. How dare you try to sneak away? Humph. Young Master Yingkong has taken a fancy to these 2 girls. Do you think you can escape? Ling Kai glanced coldly at Xiao Zhan, Ahui and Ale. Xiao Zhan, Ahui, and Ale turned pale. They knew that they were doomed this time. And you, boy, how dare you injure us? You're courting death. Hee, aren't you in our hands now? Ling Kai looked ferociously at Lu Ming, licked his lips and continued. But don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I'll let you suffer all the torture in the world and let you die in pain. Sigh. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly sighed. Humph, it's too late to sigh now. Ling Kai said coldly. I'm just sighing. My good mood was ruined by a few stray dogs. What a bummer. Lu Ming sighed. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he picked up the flagon on the table and said, But this is good wine. Don't waste it. After saying that, Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. The wine in the flagon turned into a column of water and flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming gulped down every drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. You're not poisoned? How is that possible? Xiao Hongyun shouted in disbelief. He thought he was dreaming. He had clearly seen Lu Ming drink many cups of wine. How could he not be poisoned? Moreover, Lu Ming had drunk all the remaining wine. What was going on? Was Lu Ming not afraid of poison? Ling Kai and the others were also dumbfounded. They had brought the snow heart poison here. They had given the antidote to Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning in advance. Then they had poisoned the wine and dishes. Their main target was Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was the most dangerous, while Xiao Zhan and the others were no threat at all. The process went unexpectedly smoothly. Xiao Hongyun and his son successfully brought Xiao Zhan and the others here, and Lu Ming and the others also successfully drank and ate. Moreover, Lu Ming drank the most wine and ate the most dishes. But now, how could Lu Ming be fine? Ling Kai knew better than anyone how powerful the snow heart poison was. Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei were a little stunned at first, but then their eyes revealed hope. Lu Ming was actually fine. Earlier, they had already given up all hope. But now hope was born again. I don't mind telling you, the moment I picked up the wine cup, I knew it was poisoned. Lu Ming looked disdainfully at Xiao Hongyun and smiled faintly. You know, why did you still drink it? Xiao Hongyun was still in disbelief. Because this is good wine. How can I let it go to waste? Moreover, I also want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stood up. Light swirled around his body, and a cold aura filled the air. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed it at Xiao Zhan, Hui and Lei. A huge devouring power exploded. Then, white threads of light flew out from the three of them. When the white threads of light flew through the air, a layer of sparkling white frost appeared in the air. The white threads flew into Lu Ming's palm, and were devoured by Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan, Hui and Lei's faces became rosy. The poison in their bodies had been neutralized. Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Ling Kai, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Absorbing the poison from a person's body and neutralizing it through the air. They had never heard of such a detoxification method. Now it's your turn. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming's gaze swept across, and a cold murderous intent burst out. Not good retreat. Xiao Hongyun's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao Ning and retreated rapidly. However, even though they were fast, Lu Ming was faster. Lu Ming moved like a stream of light, and appeared in front of Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning. He pointed 2 fingers at them. The 2 of them could not resist, and were hit by Lu Ming's fingers on their dantian. Puff! Puff! Like a punctured balloon, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning screamed. Their bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Their auras were weak, and they were like ordinary people. Their cultivation had been destroyed by Lu Ming. Ah, my cultivation base, my cultivation base. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning screamed miserably, their voices filled with despair. It's over, it's all over. They had wanted to rely on Ling Yingkong to climb up the ranks. Now, before they could curry favor with Ling Yingkong, their cultivation had been destroyed and they had become cripples. There was no hope left. Go, go, go. Ling Kai's pupils contracted rapidly as he screamed. He was about to retreat. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Ming appeared in front of Ling Kai. He grabbed Ling Kai's neck and lifted him into the air. Let go of me. What are you doing? I'm with young Master Yingkong. Ling Kai yelled and tried to threaten Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming spat out a word coldly, and the devouring power suddenly erupted. Ling Kai screamed and struggled. However, to everyone's horror, Ling Kai's body shriveled like a ball and turned into a dried corpse. Bloodthirsty skill. This is Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty skill. You're from Cold Blood Hall. Go, go. The others from Floating Mountain screamed and tried to escape. Did I say you could leave? Stay here. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Boom. A terrifying devouring power erupted, enveloping everyone from the Floating Mountain sect within. They screamed in horror as their bloodline power, essence blood, fresh blood, and genuine vitality flew out of their bodies and were devoured by Lu Ming. It was a horrible feeling. They watched themselves being devoured, and the people around them turning into dried corpses. No. After a while, all the people from Floating Mountain turned into dried corpses and were devoured by Lu Ming. Almost all of them cultivated the essence of water. Lu Ming's essence of water began to improve as the 9 Dragons' bloodline continued to refine them. Only Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei were left. Not a single person from the Hanging Mountain was left alive. A foul stench wafted in the hall. Lu Ming turned around. It was Xiao Ning. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. He was so scared that he had wet his pants. Xiao Hongyun's face was also pale and full of despair. Xiao Zhan and the other 2 looked at Lu Ming in shock. Little brother Lu, you're a disciple of Cold Blood Hall? Xiao Zhan asked. Cold Blood Hall? I've never heard of it. I'm not a disciple of Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming shook his head. You're not a disciple of Cold Blood Hall. Xiao Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to be very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Senior Xiao, I'll leave these two to you. Lu Ming pointed at Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning. Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Father, spare my life. Please spare me this time. I was blinded by lard for a moment. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Hongyan begged. That's what you said before. You two bastards. Leaving you alive will only harm others. I might as well kill you myself. Chapter 1004. Dad, please let us go this time. I'm your son. Xiao Hongyan begged. Grandpa, I beg you, please let me go. This has nothing to do with me. It's all my dad's fault. Yes, it's all his fault. He forced me to do this. Xiao Ning screamed and begged, pushing all the blame onto Xiao Hongyan. Bastard, how dare you slander me? If not for you sucking up to Ling Yinkong, why would I do this? Xiao Hongyan looked at Xiao Ning in disbelief and anger. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, just kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. I still have to pass on the heirs of the Xiao family. You're the one who gave me this idea. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, just kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. Xiao Ning shouted. Bastard, I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyan roared and rushed towards Xiao Ning. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Ning also rushed towards Xiao Hongyan. Their cultivations were crippled, and they fought with their physical strength. Misfortune of the family, misfortune of the family. Xiao Zhan's face was dejected, as if he had aged a few decades. After a while, Xiao Zhan's eyes revealed a look of determination. A sword appeared in his hand, and he said, What's the use of keeping two scum alive? Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, two heads flew high into the air, their faces filled with disbelief. After killing Xiao Hongyan and Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan staggered as if he had lost all his strength. Grandpa! Ahui and Alei quickly supported Xiao Zhan. Senior Xiao, you can't fall. The Xiao family and Ahui and Alei still need you to take care of them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Yes, Ahui and Alei are the hope of the Xiao family. We can't let anything happen to them. Let's leave Lishui City and Floating Mountain now. I'll send you off first. Lu Ming said. Then, the four of them left the Xiao family under the cover of the night. But just as they stepped out of the Xiao family's house, a bright sword light violently slashed towards them. Lu Ming's face changed. Rumble. The sword light slashed towards the Xiao clan, leaving behind a deep sword scar. Half of the Xiao clan was split into two. A group of figures appeared in the air. Each and every one of them had a cold look in their eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. People from the Floating Mountain sect. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically. It seems that Ling Kai and the others are dead. Fortunately, I was worried and rushed over personally. Otherwise, you would have really escaped. A cold voice came from afar. A young man in a white robe walked over while waving a folding fan. Soaring cloud. Xiao Zhan, Ahui, and Alei cried out in alarm. Their faces turned even uglier and even more desperate. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Hanging Mountain, Ling Yinkong, had actually come in person. Whoosh! 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 Around the Xiao clan, many figures appeared in a flash. They flew into the sky and looked over. The commotion caused by the previous sword strike was so great that everyone within 100 li could hear it. They all rushed over to see what was going on. People from the Floating Mountain sect. Ling Yinkong, it's Ling Yinkong. Ling Yinkong has come personally. The Xiao clan is finished. Someone recognized Ling Yinkong and let out a cry of alarm. Brother Lu, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Xiao Zhan anxiously called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength was not bad, but he was definitely not a match for Ling Yinkong. Ling Yinkong was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. His battle strength was terrifying, and countless seniors were not his match. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect? Lu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. Instead, his eyes revealed a trace of battle intent and anticipation. The Floating Mountain sect was one of the top forces in the Central Continent. It was a force on the same level as the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was very curious about the level of the geniuses in such a force. Leave. Today none of you will leave. Ling Yunkong's voice was cold. His gaze swept over and landed on a Hui and La. Flames of passion flashed in his eyes. He had played with countless beautiful women in his life, but he had never played with such a pair of pure and lovely twins. Just thinking about it made him excited. Old man, kill yourself. And that kid, kill yourself too. That way, I can leave your corpses intact. Ling Yunkong said indifferently. Haha, this is the character of one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. Today I finally see it. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. In the air, the faces of the experts of the Floating Mountain sect changed. Ling Yunkong's face also darkened. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, Good kid. Very good. Just because of what you said, I won't let you die. I will let you live, but I will make you regret living. Ling Kai said the same thing before, but he is now a dead dog. I hope you have the right to say it. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Go cripple him. Ling Yunkong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he waved his hand. Bang. An elder took a step forward, and a steel fork appeared in his hand. His aura rose and a powerful pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. It was incomparably shocking. 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This elder's cultivation had reached the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Boom. The elder waved the steel fork and smashed it towards Lu Ming. Be careful. Brother Lu, be careful. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters cried out in unison, extremely worried. Lu Ming's palm glowed, and a spear condensed from his vital essence. The spear swept out and struck the steel fork. With a clang, the steel fork trembled violently and was sent flying. Lu Ming rose into the air, and the spear transformed into a ray of light with a faint dragon roar coming out. Upper-grade half-god level martial technique. Dazzling dragon spear arts. Puchi. The spear broke through all of the elder's defenses and killed him in one strike. What? The people who were watching the battle not far away were all shocked. Lu Ming's abilities were so strong, killing a person of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm with one strike. Such a young prodigy couldn't be a nameless person in the entire central continent. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered slightly. It was obvious that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. Looks like I have to do it myself today, Ling Yunkong said. He was only slightly surprised, but Lu Ming wasn't enough for him to take seriously. This was because he could kill an ordinary person of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm with a flick of his finger. Bang! Ling Yunkong took a step forward and the sky trembled violently. Heaven and earth shook. Ling Yunkong is going to do it. Some people exclaimed, but more people's eyes glowed. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence. During this time, the entire central continent was very peaceful, as if all the prodigies were in seclusion. It was completely different from before the Battle of Providence began. Before the Battle of Providence began, the prodigies battled each other, and there were battles every day. However, after the Battle of Providence, it was completely silent. All the prodigies seemed to be digesting the things they had obtained from the Battle of Providence, and were in seclusion to raise their cultivation. In this half a year, it was rare to see some of the top prodigies fight. Was Ling Yunkong going to do it now? Chapter 1005. That was because most people couldn't see the final showdown of the Battle of Providence. Only the top echelons of the overlords could see it. The combat power of these supreme talents was rumored. Only a few people could see it with their own eyes. Now they finally had the chance. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming took one step at a time, stepping in the air. With every step he took, Ling Yunkong's aura would become stronger. In the end, his aura was as strong as an immemorial sacred mountain. A huge pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters couldn't help but retreat. Their eyes were filled with horror. They felt like ants in front of Ling Yunkong. There was no way they could resist him. Brother Lu. The Xiao sisters looked at Lu Ming with worry. Ling Yunkong was so strong. Could Lu Ming fight him? However, Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. He did not move at all. Even the corners of his clothes did not move. Ling Yunkong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A person who could remain unmoved under his aura wasn't simple. You're not bad. You're worthy of my attention. What's your name? Ling Yunkong's words surprised many people. Ling Yunkong actually said that Lu Ming was worth his time. That young man who stood there motionless was actually that powerful? Was he worthy of Ling Yunkong's attention? You're not qualified to know my name, Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it spread like a storm. Everyone's eyes widened. Lu Ming said that Ling Yunkong wasn't qualified to know his name? Crazy, too crazy, crazy to the point of no bounds. Who was Ling Yunkong? He was one of the top 10 supreme talents of the Xiankong Mountain. Although he was only ranked 10th, there were more than 10 million disciples in the Xiankong Mountain. There were countless geniuses and experts. To be able to stand out among the countless geniuses and be ranked 10th was enough to show how terrifying he was. But now Lu Ming said that Ling Yunkong wasn't even qualified to know his name? He's too arrogant. This young man probably came from the mountains and hasn't seen the world. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In my opinion, he's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks that he has some ability and doesn't put the world's heroes in his eyes. Just watch, he'll be miserable later. I think I've heard of his name from the Xiao family. I think he's called Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Xiaoqing? I've never heard of him. Now that the Battle of Providence has just ended, all the powerful geniuses have become famous. Yet I've never heard of this name. Could it be that he didn't participate in the Battle of Providence? You see, I was right. This person must be a country bumpkin who just walked out from some remote mountain. There were discussions around the Shaoling Xiaozhan, Ahui, and Ale were trembling with fear. Lu Ming's words would infuriate Ling Yunkong even more. Ah! Ling Yunkong laughed and said coldly, arrogant, really arrogant. I, Ling Yunkong, have been called arrogant by others, but you're even more arrogant than me. However, you need to have the right to be arrogant. I'll make sure you can't be arrogant later. You're right. You need to have the right to be arrogant. Otherwise, you're courting death. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Obviously, Lu Ming was talking about Ling Yunkong. Then I'll show you what I've got. Boom. As soon as he finished his words, Ling Yun took a heavy step forward. With a wave of his palm, a ray of sparkling and translucent blue saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to split the entire world apart. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His long spear shook and a dragon roared. A spear radiance burst out and collided with the sword light. Boom. The energy exploded, and the space shook. The spear radiance and the sword light both dissipated. Ling Yunkong didn't move, and neither did Lu Ming. He blocked it. That Lu Xiaoqing actually blocked Ling Yunkong's attack. Unbelievable. How is that possible? He actually has such strong combat power? Some people exclaimed in disbelief. Peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's gaze moved. He already knew that Ling Yunkong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Half a year ago, he was already at the same level as Demon Lord Luo Tian in the Battle of Providence. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yunkong's combat power shouldn't be as strong as Luo Tian's. His talent should be slightly weaker than Luo Tian's. Not to mention that half a year had passed since the Battle of Providence. Ling Yunkong was only at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. From this point alone, he was weaker than Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was ranked 10th among all the human prodigies in Eastern Wilderness. Not bad. Since you can take one of my attacks, then take another. 100 Waves Saber Art. Ling Yunkong's aura became stronger, and the sword radiance broke through the air. The sound of stormy waves could be heard. Ling Yunkong's sword radiance was like a wave. Wave after wave, it slashed towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and the long spear condensed by his true essence rapidly expanded. It was like a pillar that supported the sky, and there were 5 colored lights lingering on it. Yes, 5 colors, 5 different intents. Just now, Lu Ming had swallowed the intents of water of Ling Kai and the others and had been refining them. Now Lu Ming's intents of water had broken through and reached the lower tier of the 3rd level. Although it wasn't on par with the intents of earth, wind, fire and thunder, it was still very powerful when the 5 intents exploded together. Boom. The huge long spear was very direct and domineering, crushing everything in its way. Boom. 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 Heaven and earth shook continuously. Ling Yunkong's sword radiance was constantly crushed and shattered. In the end, The long spear didn't stop and continued to smash towards Ling Yunkong. How can this be? Ling Yunkong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How can Lu Ming be so strong? He broke his 100-wave saber art, and still had the energy to smash towards him? All the spectators around also widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's spear was too amazing, and its power was unimaginable. It actually started to suppress Ling Yunkong, one of the top 10 prodigies of the floating mountain. Ling Yunkong roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and the saber in his hand constantly slashed out. In a short period of time, he had slashed out at least a few thousand times to block Lu Ming's long spear, but the result was that he was pushed back 1,000 meters, his chest heaving up and down. That's all you got? I thought you were more powerful. You're so arrogant with such little strength. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong's face was red with anger. He was very arrogant just now, and even said that he had to be qualified to be arrogant. The fact proved that he wasn't qualified to be arrogant in front of Lu Ming. His words were like slapping his own face. This made him furious and he couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming. Die! Ling Yunkong roared, and at the same time, a giant elephant appeared above his head. This giant elephant had 5 golden chakras around it. A level 5 divine realm bloodline was indeed weaker than Luo Tian's. However, it made sense. The floating mountain was only at the same level as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, or the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ling Yunkong was only ranked 10th in the floating mountain. If the 10th was as strong as Luo Tian, wouldn't it mean that the floating mountain was as strong as the entire eastern wilderness? Chapter 1006. It's Ling Yunkong's bloodline. Is this the level 5 divine bloodline? The legendary divine beast, the water god elephant. It is as famous as the ancient war elephant. It can control all the water in the world. Exclamations came from all around. Ling Yunkong had used the bloodline fusion and turned into the water god elephant. The water god elephant was 1,000 meters tall, and it towered into the clouds, blocking out the sun. It let out a long howl that shook the entire Lishui city. Countless people looked at the gigantic creature in the sky in shock. Boom! The water god elephant stepped out towards Lu Ming. Ahui! Alei and Xiaozhan were terrified. Such power was too shocking. It was as if it could destroy the world. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still as calm as water. The long spear in his hands enlarged again, becoming a few thousand meters long. It was indomitable, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom! A huge spear radiance blasted towards the water god elephant. The clouds in the sky were shattered and starlight shone down. The water god elephant let out a long howl, and its trunk rolled towards the spear radiance. An earth-shattering explosion was heard and the space shook. However, the final result was shocking. The 5-colored spear radiance destroyed the elephant's trunk, and the body of the spear struck the water god elephant. The water god elephant let out a wail, and its gigantic body was pushed back. It stepped on the void and the void rippled like water. Ling Yunkong is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. Ling Yunkong had even used the bloodline fusion, but he was still no match for Chun Fan. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body was as small as an ant, but he wielded the 1,000-meter-long spear and attacked the water god elephant continuously. After a few explosions, the water god elephant let out a cry and exploded. It turned into Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a ray of blade radiance and disappeared into the distance. Brat, just you wait. Ling Yunkong's voice came from afar. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times, but he did not chase after him. He had some misgivings, not because of himself, but because of the Xiao clan. Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 great geniuses of the Hanging Mountain after all. Killing him might infuriate the Hanging Mountain. And at that time, they would dispatch a few domain-enlightened spirit god realm experts. Ling Yunkong could simply leave, and the members of the Xiao clan would be in trouble. Therefore, Lu Ming did not give chase. At this time, the spectators looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of awe, shock, and curiosity. Lu Ming had actually defeated Ling Yunkong. This meant that he was an even stronger genius than Ling Yunkong. But why hadn't he heard of this name before? Did he really not participate in the Battle of Providence? Lu, big brother. Hui and the others were also dumbfounded. They never thought that Lu Ming would be this strong. Even Ling Yunкong was not his opponent. What kind of strength was this? Was this still the same young man who had been injured by the demonic beast? They recalled the time when they'd first met Lu Ming in the chaotic mountain range. At this moment, their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. At that time, they'd met Lu Ming because of a grade 8 demonic beast's rage. At that time, they'd thought that Lu Ming had been implicated by the grade 8 demonic beast's rage, and had been injured by some other small demonic beasts. But now that they thought about it, the grade 8 demonic beast's rage might have been because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming might have been injured by that grade 8 demonic beast, and not some small demonic beast. Xiao Zhang was even more surprised. He'd cultivated for many years, so he knew very well how strong Ling Yunкong was. He'd been at the peak of the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm at his peak, but he'd definitely been instantly killed by Ling Yunкong. However, Ling Yunкong had been easily defeated by Lu Ming. Let's go. We'll leave first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear vanished. He smiled at Hui and the others. Ah yes, okay. The few of them seemed to have woken up from a dream, and the group of 4 headed out of Lishui City. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about defeating Ling Yunкong. To him, Ling Yunкong wasn't even a match for him. Ling Yunкong's cultivation was weaker than his, so he hadn't even used the power of his bloodline. He'd only used his cultivation and concept to defeat him. The fusion of 5 concepts is indeed much stronger than 4 concepts. It's a pity that the concept of water is still slightly weaker. If it was on par with the other concepts, the explosive power would definitely be even more terrifying. Lu Ming thought to himself. The 4 of them headed north of Lishui City. After leaving the city, the 4 of them changed their appearances and clothes. Hui and Lei's appearances had become much more ordinary and less eye-catching. Lu Ming had also turned into a youth around 30 years old. They kept heading north, crossing over the plain of 10,000 lakes. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, they stopped at a small island in the middle of a lake. This small island in the middle of the lake was very peaceful and suitable for living in seclusion. Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei planned to stay here for the time being. The water vapor here was abundant, and Lu Ming also planned to cultivate here for a period of time. Next, the 4 of them settled down here. Every day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake, comprehending the concept of water. To him, he could not afford to waste even the slightest bit of time. The talisman puppet sex yin and yang formation could only last for 5 years. But now almost half a year had passed. Lu Ming felt that time was too tight. He had to seize every bit of time to cultivate and improve himself as soon as possible. Xiao Zhan would disguise himself and go out to gather information every day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming cultivated every day and made great progress in the concept of water. On this day, Xiao Zhan returned with a worried face. Seeing this, Hui and Lei hurriedly asked Xiao Zhan what had happened. At first, Xiao Zhan didn't say anything. Later, he had no choice but to tell the truth. It turned out that he had heard an important piece of news when he went out. Ling Yunкong had returned and seemed to have invited the Floating Sky Mountains experts over. Moreover, he had captured many Xiao family disciples who had left. At this time, Ling Yunкong had detained the Xiao family disciples and released the news that Lu Xiaoqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others should return. Otherwise, he would kill all the Xiao family disciples. Despicable. This Ling Yunкong is actually so despicable. Hui gritted her teeth. No matter what, Ling Yunкong was still one of the Floating Sky Mountain's top 10 geniuses. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless? After being defeated by Lu Ming, he actually captured the Xiao family disciples to threaten them. Hui and Lei gritted their teeth. Xiao Zhan's face was full of worry, but Lu Ming's expression was calm. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. Lu Ming said. No, little brother Lu, you've helped us too much. This old man will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. I can't let you take any more risks. Xiao Zhan shook his head resolutely. Yeah, big brother Lu. That Ling Yunкong must have found an expert stronger than him. If you go, won't you be in danger? Hui also said. It's fine. I'm just going to take a look. I won't show myself if I'm not confident. Lu Ming smiled. Hearing Lu Ming's words, they hesitated. Don't worry, you guys wait here for my news. Chapter 1007. Lishui City. In front of the Shao clan's residence, there were at least 50 Shao clan disciples tied up and kneeling on the ground. Ling Yunkong was sitting on a chair with an indifferent expression. Beside him were some experts from the Floating Mountain sect. There were many spectators around the Shao clan. Ling Yunkong's methods are too despicable. He actually used such methods to force Xiaozhan and Lu Shaoqing to come out. It's indeed despicable, but not all of the Floating Mountain sect's geniuses are like this. Some of them are quite straightforward. I heard that the second-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect, Chu Kuang, is very straightforward and likes to make friends. I wonder if that's true? That's true. Speaking of which, Ling Yunkong was defeated by Lu Shaoqing last time, but he still dares to come back. Isn't he afraid of being defeated again? That's because he brought experts with him. Do you see that youth sitting cross-legged on the right side of Ling Yunkong? That's Hai Ziming. What? That's Hai Ziming, the fifth-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect? Countless people were discussing, but they kept their voices low for fear of being heard by Ling Yunkong. In the end, more people's gazes fell on the youth on the right side of Ling Yunkong. The youth was wearing a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that couldn't be picked out in a crowd. But after hearing his name, no one dared to look down on him, because he was Hai Ziming. It was said that Hai Ziming was the fastest rising genius of the Floating Mountain sect. He was also the youngest, not even 25 years old. He rose like a comet in the Battle of Karmic Luck, shocking everyone. After the Battle of Karmic Luck, he was ranked 5th among the 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. He was much stronger than Ling Yunkong. Who would have thought that Ling Yunkong would invite Hai Ziming this time? Clearly, he was here to deal with Lu Shaoqing. Continue to spread the news. If Lu Shaoqing and Xiaozhan don't appear, I'll kill a Shao clan disciple every 2 hours. At this time, Ling Yunkong revealed an impatient expression and coldly ordered an old man beside him. Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. Enough. At this moment, Hai Ziming opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he spat out 2 words. The old man's expression immediately changed, and he stood there motionlessly. Ling Yunkong frowned. Ling Yunkong, I came with you to meet Lu Shaoqing. What you did was too despicable. Hai Ziming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong frowned as his eyes flickered with displeasure, before he forced a smile and said, Junior brother Hai, that Lu Shaoqing and the old man from the Shao clan are hiding. If we don't use this method, how could they show themselves? Forget about killing people, Yang Qi said. Also, once they arrive, let these people go. They're all people with weak cultivation bases. Killing them would be bad for the reputation of the Hanging Mountain sect. Hai Ziming said. All right, junior brother Hai, I know what to do. Ling Yunkong's voice turned cold. Hai Ziming frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yunkong had helped him before he rose to power, he would never have followed Ling Yunkong here to do such a thing. Ling Yunkong, I've already helped you twice. This is the last time. After this, we don't owe each other anything. Hai Ziming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong grunted coldly and didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Ziming closed his eyes again. Lu Shaoqing is here. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed with surprise. What? Where? Over there. The gazes of the crowd shot towards the sky in unison. Ling Yunkong's spirits shook while his gaze flickered explosively. On the other hand, Hai Ziming opened his eyes as well, and 2 dazzling spear lights shot out from his eyes. A black-robed young man with his hands behind his back strode through the sky from the north. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived at Lishui City and found out that Ling Yunkong hadn't brought a domain enlightened spirit god, and had only invited a young genius over, Lu Ming didn't conceal himself and directly made an appearance. Obviously, how could a domain enlightened spirit god possibly be invited by Ling Yunkong to do such a thing? That person would probably be ridiculed by the entire world. Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yunkong stared at Lu Ming and gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. What? I didn't teach you enough the last time, so you're looking for a beating this time? Lu Ming glanced at Ling Yingkong and spoke with disdain. This caused Ling Yingkong to gnash his teeth once more. Lu Xiaoqing, where's that old fellow from the Xiao clan and those two little girls? Asked Ling Yingkong in a cold voice. You want to know? Why should I tell you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, the geniuses of Void Mountain always play such tricks. They used innocent people to draw me out. Now that I've come out, feel free to use any ability you have, alright? How could all of you have come out otherwise? Lu Xiaoqing, aren't you very strong? Today, I'll let junior brother Hai Ziming experience your strength, said Ling Yingkong. Oh, so it's a different person? But I'm not interested in fighting now that it's a different person. I'm slightly interested if you fight him yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Ling Yingkong's expression grew even more unsightly. How could he dare to fight him himself? Lu Xiaoqing, it's not up to you today. Ling Yingkong laughed coldly. Lu Xiaoqing, fight with me. Hai Ziming stood up, his eyes bursting with a strong battle intent. You want to fight me? Sure. Why don't we have a bet? Said Lu Ming. How? Asked Hai Ziming. It's very simple. If I lose, I'll cripple my own cultivation and hand them over to you. I'll also hand over Senior Xiaozhan, Ahui and Ale. But if you lose, you have to swear that you won't touch anyone from the Xiao clan no matter what, said Lu Ming. Why should I agree? You have no choice now. The lives of these Xiao clan disciples are in my hands. You'd better listen to me obediently. Ling Yingkong sneered and refused directly. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming took a step forward and used the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomp, pouncing towards Lu Ming and Ling Yingkong. In the process of pouncing, Lu Ming erupted with two dragon energies. Purple scales immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body. Hide! Lu Ming's mind stirred and his muscles wriggled. That purple scale armor actually did not appear. Instead, it merely covered his skin. It made his body look like it was just filled with a layer of purple light. Lu Ming's physical body had now reached complete rank 8, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that when he erupted with dragon energies, he could control his physical body so that the scales would not appear on the surface of his skin, but hide under his skin. In this way, the vision would not be too obvious and would not be noticed by people with intentions. Of course, this was related to the strength of the physical body and the eruption of dragon energies. Chapter 1008. Lu Ming unleashed the power of two dragons and performed the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps at the same time. His body was like a ray of light. He was too fast. In an instant he was in front of Ling Yingkong. Although Ling Yingkong was on guard, he was still shocked. He hastily made a move. However, his attack and defense were as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm penetrated all defenses and grabbed Ling Yingkong's throat. The energy burst forth. Ling Yingkong's neck seemed to be broken. He let out a scream and the vital essence in his body almost dissipated. The surrounding people were all stunned. Lu Ming actually restrained Ling Yingkong in one move. It was unbelievable. After a long time, the crowd came to their senses. How dare you? Let go of young Master Yingkong. Do you know that you're courting death? Several old men shouted. They were all Ling Yingkong's trusted subordinates. Shut up. Believe it or not, I'll break his neck now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Killing intent burst out. The old men hurriedly shut up. Lu Xiaoqing, I'm a genius of the Floating Mountain sect. If you kill me, the experts of the Floating Mountain sect won't let you go. Ling Yingkong roared. You've lost so miserably in a fight between peers. Do you really think that the seniors of the Floating Mountain sect will stand up for you? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold. Ling Yingkong shuddered, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Indeed, in a fight between peers, if he was defeated and killed, the seniors of the sect would take revenge. Didn't the other party have seniors? At that time, the other party's seniors would also take action to kill the young geniuses on their side. In that case, how could the young geniuses in the world have a chance to rise? Wouldn't they all die? Whether it was the Eastern Wilderness, the Central Continent, or other places, this was an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, The seniors couldn't take action when the younger generation fought. Of course, special circumstances were an exception. If I want to kill you, it'll be a piece of cake. Do you understand the difference between us now? Lu Ming sneered and continued. However, I won't kill you today. I can also agree to a battle with him. However, my condition is still the same as before. You can swear a blood oath that if you lose, you will never touch the Shao clan in any way. If you lose, I will fulfill my condition. Lu Ming pointed at Hai Ziming. Today, Lu Ming was going to completely resolve this problem for the Shao clan. Otherwise, if this continued, there would be no end to it. On one hand, he wanted to force Ling Yinkong to swear a blood oath. On the other hand, he wanted to display his strength to intimidate them. I promise you, if I lose, I won't touch the Shao clan at all, and I won't let anyone touch the Shao clan either. Hai Ziming was the first to speak. In the end, Ling Yinkong had no choice. His life was in Lu Ming's hands, so he could only agree and swear a blood oath. Once a cultivator made a blood oath, they could not go against it. Otherwise, in the future, they would be plagued by inner demons. Not only would it be difficult to improve their cultivation, they might even go berserk. After Ling Yinkong swore a blood oath, Lu Ming flung Ling Yinkong away. Damn it, I hope Hai Ziming can kill this Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yinkong's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him like this. This caused his killing intent to become incomparably thick. Moreover, he had lost all faith today. His only hope now was that Hai Ziming could defeat Lu Ming. He still had a lot of confidence in Hai Ziming. He believed that the reason he was caught by Lu Ming was because Lu Ming caught him off guard. If he had been on full guard, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to capture him so easily. He wasn't the only one who thought so. In fact, many people thought so. Because Lu Ming's sneak attack had succeeded just now. Moreover, Ling Yinkong was very clear about Hai Ziming's combat strength. Among all the prodigies of Floating Sky Mountain, Hai Ziming had caught up from behind. He rose up quickly and improved at an astonishing speed. He was considered a rising star. In the Battle of Destiny, Hai Ziming was ranked 5th among the 10 great prodigies of Floating Sky Mountain. However, after half a year, Ling Yinkong was clear that even the 4th-ranked prodigy of Floating Sky Mountain might not be a match for Hai Ziming. Therefore, he had confidence in Hai Ziming. Bang! Hai Ziming stepped out and stood opposite of Lu Ming. A powerful aura burst forth without any concealment. His eyes revealed an intense battle intent and excitement. Peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Hai Ziming didn't conceal anything. Lu Ming could tell with a glance that Hai Ziming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Shaoqing, let me have a taste of your strength. Hai Ziming's palm glowed and an ocean blue long spear appeared in his hand. Hai Ziming also used a spear. His long spear looked like it was forged from a blue gem. There would be water vapor emitting from it from time to time. Under the illumination of the sun, it gave off a colorful glow. Lu Ming's finger moved slightly, and the infinite dragon spear appeared. Hai Ziming's eyes moved and he said, "Good spear. Yours isn't bad either." Lu Ming said. "Then let's fight." Hai Ziming stepped out again and waved his long spear. In the air, spear shadows filled the sky and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Radiance spread out and countless spear shadows seemed to cover all of Lu Ming's paths. Wang! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and similarly, spear shadows filled the sky and collided with Hai Ziming's spear shadows. Clang! 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 The concentrated collision sounds were like a torrential rain falling onto the ground, endless. The spear shadows that filled the sky completely drowned out Lu Ming and Hai Ziming. Outsiders could only see the spear shadows and couldn't see them. There were at least a few thousand sounds before the sound stopped. The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared and 2 figures appeared. Azure Wave Spear Art. The long spear in Hai Ziming's hand spun and brandished. It was as if there were several large rivers revolving around the long spear. With a terrifying power, it charged towards Lu Ming. Spear concept. There is another concept that is also very terrifying. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Hai Ziming's talent was astonishing. He had actually comprehended 2 powerful concepts and had merged them into one. His battle strength was very powerful. The infinite dragon spear glowed with 5-colored radiance. At the same time, The infinite dragon spear operated the suppressing hell heaven skill. Every spear strike had a terrifying power that could suppress everything. Boom. The two spears collided. In the end, the large river collapsed and Hai Ziming's long spear was sent flying. Hai Ziming's body retreated rapidly. He retreated 100 meters before stopping with a grave expression. On the other hand, Ling Yunkong's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Ming was actually so powerful. The combat ability that he displayed now had already surpassed the combat ability that he had displayed during the battle with him previously. Obviously, Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. Powerful. Take my strongest move. Hai Ziming's eyes glowed. A long spear appeared above her head. There was also a large river revolving around the spear and 6 golden chakras floating. Level 6 Divine Grade Bloodline. Hai Ziming used Bloodline Fusion and turned into a long spear. Boundless Ocean. Hai Ziming's voice came out from the long spear. The long spear vibrated and spun in the air before thrusting out. Whoosh. Lu Ming seemed to see an ocean. The waves were shocking and had the power to destroy everything as they surged towards Lu Ming. Ocean Concept. Chapter 1009. The intent of the spear and the intent of the sea merged together. The spear momentum was like the sea, with raging waves crashing on the shore. The sea was boundless, destroying everything. Strong too strong. Back off, back off. In all directions, the hearts of the spectators sped up in the face of this move. They were terrified, as if they would be crushed by the sea in the next moment. Countless people screamed and retreated in panic. Ahui and Ale, who were standing on the ground, also had the same feeling. This feeling made them feel like they would be bombarded into ashes in the next moment. However, in front of them, a stalwart figure erupted with a shocking aura, blocking everything for them. Roar. There was a faint dragon roar coming from his body. The two dragon forces burst out, causing Lu Ming's body to glow purple again. Boom. This time Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear, stepped forward and struck out with his palm. This palm was very ordinary, but it seemed to have the power to suppress the heavens and split everything. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked to see that the sea seemed to have been split into 2 by Lu Ming's palm. The endless sea swept and then collapsed. Bang. In the middle of the sea, a blue spear also collapsed. In the next moment, the sea disappeared, and so did the spear. The sky above Lishui City regained its tranquility. There was only a figure retreating rapidly, spilling a trace of blood in the air. Countless people looked at this scene in horror, because the person who retreated was Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming was defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. God, even Hai Ziming was defeated. Lu Shaoqing's combat strength is too amazing. In the entire central continent, Hai Ziming is almost ranked as a third-class genius, but he was still defeated. Could Lu Shaoqing be a third-class genius? It's very likely. Lu Shaoqing is actually ranked as a third-class genius. How terrifying. There was an uproar all around. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Impossible. How is this possible? Ling Yunkong roared, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. How could he be so strong? One had to know that there were not many people who could defeat Hai Ziming in the vast central continent. After all, in the vast middle continent, there were only 18 overlords. Even if some of the weaker forces had their own peerless geniuses, how many could there be? Ling Yunkong was furious, but the Shao clan members were ecstatic. They were saved. Ling Yunkong swore a blood oath that as long as Hai Ziming lost, he would not touch the Shao family in any way. I lost. Hai Ziming stood in the air, his eyes filled with astonishment. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his hands. Lu Ming estimated that Hai Ziming's talent was not inferior to Eastern Wasteland King Fen Tian, Dongfang Yu and the others. Lu Shaoqing, with your talent and combat strength, it's a pity that you didn't participate in the Battle of Providence. However, the Battle of Providence is only one of the stations for our rise. Even if you didn't participate, I believe that with your talent, you can also rise. Hai Ziming cupped his fists and revealed a look of admiration. He was very carefree and magnanimous, completely different from Ling Yunkong. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He nodded in his heart. This was normal. It was impossible for everyone to be like Ling Yunkong. Otherwise, the floating mountain sect would not be far from destruction. The battle has ended. Ling Yingkong, from now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. At this moment, Hai Ziming looked at Ling Yingkong and said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Hai Ziming owed Ling Yingkong a favor, which was why he helped him. After saying that, Hai Ziming's figure moved, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared in the air. What? You're still not leaving? Lu Ming looked at Ling Yingkong. Humph. Ling Yingkong waved his sleeves. He wanted to make trouble, but unfortunately, he had already made a blood oath, so he could only grit his teeth and leave. He could not even order others to deal with the Xiao family in the future. In an instant, no one from the floating mountain sect was left. Lu Ming came to the front of the Xiao family. With a wave of his hand, his true origin gushed out. The true origin that sealed their cultivation was broken by Lu Ming one by one, and they regained their freedom. Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving our lives. Everyone from the Xiao family thanked Lu Ming profusely. This time, if it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would most likely be dead. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. From now on, Ling Yingkong won't make things difficult for the Xiao family. You can call the rest of the Xiao family back. I'll go get Senior Xiao and the others. Lu Ming said. The Xiao family nodded and moved in groups. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the small island from before. Following Lu Ming's departure, the onlookers also dispersed. However, Lu Xiaoqing's name had spread throughout Lishui City, and was spreading in all directions at an alarming speed. He believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the territory controlled by the floating mountain. Many people were curious about Lu Xiaoqing. Who was he that suddenly appeared after the Battle of Providence? When Xiaozhan, Ahui, and Alei heard the specific news, they were overjoyed and were even more grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had completely resolved this matter. They would not have to flee in the future. Everyone returned to the Xiao family. Xiaozhan arranged for the Xiao family to begin rebuilding the Xiao residence. Because the Xiao family was affected by the battle, many buildings were destroyed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. His water concept was slowly approaching the third level of greater mastery. He was getting closer and closer to the other concepts. On this day, a piece of news spread rapidly in Lishui City. In the west of Lishui City, there was a black lake. There was actually a purifying lotus throne growing in the black lake. Now the purifying lotus throne was about to mature. It's actually a purifying lotus throne? Let's go, we can't miss it. Let's go. As soon as the news spread, countless people moved towards the west of Lishui City. However, there were also many people who were smarter and did not go. How precious is the purifying lotus throne? It's extremely useful for cultivating water concept or water attribute cultivation methods. It can even allow one to break through bottlenecks. It will definitely attract many experts. Even old monsters who have been in seclusion for many years will appear. That's right. Although the purifying lotus throne is not very useful for 4th level concepts, it's quite helpful for 3rd level concepts. Especially for 4th level concepts. When the time comes, there will be many experts. If we go, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. These people sneered and did not move. They waited in Lishui City for news. The purifying lotus throne. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He must obtain the purifying lotus throne. As long as he obtained the purifying lotus throne, his water concept would make great progress in a short period of time. It might even surpass the other 4 concepts. In that case, his cultivation would begin to improve again. It had been more than half a year, but his cultivation had not improved. Now that the other prodigies who participated in the Battle of Providence were cultivating in seclusion and digesting their gains, their cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Lu Ming speculated that the cultivation of Di Shun, Xue Jiani, AO2, and the others would definitely surpass his. Chapter 1010. Immediately, Lu Ming bid farewell to Xiaozhan, Ahui, and Alei. He had stayed long enough in the Xiao family and Lishui City. It was time for him to leave. Big brother Lu, will you come to see us in the future? Ahui looked at Lu Ming reluctantly. Alei didn't say anything, but her eyes were also reluctant to part. I will. When I have time, I will come to see you. You have to cultivate well. If there's anything, just send me a message. Lu Ming smiled and nodded at Xiaozhan. Then he rose into the air and flew towards the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was millions of miles west of Lishui City. The Blackwater Lake wasn't big, only about 100 miles in radius. When Lu Ming arrived, the Blackwater Lake was already surrounded by people. These people weren't just from Lishui City. They came from all over. There were men, women, old and young. Many of them had powerful auras and profound cultivations. That's Lu Xiaoqing. Lu Ming's arrival caused a commotion. Some people recognized him. Many people looked at him with seriousness and vigilance. Lu Ming's battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even Hai Ziming wasn't his opponent. In the spirit embryo realm, there were few who could match him. This was a strong competitor. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked towards the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was just like its name. The lake water was black. It was said that the lake water was highly toxic. Even spirit embryo realm experts would be in great danger if they came in contact with it. In the middle of the Blackwater Lake, there was a green lotus platform. At this moment, it was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This was the purifying water lotus platform. However, it was obvious that it wasn't fully mature yet. The purifying water lotus platform was a special spirit medicine. If it wasn't fully mature, it wouldn't be a spirit medicine. Instead, it would be a highly toxic poison. Only when it was fully mature would it be a spirit medicine. It was extremely helpful for cultivating water attribute techniques and water concept. So many experts have come. It seems like we have no chance. Look, that's Lu Xiaoqing. He's the genius who defeated Hai Ziming. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. There are also quite a few peak Sea of Souls realm warriors. Ordinary warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm are nothing, but there are several old monsters among them. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. Some of them were sighing, knowing that they had no hope. The so-called strong practitioners of the old monster level were the names given to those extremely terrifying existences in the spirit embryo realm. In the spirit embryo realm, there were a small number of people who had awakened the bloodline of a god, but were stuck in the spirit embryo realm, unable to break through to the spirit god realm. Furthermore, they had lived for a very long time and were extremely terrifying in all aspects. Only then were they called old monsters. These people were different from ordinary people with perfect spirit embryos. When they were young, they were all god-level geniuses. However, it was very difficult to break through to the spirit god realm. Many prodigies with bloodlines of the first and second level of the god realm would be stuck at the limit of the spirit embryo realm, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. These people were the most terrifying ones in the spirit embryo realm, and their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Today, there were quite a few such people present. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. That's Yang Song, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. And one of the top 10 geniuses, Wukong. Someone exclaimed as he looked at the sky. On the east and west sides, there was a young man walking over in the air. His aura was dignified, and his bearing was extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. Yang Song was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses, while Wukong was ranked 6th. They were all extremely powerful geniuses. He didn't expect that the purifying lotus platform would attract all the geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. The gazes of many of the old monsters turned serious. Geniuses like Yang Song and Wukong might not be as strong as them in terms of cultivation, but their battle prowess couldn't be judged by common sense at all. Everyone waited quietly, and more people came. Half a day later, the purifying lotus platform suddenly shone brightly, and a rich medicinal fragrance could be smelled even from 100 miles away. The purifying lotus platform has matured. The eyes of countless people burst forth with a blazing light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, at least a few hundred people rushed towards the Blackwater Lake. Scram, the purifying lotus platform is mine. You're courting death, it's mine. The one who's going to die is you. Angry roars rang out, and all kinds of lights burst forth continuously. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously, and fresh blood dyed the black water lake red. Splash. Energy surged, and the water of the Blackwater Lake churned and splashed in all directions. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out as some people were splashed by the water of the Blackwater Lake. Sizzling sounds could be heard as their bodies rapidly corroded. Not good, be careful, this lake water is highly poisonous. Many people cried out in alarm as they circulated their vital essence to protect themselves. However, the lake water was incomparably poisonous, and when it splashed onto their vital essence, even their vital essence would be rapidly corroded. Get down! Angry roars rang out continuously as some people were struck into the lake and drowned by the water. Their protective vital essence was rapidly corroded, and in the end, they let out miserable shrieks as their corpses disappeared without a trace. Many people were shocked and began to retreat, not daring to charge forward anymore. It was too dangerous. In just a short while, over 100 people had died, and they were all strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and above. Those practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and below didn't dare to charge forward. As long as they were splashed by a drop of the lake water, it would be a dead end. However, there were still many people who charged forward. They were all experts, and at a glance, almost all of them were strong practitioners of the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm and above. Suddenly, the lake water churned, and a few huge creatures appeared from the Blackwater Lake. They were huge black snakes with dense scales and cold gazes. They were extremely thick, and each of them had a diameter of over 10 meters. The huge black snakes churned, and the lake water churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves that swept towards many people. Instantly, many people were swept into the lake, and they let out miserable shrieks. Blackwater mystical snake, it's the Blackwater mystical snake. Someone cried out in alarm. Splash. The Blackwater mystical snake was originally a top grade 7 demonic beast, and in the Blackwater Lake, it was like a fish in water, terrifying beyond compare. In the Blackwater Lake, a total of 6 Blackwater mystical snakes appeared, protecting the purifying lotus platform in the middle. With a sweep of their tails, they brought up huge waves. No one dared to face them head-on, and they all dodged. Evil creature, you're courting death. A few white-haired old men unleashed beams of divine light to disperse the lake water, and charged at the Blackwater mystical snake. It's the strong practitioners of the old monster level. Someone cried out. The few elders were extremely powerful, far surpassing normal spirit embryos. At the same time, everyone saw that Yang Tsung and Wukong were also incomparably powerful. They rushed forward with extreme speed, and fought with the Blackwater mystical snake. There were also some strong practitioners of the 9th and 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and they also rushed forward with all their might. On the Blackwater Lake, the battle continued, and it was chaos. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and rushed forward. He had the power of devouring, so he was not afraid of the poison in the lake water. However, he was not in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, he blended into the crowd and unleashed his power of devouring. Many experts were killed, and this was a huge resource. How could Lu Ming waste it? He clenched his fist, and a strong power of devouring exploded, enveloping those who were killed. Instantly, the billowing blood essence, vital essence, runes, and so on were all devoured by Lu Ming. Chapter 10-11. On the surface of the lake, the battle was intense. Even the Blackwater mystical snakes couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Their huge bodies were covered in wounds. 2 of them were even killed, their huge corpses floating on the surface of the lake. The remaining Blackwater mystical snakes sank into the lake. The purifying lotus platform is mine. Once the Blackwater mystical snakes retreated, many people went crazy and rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. You want to get the purifying lotus platform? You're courting death. A blue-haired elder roared and grabbed several strong practitioners of the 8th and 9th level of spirit embryo realm. They were torn apart and killed on the spot. Too strong. This blue-haired elder's ability was far above normal perfected spirit embryos. He was a strong practitioner of the old monster level. In other directions, there were strong practitioners like him who rushed towards the purifying lotus platform with all their might. Among them, Yang Tsung and Wukong were also strong and invincible. They weren't any weaker than the old monsters. Swoosh. At this moment, Lu Ming also started to move. His body was like flowing light as he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. His speed was so fast that he left many people behind. Stay here. Suddenly, two terrifying attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that the ones attacking him were two elders. These two elders had perfected spirit embryos, but they were only ordinary perfected spirit embryos. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The devouring power in his left palm burst forth and enveloped the two elders. He pointed out two fingers with his right palm, and two spear lights appeared and pierced towards the two elders. Not good retreat. Enveloped by the devouring power, the two elders felt that all the energy in their bodies was being devoured. They couldn't unleash their abilities at all. At the same time, the two spear lights were extremely terrifying, threatening their lives. The two of them roared angrily, their eyes flashing with incomparable shock. They knew that they had encountered a terrifying prodigy, but it was too late to retreat now. The two spear lights were in front of their eyes in an instant. Spare us, the two of them shouted, but in the next moment, the spear lights pierced through the heart of their brows. The devouring power burst forth and devoured all the essence of the two elders. Normal perfected spirit embryos could be killed by Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure moved, rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he was at the forefront. Die. A cold roar rang out, and a terrifying claw light enveloped Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Bang! His palm struck a blue claw. His body only swayed slightly, but his opponent was forced back by his attack. Lu Ming took a look and saw that it was the blue-haired old man, an old monster-level expert. At this time, the old man looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. The old man didn't expect a young man to be so powerful. Lu Ming glanced at him and did not continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. There were already people approaching from several other directions. The blue-haired old man's expression changed, but he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. A blue godly eagle appeared above his head along with a golden chakra. He executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blue godly eagle as he pounced towards the purifying water lotus platform. There were a total of 7 figures approaching the purifying water lotus platform from all directions. Yang Tsong, Wukong, Lu Ming, and 4 other old men. The 7 of them were the fastest, approaching the purifying water lotus platform. Get lost. You're the one who should get lost. Die. The 7 of them looked at each other, and a great battle broke out. Terrifying attacks poured towards each other, and a chaotic battle broke out. However, everyone intentionally avoided the purifying water lotus platform, and their attacks didn't land on it. Boom. Boom. Explosions continued, and all kinds of light scattered. Whoosh. A blue godly eagle pounced towards Lu Ming, and the wind was terrifying. It was the blue-haired old man again. Old man, you're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and a 5-colored light burst out. He activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill, and struck out with his palm. Bang! The palm struck the blue godly eagle, and the eagle's claws were shattered into pieces. A terrifying force rushed out, and the blue godly eagle collapsed. The blue-haired old man's figure reappeared, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He retreated rapidly, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, a terrifying devouring force shrouded him. Lu Ming took a step forward, and appeared in front of the blue-haired old man, and struck out with his palm. Wait, spare me! The blue-haired old man screamed in fear, but Lu Ming's palm didn't stop, and struck down with force. Crack! A big hole appeared in the blue-haired old man's body, and blood flowed out. However, he wasn't dead yet, and he wanted to escape. Now he couldn't care less about the purifying water lotus platform. He only wanted to escape and run for his life. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? Bang! He took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons' air steps exploded. The blue-haired old man screamed in pain, and his body was torn apart. Then, all the essence of the blue-haired old man was devoured by Lu Ming. The blue-haired old man had only awakened a level 1 divine bloodline. How could he be Lu Ming's match? Even if his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, he was still easily killed. At the back, the other people who were chasing after him were shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. An old monster-level expert was killed just like that. They looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the battle for the purifying water lotus platform was still going on fiercely. Yang Tsung and Wukong joined forces to fight against the 3 old monsters, and the 3 old monsters were at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the purifying water lotus platform. Lu Xiaoqing. Yang Tsung swept a glance at Lu Ming with a hint of seriousness. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming's strength wasn't weaker than his. He wasn't confident that Lu Ming could defeat Hai Ziming. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd indifferently. He took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab the purifying water lotus platform. Don't even think about it. Wukong's cold light flashed as the long spear in his hand pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Wukong's body shook as he retreated. Boom. Then Lu Ming threw out a punch, and an old monster spat out blood and retreated. Hiss! Many people gasped. Lu Ming was too strong. Wukong, an old monster-level expert, was easily injured by Lu Ming. No one could stop him. You better not have a death wish. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them. The few old monsters, as well as Yang Tsung and Wukong, had ugly expressions. Lu Xiaoqing, although you're strong, there are so many of us here. We're not afraid of you, Wukong said. At this moment, many experts had appeared from all directions. However, they watched from afar and didn't dare to get close. You can try, Lu Ming said coldly. Yang Tsung, Wukong, I suggest that we join forces. After defeating this person, we can seize the purifying water lotus platform with our own strength. Otherwise, if the purifying water lotus platform is taken by this person, we won't get anything. An old monster said. All right, I agree. Wukong nodded. Yang Tsung frowned. He didn't want to offend a genius like Lu Ming unless it was necessary. Yang Tsung, what about you? Chapter 10-12. Yang Tsung muttered to himself, and actually took a few steps back. Although the purifying lotus platform is precious, it isn't of much use to me. I won't fight for this lotus platform. All right, that's what you said. Wukong's eyes lit up. Yang Tsung was a powerful opponent. If he retreated now, they would have one less powerful opponent after defeating Lu Ming. In Wukong's heart, the biggest opponent here was Lu Ming, followed by Yang Kong. As for the other old monsters, Wukong wasn't afraid of them. The old monsters' eyes also lit up as they looked at Lu Ming. Now they just had to deal with Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. A violent aura rose up. Above Wukong and the other 3 old monsters, resplendent light appeared as all kinds of bloodlines appeared. Among the 3 old monsters, 2 of them had the bloodline of the 2nd level of the god level, and 1 had the bloodline of the 1st level of the god level. All of them had the cultivation of the peak of perfection of the spirit embryo. As for Wukong, he had the bloodline of the 6th level of the god level, and his cultivation was at the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit embryo. However, his aura was stronger than any of the old monsters. Almost at the same time, the 4 of them executed the fusion of bloodlines and attacked Lu Ming. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming exploded with a dragon's power, and a layer of purple light spread out on the surface of his body. With the explosion of the dragon's power, Lu Ming stepped out and threw out a few punches. Boom, 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 boom. The space trembled as the terrifying fist energy attacked the 4 of them. The 3 old monsters were forced back. Only Wukong was slightly better, but he was also forced back. 5-colored light covered his fists as he executed the suppressing Hell Heaven technique. With the increase of the concept of water, the 5 types of concepts exploded at the same time, and the power became stronger. With a punch, it seemed like it could destroy everything. Fight, fight! Lu Ming roared as his battle intent burst forth. Light shone as though he was a young war god. He moved unhindered as his fists shook the sky. With his strength alone, he suppressed the 4 of them. The space rumbled as dozens of loud sounds rang out. Not far away, Yang Tsung was extremely shocked. Then he smiled bitterly. As expected of someone who could defeat Hai Ziming. He was no match for him. Further away, the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming was able to suppress the 4 experts by himself. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, experts at the level of old freaks were practically invincible existences in the spirit embryo realm. They'd awakened their god bloodlines, yet were unable to step into the domain enlightened spirit god realm. And they'd cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Some had even cultivated for 2,000 to 3,000 years, so how terrifying was this? Furthermore, there was also the monstrous prodigy Wukong. The 4 of them joined forces, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. After dozens of moves, Wukong and the other 3 finally could not hold on any longer. Under the pressure of Lu Ming's terrifying fist force, they all reverted to their human forms. Their bodies undulated, and their breaths were weak. They were more or less injured. At this moment, the 4 of them were incomparably shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. A third-class genius. Lu Shaoqing has definitely reached the combat strength of a third-class genius. That's right. Even some of the weaker third-class geniuses might not have such combat strength. Third-class geniuses. They're the top group of people in the central continent. There are only 3 of them in the floating mountain. There were waves of discussions in the surroundings. No one dared to step forward, even if the purifying lotus platform was right in front of them. Ordinary perfected spirit embryos could be killed by Lu Ming's combat strength with a flip of his hand. Who dared to step forward? Lu Ming glanced at everyone, then stepped forward and walked towards the purifying lotus platform. Wukong and the other old freaks did not move. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this time, the purifying lotus platform belonged to Lu Ming. No one could compete with Lu Ming. Splash. At this moment, the lake water churned, and a huge creature suddenly appeared. It swallowed the purifying lotus platform into its mouth, and then dived into the water. It was a huge snake, the black water serpent. No, it was not a black water serpent. It was even bigger and had an even more shocking aura. It was the king of the black water serpents, the black water king snake. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly and stepped forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was unleashed, and a terrifying force blasted into the Blackwater Lake. Rumble. The entire Blackwater Lake shook, and huge waves surged into the sky. Ah, this is bad. Lu Shaoqing has gone crazy. Go. Retreat. The strong practitioners around them flew into the sky in fear, and then to the shore of the lake. The lake water churned, and huge waves surged into the sky. Under the terrifying force, the Blackwater Kingsnake's figure appeared and disappeared. Lu Ming waved his hand, and hundreds of spears condensed in the air and shot into the lake. The Blackwater Kingsnake hissed angrily and rushed out of the Blackwater Lake, flying towards the shore. It's not the Blackwater Kingsnake, it's a human. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. This Blackwater Kingsnake was not the real Blackwater Kingsnake. It was a human with the bloodline of the Blackwater Kingsnake and had used bloodline fusion. This person was very scheming. His bloodline was the Blackwater Kingsnake, so he was not afraid of the Blackwater Lake's poison. He had already dived to the bottom of the lake and waited for an opportunity to seize the purifying lotus throne. But how could Lu Ming let this person escape so easily? He took a step forward and chased after the Blackwater Kingsnake like a ray of light. Just as the Blackwater Kingsnake was about to escape the Blackwater Lake, a white blade light slashed towards the Blackwater Kingsnake. This blade light was extremely terrifying and emitted a bone-chilling cold. The Blackwater Kingsnake was shocked. Its huge snake body curled up and transformed back into a human. This was an old man with almost all his hair falling out. His eyes were sinister as he avoided the blade light and wanted to escape from the other side. But at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. He punched out, and the fist light enveloped the old man. The old man's body shook violently and was stopped. Old Blackwater! Someone exclaimed as they recognized this old man. This old man's bloodline was actually at the 3rd level of the divine realm, but for some reason he did not break through to the spiritual god realm. However, his combat strength was extremely powerful, and he was very famous in the floating mountain region. Whoosh! At this moment, the temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. Many people looked around and their eyes widened. It turned out that the blade light didn't hit Old Monster Blackwater. Instead, it landed on the Blackwater Lake. At this moment, the entire Blackwater Lake was frozen, turning into an ice lake. A tall and burly young man stepped on the air and appeared on the other side of the Blackwater Kingsnake. He and Lu Ming stood on both sides of the Blackwater Kingsnake, surrounding the Blackwater Kingsnake. Chu Kuang! It's Chu Kuang! Someone exclaimed. Chu Kuang is here too. This is going to be interesting. Could it be that Chu Kuang is also interested in the purifying lotus seat? Many people were shocked, but their eyes were also shining. Chu Kuang, who was ranked second among the 10 sky prides of the floating mountain, had appeared. Chu Kuang was tall and burly. He was dressed casually and carried a battle blade on his back. His gaze skipped the Blackwater Kingsnake and landed on Lu Ming. You're Lu Shaoqing? Chu Kuang asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. I heard that you defeated Ling Yinkong and Hai Ziming? Chu Kuang asked again. Chapter 1013. Ha ha. Chu Kuang suddenly burst into laughter and said, Stand up for them? How is that possible? If someone like Ling Yinkong were to do evil in the name of the floating mountain sect, I'd cut him down with my saber. Lu Ming's eyes moved, but he didn't say anything. He had heard of Chu Kuang before. He was ranked second among the top 10 prodigies of Floating Mountain. He was extremely powerful and talented. At the same time, he was wild and liked to make friends. He didn't seem like someone like Ling Yinkong could be compared to. I'm just passing by today. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event. I love to find experts to spar with. Lu Shaoqing, why don't you accompany me? Let's use this purifying lotus platform as the wager. If you win, you can have the purifying lotus platform. If I win, the purifying lotus platform is mine. Chu Kuang looked at Lu Ming. He still did not look at Old Monster Blackwater. All right. Lu Ming nodded and agreed without hesitation. Chu Kuang was obviously a battle-hungry person. Lu Ming knew that avoiding a battle was useless against such a person. As long as he was stronger, Chu Kuang would be convinced. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang's aura burst out as they faced each other. Early stage of Spirit Embryo 9th level. Powerful indeed. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chu Kuang's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, which was higher than that of the Emperor God during the War of Providence. Of course, having a high cultivation did not mean that his combat power was stronger than that of the Emperor God. Damn it. Old Monster Blackwater was sandwiched between the two of them. His face turned ugly. The two of them wanted to fight and completely ignored him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the side, wanting to take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming and Chu Kuang moved and attacked Old Monster Blackwater. A terrifying force enveloped Old Monster Blackwater, causing his face to turn pale. Old Monster Blackwater used all his strength to attack, but the force from Lu Ming and Chu Kuang landed on his body, causing him to tremble violently. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang were fighting with Old Monster Blackwater between them. No matter how powerful Old Monster Blackwater was, he had awakened a level 3 divine level bloodline, and had cultivated for thousands of years. However, he was still in a miserable state in the fight between Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He could not charge forward at all. Instead, he was sent flying and spurting blood from his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's fists continued to attack. Streams of fist gleams blasted forward like meteors. On the other hand, Chu Kuang's palms continued to slash out. Streams of bone-chilling saber gleams slashed out violently. The pitiful Old Monster Blackwater was stuck in the middle, trying his best to defend himself. The onlookers looked at each other, sympathized with Old Monster. I don't want the purifying lotus platform anymore. Old Monster Blackwater took the purifying lotus. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang purposely avoided the purifying lotus platform. Old Monster Blackwater also took the opportunity to dash out of the encirclement. He ran far away and looked at the field with lingering fear. Haha. With one less hindrance, I can fight with all my strength. Chu Kuang laughed and unsheathed his battle saber. An even colder saber light was sent out. Great! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and increased the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven art to fight with Chu Kuang. No one dared to touch the purifying lotus. Everyone knew that if anyone dared to take the opportunity to take the purifying lotus, they would end up like old monster Blackwater. They didn't have the confidence to survive the battle between the two prodigies. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Chu Kuang was strong. He was in the early stage of the 9th tier of spirit embryo realm. The bloodline he had awakened was definitely not weak. Lu Ming had a feeling that Chu Kuang was a sky pride of the same level as Xue Jianyi and Ao Tuesday. If they fought at the same level, he would not be any weaker than them. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Chu Kuang slashed out with his battle saber. A white ice crystal appeared in the air, and the ice on the Blackwater lake became thicker. He has cultivated the ice concept to such a level. No, there is also the water concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Obviously, Chu Kuang had merged the ice concept with the water concept. His power had increased exponentially. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. 2 more dragon energies erupted from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He walked out and punched out. The punch shattered Chu Kuang's saber light, and the sky was filled with ice shards. Chu Kuang's eyes turned serious. An ice river appeared above his head. 7 chakras shone on the ice river. He had awakened a 7th divine bloodline. As soon as the ice river appeared, the air became even colder. Hundreds of miles were shrouded in the cold air. Many people retreated. If they were shrouded in the cold air, even their true yuan would be frozen. However, when Chu Kuang's bloodline appeared, he did not perform the bloodline integration. Instead, with a flash of his eyes, the bloodline disappeared into his body again. He retreated hurriedly, dodging Lu Ming's fist gleams. He shouted, "Stop, stop. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore." Lu Ming was stunned and stopped. The crowd was also stunned. Chu Kuang hadn't used his full strength yet. Why did he stop and admit defeat? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Chu Kuang was a straightforward person. He probably felt that even if he merged the bloodlines, he wasn't confident. Lu Shaoqing, I admire you. This purifying lotus platform is yours. Chu Kuang put his battle saber back into the scabbard on his back and grinned. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the purifying lotus platform into his hand. He then kept it in his storage ring. Many people were envious, especially the seniors who were stuck in the perfected spirit embryo realm. However, they didn't dare to make a move in front of an expert like Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming kept the purifying lotus platform. He was in a good mood and cupped his fists at Chu Kuang. Haha, you're welcome. I'm no match for you. Of course, this purifying lotus platform is yours. Lu Shaoqing, it's a pity that I can't see you in the battle of destiny. How about it? If you think highly of me, let's be friends. I'll treat you to a drink. Chu Kuang laughed. He was very forthright. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Chu Kuang was indeed as bold and unrestrained as the rumors said. He liked to make friends. Ling Yingkong couldn't be compared to him at all. Since Brother Chu invited me, I'll naturally give you face. Unfortunately, I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I'm afraid we can't have a drink together. Lu Ming said. Chu Kuang nodded and said, I understand. How about this? I'll be in Sunset Moon City for the next few days. If Brother Lu finishes his seclusion in 10 days, you can come to Sunset Moon City to find me. There's a grand event happening recently. I'll go with Brother Lu to take a look. After saying that, Chu Kuang turned around and left. Looking at Chu Kuang's back, Lu Ming thought of Yan Kuang too. Their personalities were very similar. They were both bold and unrestrained. However, Yan Kuang was more arrogant, unrestrained and daring. He was more arrogant than Chu Kuang and didn't give face to anyone. In comparison, he had fewer friends. Chapter 10:14. Hundreds of thousands of miles later, Lu Ming appeared at the bottom of a small lake. He then entered the mountain river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He began to refine the essence blood and concept runes that he had devoured previously. This time, Lu Ming had devoured hundreds of experts at the spirit embryo realm and above. Among them, there was no lack of people at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. There were even people at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, many of them cultivated the concept of water. So many concept runes were continuously refined and merged into Lu Ming's own concept of water runes. His concept of water quickly rose. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's concept of water had broken through to the upper third level and continued to rise. Early third level, middle third level, late third level. When all the concept runes were refined, Lu Ming's concept of water rose to the late third level. When Lu Ming's concept of water rose to the late third level, the spirit embryo in Lu Ming's dantian finally exploded with a strong suction force. The energy that had been devoured seemed to have found an outlet and was crazily converted into vital essence, raising Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation, which had stagnated for more than half a year, also began to rise rapidly. Early 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, middle 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. When everyone's energy was completely refined, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, his bloodline did not rise. All the essence blood had been used to raise the 9 dragons bloodline. Clearly, it was still not enough. After refining all the energy, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At the same time, a lotus platform appeared in his hand. There were 81 petals on the lotus throne, and each petal was filled with dense water concept and water spirit chi. Lu Ming planned to use the purifying lotus platform to raise his concept of water. First, he plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. After refining the petals, they melted in his mouth. There was a cool feeling that flowed down his throat and turned into a cool energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be immersed in endless water vapor. He could clearly sense the concept of water. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. When the energy of the 3 petals disappeared, Lu Ming continued to pluck 3 more petals and swallowed them. Lu Ming's concept of water started rising rapidly again. After refining the 27th petal, his water concept broke through to the perfection of the 3rd level in one go. It stood side by side with the wind, fire and lightning concepts, and was slightly higher than the earth concept. The concept of earth was only at the peak of level 3 greater mastery. He was still a step away from level 3 perfection. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to refine the remaining petals. He was charging towards the 4th level of water concept. The pure water lotus throne was extremely useful for 3rd level concepts, as well as 3rd level concepts breaking into 4th level concepts. This wasn't just a saying, it truly had a miraculous effect. Moreover, how terrifying was Lu Ming's current comprehension ability. So when he refined all the petals, Lu Ming actually really broke through the bottleneck in one go and broke through to the 4th level of water concept. Water concept was the last concept that Lu Ming comprehended, yet he never imagined that he would be the first to break through to the 4th level. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a delighted expression. Being able to break through to the 4th level had exceeded his expectations as well. He originally didn't have any hope of successfully breaking through. After all, the 4th level of concept was the last concept. It was extremely difficult to break through. Many figures of the older generation were stuck at this step and were unable to break through for their entire lifetimes. Lu Ming never imagined that he would break through in one go this time. Lu Ming reckoned that this was greatly related to the enormous karmic luck he possessed that allowed his comprehension ability to increase tenfold. Otherwise, it would absolutely be impossible for him to break through to the 4th level so easily, even if he possessed a treasure like the pure water lotus throne. Of course, the barrier of the spirit god realm wasn't as simple as concept. Some people couldn't break through to the spirit god realm, even after breaking through to the 4th level of concept. Of course, Lu Ming was still a distance away from breaking through to the spirit god realm, so there was no need to consider it for the time being. 10 days have already passed. It's time to go out. Next, I'll travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. This was his current plan. His cultivation was still weak at the moment. Even if he arrived at the ancient Saint dynasty, he didn't have the strength to take Xian Yinqing away. He planned to travel while risking his life to cultivate and raise his strength. After exiting the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed towards the west. Lu Ming's speed wasn't very fast, but after a day, he still traversed a distance of several million miles. A large city appeared in front of him. On the city gate, there were 3 large words. Sunset Moon City. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Previously, Chu Kuang said that if Lu Ming ended his seclusion 10 days later, he could come to the Howling Moon Inn in Sunset Moon City to have a drink with him. Previously, Lu Ming didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect that he would still come to Sunset Moon City. Since I'm here, I'll go take a look at the Howling Moon Inn. Chu Kuang said that there's a grand event happening soon. I wonder what it is. Lu Ming smiled and walked into Sunset Moon City. Sunset Moon City was huge, twice the size of Lishui City. Howling Moon Inn was extremely famous in Sunset Moon City. That was because Howling Moon Inn was the largest inn in Sunset Moon City. After asking a random person, Lu Ming knew where Howling Moon Inn was. After turning a few streets, a 5-story inn appeared before his eyes. Sir, are you here for a drink? Even in the entire floating mountain range, the wines of our store are among the best. The moment Lu Ming entered the inn, a waiter came up to him. I'm here to look for someone, Lu Ming said. Oh, who are you looking for? I have some impression of anyone who enters our inn to drink, the waiter replied. Chu Kuang, Lu Ming said. So you're the guest that young Master Chu Kuang is waiting for. Young Master Chu Kuang is in a private room on the 5th floor, and has already been drinking here for 3 days. He said that a friend will come to look for him in a few days. It must be you, young master. Please follow me, the waiter said. Lu Ming's heart moved. He didn't expect that Chu Kuang was really waiting for him here, and even waited for 3 days. People said that Chu Kuang liked to make friends. It seemed that it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Following the waiter, they arrived in front of a private room on the 5th floor. Before the waiter could announce, a loud laugh came from the private room. Ha ha ha, I sensed your aura the moment Brother Lu came. Creak. The door of the private room opened. Chu Kuang walked out with a smile on his face. The waiter also retreated. Brother Chu, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Since I said that I wanted to be friends with you, I naturally had to wait here for you. However, I originally planned to wait for a day at most. If you didn't come, I would have left. Fortunately, you came. It seems that Brother Lu still recognizes me, haha. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Lu Ming secretly felt ashamed. He didn't plan to come, but he just happened to pass by Sunset Moon City, so he came to take a look. Brother Lu, please. The wine is ready. Chu Kuang waved his hand. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang walked into the private room one after the other. In the corner of the private room, there were already several empty jars. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had drunk a lot of wine these days. Haha, Brother Lu, you must be joking. I'm a wine addict. I come here every once in a while to drink the wine of Howling Moon House. Chu Kuang laughed. Chapter 10:15. Lu Ming opened the lid of a jar of wine and took a big gulp. He could feel the fragrance lingering in his mouth and could not help praising. Good wine. Chu Kuang also picked up the jar and took a big gulp. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, you didn't use your full strength in the battle that day, right? Why do you think so? Lu Ming smiled and did not answer directly. It's just a feeling, Chu Kuang said. I have a feeling that if I continued to fight, I would definitely lose, and I would lose miserably. So I admitted defeat to avoid embarrassment. Ha! Lu Ming smiled faintly, declining to comment. Of course, he did not use his full strength at that time. Brother Lu, you're not from the central continent, are you? Chu Kuang suddenly asked. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed and he said, Why do you think so? I'm just guessing. Every time there's a battle of providence, all the heroes in the world will take part. They won't miss this opportunity. However, I've never seen someone as talented as Brother Lu in a battle of providence. I'm just curious. So I'm guessing that Brother Lu might be a peerless genius from the eastern wilderness, northern plains, southern Ming, or other places. Chu Kuang laughed. Brother Chu, you think too much. I've been cultivating in the mountains before, so I missed the battle of fate. Lu Ming said. Haha, Brother Lu, you don't need to think too much. I was just casually asking. I like to make friends with all the heroes in the world, especially heroes like Brother Lu. No matter where Brother Lu is from, this Chu is determined to make friends with you. Please, Chu Kuang said as he lifted the jar of wine. Lu Ming also lifted the jar of wine and took a big gulp. Chu Kuang's words seemed to be true. He was just asking casually. That was indeed the case. The battle of Providence had already ended, yet such a prodigy had suddenly appeared. Everyone would be curious. However, Lu Ming was not very worried, because his second body was in the Liangyi mountain, and would occasionally appear during this period. Martial Emperor De would not suspect that Lu Ming would appear in the central continent. After all, the twin life forbidden technique was simply too unimaginable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't show any of his iconic bloodlines in the middle continent, nor did he show any sign of the dragon bloodline eruption. No one would suspect that he was Lu Ming from the eastern wilderness. The two drank wine and chatted casually. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to ask Chu Kuang about the specific situation of the major forces in the central continent. There were a total of 18 overlords in the central continent. There were both humans and demons. They occupied the vast eastern wasteland. Every overlord force had a ruler overseeing it, and they were incomparably powerful. Beneath the 18 overlord forces, there were many other powerful forces. In fact, some of them were so powerful that they even had supreme beings holding down the fort. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The central continent was indeed powerful, and the eastern wilderness could not be compared to it. He wondered how powerful the central continent ancient sage dynasty was when it was at its peak. Brother Lu, in my opinion, you have a great chance of becoming a second-class prodigy. Chu Kuang exclaimed. Second-class genius? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh, Brother Lu, you don't know about this division? In the central continent, the top prodigies are divided into 3 classes. For example, I'm a third-class prodigy. In the Floating Mountain sect, there are only 3 prodigies above the 3rd class. The others like Yang Tsong and Hai Ziming, who you've met before, aren't even in the 3rd class. Chu Kuang explained. Brother Chu, you're only a 3rd-class genius? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang's talent was definitely not inferior to Xue Jiani and Ao Tu's, but he was only a 3rd-class genius. How terrifying would a 2nd-class or even 1st-class genius be? That's right, I'm only a 3rd-tier prodigy. As for the Hanging Mountain, only the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation can be considered a 2nd-tier prodigy. However, there aren't many 2nd-tier prodigies in the central continent. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If Chu Kuang was only a 3rd-class genius, then 2nd-class geniuses must be stronger and more talented. Lu Ming guessed that 2nd-class geniuses were probably at the level of Emperor God. If they were really at the level of Emperor Gods, there were actually more than 20 of them. That was terrifying. Emperor God was said to be able to inherit the legacy of martial Emperor De. He was a rare genius in the entire history of the Eastern continent. There were more than 20 such geniuses in the central continent? What about the 1st-class geniuses? As if he could read Lu Ming's mind, Chu Kuang continued. Above the 2nd-class prodigies are the 1st-class prodigies. However, there are fewer of them, only 5 of them. They are known as the 5 young giants. Each of them is a figure who suppressed an era. They are extremely terrifying, peerless, and extremely powerful. Chu Kuang's eyes were filled with awe and fear as he spoke. Obviously, the top 5 young geniuses were extremely important to him. The top 5 young geniuses? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and a strong battle intent flashed past. Although the geniuses at the level of Emperor God were also extremely powerful, and each of them had the potential to become an emperor in the future, they were all incredible existences. However, Lu Ming did not feel too pressured because he had fought with Emperor God before. Although Emperor God was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress Emperor God again in the future. However, the geniuses at the level of Emperor God were terrifying. Lu Ming could not imagine how powerful they were. However, this made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming was not afraid of having opponents. He was only afraid of having no opponents. Only when there were opponents would there be pressure and motivation. The central continent was indeed more brilliant than the eastern continent. The clash of geniuses was also more intense. The Battle of Providence in the central continent must be extremely intense. Unfortunately, I'm not in the central continent. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Brother Lu, Do you remember when I said that there would be a grand event in the near future? 10 days later, 2 second-class geniuses will fight at Pillar of Heaven's mountain. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. After the Battle of Providence, many geniuses who have been cultivating in seclusion may reappear. Chu Kuang said. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. There was a look of anticipation. He speculated that the second-class geniuses were at the level of Emperor God. A battle between 2 such geniuses was indeed a grand event. It was absolutely rare and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. It was a good opportunity to see how powerful the top geniuses in the central continent were. Why are 2 such geniuses fighting? Lu Ming asked curiously. One of them is Sanguinarum from Cold Blood Hall, and the other is Een Bupo from Sky Eagle Fort. Both of them are the strongest in the younger generation of their respective forces. These 2 forces have a grudge against each other. Therefore, it's normal for them to be at odds with each other. The 2 of them exchanged thousands of blows in the Battle of Providence, but were unable to determine the winner. Therefore, they agreed to fight again in 10 days. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. I see. Brother Chu, when are we leaving? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave immediately. However, before going to Pillar of Heaven's mountain, I need to return to Floating Mountain. Brother Lu, do you dare to come with me? Chu Kuang said. Why not? Chapter 10:16. The Floating Mountain sect was one of the overlords of the central continent. Naturally, it was extraordinary. However, Lu Ming was still stunned when he saw it. In front of them was a boundless body of water. Above the boundless body of water, there was an incomparably huge mountain floating in the air. This huge mountain was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a mountain where the ancient gods lived. It was floating 1,000 meters in the air. The floating mountain was like its name. It was really a mountain that floated in the air. Looking from afar, the floating mountain was filled with clouds and water vapor. Under the sunlight, rainbows hung in the air. At a glance, there were countless rainbows. It was incomparably dazzling. It was like a paradise on earth. What a great floating mountain! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, let's go. Chu Kuang laughed and flew towards the floating mountain with Lu Ming. With Chu Kuang leading the way, they naturally entered the floating mountain without any obstructions. Lu Xiaoqing. At this moment, an incredulous voice sounded. Lu Ming turned his head and couldn't help but find it funny. Isn't that Ling Yinkong? Lu Xiaoqing, you actually dare to come to the floating mountain? Ling Yinkong's eyes widened. After a while he turned his gaze and saw Chu Kuang. His expression changed drastically. What? Brother Lu is my friend. Do you have a problem with him? I've heard some things about you from Brother Lu. Chu Kuang looked at Ling Yinkong and licked his lips. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ling Yinkong's expression changed again. His face turned pale. He hurriedly said, No, Lu Xiaoqing is your friend. How would I dare to have a problem with him? No problem at all. When Ling Yinkong saw Chu Kuang, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He was scared to death. Humph, you better not do evil in the name of the Floating Mountain sect in the future. Also, if you dare to touch Brother Lu's friend again, I'll cut you with my saber. Chu Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at Ling Yinkong. I wouldn't dare, I definitely wouldn't dare. Ling Yinkong was covered in cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly. Scram! Chu Kuang coldly shouted. Ling Yinkong hurriedly ran away in fear. Ling Yinkong seems to be afraid of you. Lu Ming said. I've taught him a lesson a few times in the past. Also, there was another genius who was similar to Ling Yinkong. The 2 of them were always running amok. One of them was killed by me. He was afraid that I would kill him too. Chu Kuang laughed. Lu Ming nodded. This Ling Yinkong was scared to death of Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's talent was far greater than Ling Yinkong's. Even if he killed Ling Yinkong, the upper echelons of the hanging mountain wouldn't stand up for him. The floating mountain was extremely large. The 2 of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before arriving at a cliff. There was a courtyard at the edge of the cliff. Wenjing, I'm here. Chu Kuang shouted as they arrived at the courtyard. Not long after, the door to the courtyard opened, and a young woman walked out. The young woman had a graceful figure and snow-white skin. She wore a light yellow dress and was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The number 3 genius of the floating sky mountain was called Zhang Wenjing. Could it be this girl? The floating mountain sect had 3 third-class geniuses and above, and Zhang Wenjing was one of them. Big brother Chu, you're here. You're late by 2 days. The young woman said. Haha, Wenjing, don't blame me. I made a new friend and drank with him for 2 days, so I rushed over. Chu Kuang laughed and continued to introduce. Wenjing, this is brother Lu Xiaoqing. Brother Lu, this is my junior sister, Zhang Wenjing. Chu Kuang said. You're Lu Xiaoqing? Before Lu Ming could speak, Zhang Wenjing spoke first. She looked curiously at Lu Ming. Miss Wenjing, have you heard of my name? Lu Ming asked. Of course I have. You suppressed Ling Yingkong and defeated Hai Ziming. The news has spread all over the floating sky mountain. How could I not know? Zhang Wenjing smiled faintly. Haha, I believe brother Lu's name will spread all over the central continent soon. Chu Kuang laughed. Zhang Wenjing's eyes flickered and she was slightly surprised. It seemed like Chu Kuang thought highly of Lu Xiaoqing. Obviously, Zhang Wenjing hadn't heard of the purifying lotus platform battle. If she had, she wouldn't be so surprised. Wenjing, let's go to Pillar of Heaven's mountain. Chu Kuang said. This place was quite far from Heavenly Jewel Mountain. They had to set off as soon as possible. Zhang Wenjing nodded. Then, the 3 of them flew out of Floating Sky Mountain and headed northwest. Cold Blood Hall was an overlord force in the north of Floating Sky Mountain. It was also a neighbor of the Eastern Wilderness. Sky Eagle Castle was west of Cold Blood Hall. Pillar of Heaven's Mountain was located between Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle, northwest of Floating Sky Mountain. It was extremely far away. It was at least 50 large domains in the Eastern Wilderness. It was obviously impossible to travel such a distance by flying. First, they took the teleportation formation to the area near Pillar of Heaven's Mountain. Then they flew there. Pillar of Heaven's Mountain was a barren land surrounded by vast mountains. The 3 of them flew for several days, and suddenly stopped in front of a forest. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Wenjing's face changed slightly. Lu Ming's and Chu Kuang's faces sank. The 2 of them had also smelled the extremely strong smell of blood. The smell of blood came from the mountain on the right. Let's go and have a look. Chu Kuang took the lead and flew in that direction. Lu Ming and Zhang Wenjing followed. Soon they found the source of the smell of blood. In the mountain, there was a castle made of stone. It was a small town where many people lived. But now they were all dead. The town was littered with corpses. The 3 of them scanned the air and estimated that at least 100,000 people were dead. They were all dead. The smell of blood filled the air. No wonder the 3 of them could smell the blood from so far away. Who is it? Who killed so many people? Most of them were just ordinary people. Zhang Wenjing's face was pale. The smell of blood here is all converging in one direction. Lu Ming said. He observed carefully and found that the smell of blood in the air was all converging in one direction. Could it be someone from Cold Blood Hall? Chu Kuang's eyes flickered. Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was mostly related to blood. But because Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was too overbearing and terrifying, other forces were dissatisfied and put pressure on Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall also promised that they would not attack ordinary people. But now most of the people who died here were ordinary people. The 3 of them looked at each other and slowly walked in the direction where the smell of blood was converging. There's someone there. Zhang Wenjing transmitted her voice to the other 2. In the center of the town, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged. The smell of blood filled the air. Endless smell of blood was converging toward him and entering his body. Bloodthirsty technique. It's an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Let's go. Chu Kuang whispered. His eyes showed a trace of seriousness and he wanted to retreat. Chapter 10:17. 3 geniuses with exuberant vital blood have arrived. Haha. The heavens are really on my side. Die. The middle-aged man stretched out his palm and clenched it. In an instant, 5 blood-red ribbons effused out like 5 soft whips that swept towards the 3 of them. Bang. 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 The 3 of them erupted at the same time. Chu Kuang slashed out with 2 icy cold rays of light that slashed towards 2 of the blood-red ribbons. Lu Ming executed the Hell Suppression Scripture. and slapped his palms down successively towards the two blood-red ribbons. On the other hand, Zhang Wenjing slashed out with a sky-blue strand of sword qi that collided with one of the blood-red ribbons. 5 successive rumbles resounded. Lu Ming's figure moved over 10 steps back successively, and Chu Kuang was in a similar state as well. On the other hand, Zhang Wenjing was in a slightly better state, and only moved a few steps back. After all, she was only dealing with a single ribbon. A domain enlightened spirit god. The three of them thought at the same time, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Since a casual attack was able to force the three of them back, it was absolutely a domain enlightened spirit god. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw that he hadn't killed Lu Ming's group of 3 with a single attack, but he was soon overjoyed. Haha, the 3 of you can be considered to be third-rate geniuses. Your vital blood is dense. Kill. The middle-aged man roared with laughter as he waved his 10 fingers successively, causing 10 blood-red ribbons to coil around Lu Ming's group of 3. The ribbons seemed to be light, but they were terrifyingly formidable, and they whistled through the air as they tore through the air. Let's charge out of here. Chu Kuang roared loudly as a 7th-grade god-rank bloodline appeared above him, and he directly executed bloodline fusion. He didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing a domain-enlightened spirit god, because carelessness would lead to death. Zhang Wenjing executed bloodline fusion as well. Lu Ming didn't execute bloodline fusion, but he erupted with 3 strands of dragon energy, and every single one of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them joined forces and executed their strongest attacks. They instantly destroyed the 10 blood-red ribbons, and then they intended to fly towards the distance. Don't even think of leaving. Blood cage. The middle-aged man still didn't stand up, and he just sat there cross-legged while slapping his palms down. Suddenly, countless blood-red ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a cage made of blood-red ribbons, sealing the 3 of them inside. The 3 of them fought back, and the crimson cage kept shaking. However, they couldn't break it open for a while. Slash! The crimson-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. With a flick of his finger, 3 terrifying crimson-colored saber lights slashed towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist the blood-red saber light. However, in the end, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing's bloodline trembled non-stop. They were almost blasted back into their human forms. Lu Ming also felt a burning pain all over his body. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was terrifying, so he was able to successfully block it. Break! Lu Ming continued to increase the power of the suppressing hell heavenly art. After several punches, the blood cage finally collapsed. The 3 of them rushed out at top speed. You want to leave? No way. The crimson-robed middle-aged man stood up abruptly. Blood energy surged from his body, and he slashed out 3 consecutive saber lights that crossed 10,000 meters in an instant, slashing towards the 3 of them. The 3 saber lights were incomparably terrifying, as if they could split the 3 of them in half. Not good. Chu Kuang was shocked. He had a feeling that he would die under this saber light. Crash! At this time, Lu Ming's forehead lit up, and the mountain river diagram flew out. It circled the 3 of them, and then flew forward rapidly. Bang! 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 The 3 saber lights slashed the mountain river diagram, but they didn't tear it apart. The mountain river diagram blocked a part of the force, but a part of the force still passed through the diagram and landed on Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjing. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing immediately reverted to their human forms and vomited blood. Lu Ming's body also shook violently. His skin was cut open, and blood flowed freely. Lu Ming endured the pain and flew forward with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing. Damn it! The crimson-robed middle-aged man roared, but he didn't pursue them. His expression changed, and he continued to sit down cross-legged and absorb the blood energy in the surroundings. Lu Ming's group of 3 flew for over 100 kilometers before they descended into a gorge. After they descended, they sat down cross-legged and healed their injuries. In comparison, Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. The dragon scales under his skin had blocked most of the force. After 2 hours, Lu Ming was fully recovered and the recuperation was completed. He glanced over and noticed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing were still healing. There's still a huge gap between me and a domain enlightened spirit god. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The gap between the spirit embryo realm and the domain enlightened spirit god realm was too huge. There was an enormous chasm between these two realms. Most importantly, the conditions to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm were too high. Ordinary cultivators or ordinary geniuses were utterly unable to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Those that were able to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm were geniuses amongst geniuses. This caused the gap between the two realms to be even greater. In fact, the further one cultivated, the greater the gap between the realms would be, and the more terrifying it would be. It would be difficult to surmount. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm now. It was too difficult and practically impossible for him to surmount such a huge gap and battle a domain enlightened spirit god realm expert. Perhaps it would be possible once he attained perfection in the spirit embryo realm. That crimson-robed middle-aged man is probably injured and is healing. Lu Ming thought to himself. If the crimson-robed middle-aged man wasn't injured, they might not have been able to charge out. After a few more hours, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing finally opened their eyes, ending the healing process. Thank you for your help this time, Brother Lu. Chu Kuang stood up and expressed his gratitude to Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they probably wouldn't have been able to charge out. You're welcome, Brother Chu. Lu Ming waved his hand. That expert from the Cold Blood Hall should be at the first level of the spirit god realm. I don't know why he was injured. So he massacred the entire town and used the blood of the entire town to heal himself. We just happened to encounter him. Chu Kuang analyzed. Lu Ming nodded. Chu Kuang's thoughts were similar to his. However, massacring an entire town of ordinary people to heal himself was too cruel. The three of them chatted for a while before they left and headed towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. The matter of a domain enlightened spirit god realm expert wasn't something they could meddle in. Nor did they have the ability to do so. After flying for another 2 days, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. The Pillar of Heaven's mountain, as its name suggested, was like a pillar that was inserted into the ground and pierced through the clouds. It stood among the numerous peaks and could be seen at a glance. According to legend, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain was transformed from the weapon of a supreme expert in ancient times. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the battle between Sanguinarum and Yin Bupo. The three of them settled down in a small town nearby. The small town was bustling with people coming and going. After the Battle of Providence, this is the first battle between the second-class sky prides. It has attracted a lot of people. Chu Kuang looked around and sighed. The people walking on the streets in the small town were all experts. Any one of them was at least at the spirit embryo realm. There were men and women of all ages. Chapter 10:18. The three of them casually found an inn to stay in, and waited for the arrival of the battle. Lu Ming made the best use of his time to comprehend the earth intent, and temper his true origin energy, and intent at the same time. 2 days passed in a flash. 2 days later, countless figures flew towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Lu Ming's group blended into the crowd, and arrived near the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. When they arrived, they noticed that the area was already surrounded by people. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. This showed the influence of second-grade prodigies in the central continent. The central continent was boundless, and it was 7 or 8 times larger than the eastern wilderness. It was full of outstanding people, geniuses, and experts. However, how many second-grade prodigies were there in such a vast land? Below the 5 young giants were second-grade prodigies. There were only a total of 20 or so second-grade prodigies, and they were rarely seen. In the Battle of Karmic Luck, most people didn't have the qualifications to watch the battle. That was why so many people were attracted this time. They all wanted to see exactly what cultivation realm the second-grade prodigies had attained, and how terrifying their combat strength was. In the crowd, there were old people and some young people in their teens. These young men were the most excited. They were the younger generation and had missed the Battle of Karmic Luck. They wanted to see how powerful the prodigies who were half a generation older than them were to motivate themselves. So many experts. Chu Kuang's gaze swept across the crowd. He discovered many geniuses who were on par with him. They were third-class geniuses. There were also some who were not third-class geniuses, but were not to be underestimated. For example, Hai Ziming Wukong and Ling Yunkong from the floating mountain were among the crowd. There were even a few old men who stood in the sky and emitted extremely shocking auras. They were clearly domain spirit gods. This battle had even drawn the attention of domain enlightened spirit gods. Suddenly, demonic chi surged into the sky as a black-robed young man walked through the air and attracted everyone's attention. Junyu. It's Junyu of the Devil Mountain. Someone exclaimed when they saw this young man. Junyu of the Devil Mountain is here too. Zhang Wenjing and Chu Kuang exclaimed as well. Lu Ming's heart jolted as well, and he couldn't help but size Junyu up carefully. During this period of time, Lu Ming had asked Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing about the central continent. Chu Kuang talked the most about the younger generation of prodigies. Lu Ming had some understanding of the prodigies of the central continent. Of course, it was mainly the 5 young giants and 22nd grade prodigies, as well as the various overlord forces. The Demon Mountain was also one of the dominant forces in the central continent. Junyu was one of the more than 22nd class prodigies. This person is indeed very strong. He gives off a very terrifying feeling. He's definitely a genius at the level of an emperor god. Junyu Yu of the heavens. Junyu Yus. Apparently, the battle between Yin Bupo and Xue Luozi had attracted the attention of other sky prides. Junyu stood silently in midair with his hands behind his back, and he looked straight ahead as if no one could draw his attention. He didn't even spare a glance at those domain-enlightened spirit gods, and he seemed as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Indeed, with his natural talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the spiritual god realm. In the future, he was almost certain to reach the exalted realm. His goal was to become an emperor, so how could he care about ordinary spiritual gods? The crowd continued to wait. Jing Kongling of the floating mountain. Suddenly, the crowd exclaimed again. Junior sister Kongling is here. Chu Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. A young lady in a water-colored long veil was walking through the air. Her body was filled with water vapor. She looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful, and her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the water vapor. Her bare feet were like the most beautiful art piece in the world. Every step she took would cause a cloud to appear in the sky. She was walking on the cloud, step by step. The scene was silent as if everyone was attracted by the lady. So she's Jing Kongling. She really is peerless. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Chu Kuang was ranked second in the floating mountain, and the number 1 genius of the floating mountain was Jing Kongling. She was a lady with terrifying natural talent. At the same time, she was also a 2nd grade genius. She was equally famous as Junyu, Yin Bupo, and the others. Moreover, Jing Kongling was one of the 5 great peerless beauties of the central continent. Everyone in the central continent knew about her. In the past few days, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing had mentioned her many times to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been extremely curious about this peerless genius for a long time. Lu Ming couldn't help but compare all the women he met with Jing Kongling. He noticed that only Xian Yanqing could compare to Jing Kongling. The others like Mulan's and Autumn Moon were slightly inferior. Jing Kongling, I never expected that this battle would draw you here as well. Junyu's gaze finally moved. He looked at Jing Kongling, and a trace of a burning light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Aren't you here as well? Jing Kongling said faintly. Her voice was tranquil, and when it entered one's ears, it gave a very comfortable feeling. It was as if it could calm one's restless heart. Just like her name, she was like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust. Brother Jun, sister Kongling, you're early. A sweet and clear voice rang out. Not far away, another woman stepped through the air and arrived. This lady looked younger than Jing Kongling, but her appearance was not inferior to Jing Kongling's at all. Her small face was a little pale, but she had a sickly beauty that made people want to go up and protect her. Sandalwood Fairy from the Medicine King Valley. Many people widened their eyes. Another 2nd grade genius, and also one of the 5 great beauties of the central continent. Many people felt that they were going crazy. They felt that this trip was too worth it. This time, before the two main characters of the battle had arrived, there were already peerless geniuses coming one after another. Even 2 of the 5 great beauties of the central continent had come. It was worth it, too worth it. Many people had traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to see one of the 5 great beauties, but they could not. Today they could see 2 of the 5 great beauties. What was not worth it? Sandalwood Fairy. Chu Kuang's eyes also lit up. He stared at Sandalwood Fairy with a lecherous look, which made Zhang Wenjing, who was beside him, unhappy. In fact, Zhang Wenjing was also a rare beauty, but compared to Jing Kongling and Sandalwood Fairy, she was far inferior. Sister Sandalwood, why are you here too? Jing Kongling stepped forward and came to Sandalwood Fairy's side. The 2 peerless beauties stood together. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to flirt or even hit on them. Although the 2 women were peerless beauties, they were also famous geniuses. They were extremely terrifying. If anyone dared to flirt with them, it was guaranteed that they would die without knowing how. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect both of you to come. I'm so honored. There was a loud laugh, and a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance. In the next moment, a young man in a purple feather robe appeared at the top of Sky Pillar Mountain. The young man had a cold gaze and a hooked nose. His eyes were extremely sharp, and there were traces of lightning flashing in them. Imbupo. Someone spoke out that person's name. Chapter 10:19. Hee Imbupo, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Are the 2 fairies here for you? A cold laugh was heard from another direction. A crimson light flashed, and a young man in a crimson robe appeared on the other side of Pillar of Heaven's mountain. This young man's face was slightly pale. He was very handsome and gave off a feminine feeling. Bloodluazi, you look like you're half dead. Are the 2 fairies here to see you? Imbupo sneered. The 5 great beauties of the central continent. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also extremely talented. Naturally, they had countless suitors. Many second-grade geniuses were their suitors. There were even the 5 great young lords. There were rumors that Imbupo and Sanguinarum were both Sandalwood Fairy's suitors. Now that the 2 supreme talents had arrived, the crowd finally shifted their attention from Jing Kongling and Sandalwood Fairy to Imbupo and Sanguinarum. Today, the 2 of them would have an earth-shattering battle. Lu Ming also looked at the 2 of them. Whether the second-class supreme talents of Middle Continent were at the same level as the Emperor Realm would be revealed soon. Imbupo, you were lucky to escape from the previous Battle of Providence. Today I'll kill you. Sanguinarum sneered. Haha, you'll be the one to die today. Imbupo sneered. He let out a long cry and turned into a huge divine eagle. The divine eagle was surrounded by terrifying lightning energy. Imbupo wasn't a human but a monster. Sky Eagle Castle was a monster force. Most of them were eagle-type monsters. Of course, there were also other flying monsters. However, the majority of them were eagle-type monsters. It was said that the castle master of Sky Eagle Castle was a powerful eagle emperor. Imbupo had the bloodline of a divine beast, Latian's sacred eagle. The concentration of the bloodline was shocking. Boom. Sanguinarum said it casually, but he didn't dare to underestimate Imbupo. He unleashed his aura and a crimson light shot up to the sky. Kill. Imbupo let out a long cry and flapped his wings. Terrifying lightning energy gathered, and turned into lightning swords that slashed towards Sanguinarum. Crimson Divine Saber. Sanguinarum clenched his fist and endless crimson light gathered to form a crimson saber. He shouted and slashed out. The crimson saber radiance swept across the space and clashed with the lightning swords. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi and saber chi swept out in all directions. Many of the weaker cultivators were shocked and retreated. Lu Chukuang and Zhang Wenjing stood still as they watched on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Imbupo and Shueluazi had exchanged dozens of blows. Shueluazi, I haven't seen you for half a year. Imbupo's voice. More than enough to suppress you. Sanguinarum's. Is that so? Imbupo sneered. He flapped his wings and let out a long cry. The blood in his body boiled, and the sky was filled with lightning. Swoosh. Imbupo's wings seemed to have turned into a blade of lightning, cutting through everything and slashing toward Shweluazi. Bloodthirsty realm. Shweluazi let out a long roar as his blood chi soared into the sky. A semicircular blood-red light shield spread out in all directions. A terrifying devouring force spread out. Even though they were far away, many people felt their blood become restless, as if it was about to leave their bodies. Cold blood Hall's bloodthirsty skill. Chu Kuang said solemnly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the bloodthirsty skill was similar to the 9 dragons' devouring power. However, the bloodthirsty skill only targeted blood, and wasn't as overbearing as the 9 dragons' devouring power. Boom. Yin Bupo's lightning blade slashed onto the crimson light shield, and a deafening roar was heard. However, he was also affected by the bloodthirsty skill. His blood was restless and his combat strength was affected. He couldn't use his full strength. Squeak squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. A giant bat appeared above Sanguinarum's head. The bat's body was blood-red. Its eyes were extremely cold, and filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Blood-winged heavenly bat was a terrifying divine beast. Obviously, Sanguinarum's bloodline was blood-winged heavenly bat. There were 8 dazzling chakras around the blood-winged heavenly bat. Level 8 divine class bloodline. Sanguinarum's bloodline rank was the same as an emperor god's. Sanguinarum used bloodline fusion, and turned into a blood-winged heavenly bat to fight against Yin Bupo. Terrifying energy shot out, causing the space to tremble unceasingly, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. It was already completely distorted. The terrifying forces spread out for thousands of miles. Many mountains were swept by the forces and turned into dust in an instant. However, most of the forces landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. However, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain seemed to be formed by an ancient strong practitioner's weapon. The terrifying forces didn't cause any damage to the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. At most, they only left some marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. God so powerful, too powerful. Is this the combat strength of a second-grade prodigy? An elder with a perfect spirit embryo sucked in a cold breath and was extremely astonished. He had a feeling that with his perfected spirit embryo cultivation, he would be crushed into dust by the terrifying forces if he were to rush forward and get within 100 meters of the two of them. A perfected spirit embryo martial arts practitioner wouldn't be able to resist at all. Their cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, their combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid they are close to the spirit god realm? Even if they can't fight with the spirit god, they wouldn't be too far off. If they break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, they might be able to fight with a spirit god realm practitioner. Terrifying, a spirit embryo can fight with a spirit god. This is too terrifying. The onlookers discussed as they watched. They were all shocked. Even the domain enlightened spirit gods had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They are indeed powerful. They are definitely prodigies on the same level as the Emperor God. Lu Ming thought to himself. His gaze was solemn. Now he was sure that the second-grade prodigies of the Central Continent were definitely prodigies on the same level as the Emperor God. The fact that there were more than 20 such prodigies in the Central Continent was truly astonishing. I wonder what realm the Emperor God has reached. Lu Ming thought to himself. Half a year ago, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Now that more than half a year had passed, it was normal for the Emperor God to reach the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was even possible for him to step into the perfected spirit embryo realm. If they met, he would still be Lu Ming's greatest enemy. Am I their match with my current combat strength? Lu Ming secretly measured his own combat strength. During the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming relied on the combination of the Path of Inscription and martial arts to suppress the Emperor God. However, the Emperor God wasn't completely defeated. Now Lu Ming's Path of Inscription and martial arts were separated, so his combat strength was slightly weaker. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming also cultivated the concept of water. With the combination of 5 concepts, the power was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than 4 concepts. Even without the Path of Inscription, Lu Ming's combat strength was still strong. He was confident that he could suppress the Emperor God in a battle of the same level. However, he was in the central continent now. To prevent his identity from being exposed, Lu Ming couldn't use some of his techniques. He couldn't use all of his dragon power, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. In addition, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. If he encountered either the Sanguinarum or Inbupo, Lu Ming wouldn't be a match for them. My cultivation must increase as soon as possible. If I reach the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of them even if I can't fuse my bloodline in a real battle. Chapter 1020. The heavens and earth shook continuously. Half of the sky was filled with lightning, and the other half was filled with blood chi. Lightning and blood chi collided continuously. The crowd could not see Inbupo and Sanguinarum's figures at all. They could only see the light and shadows intertwining. The battle lasted for 2 hours. The lightning and blood chi in the sky dissipated at the same time. The two figures stood on one side of the sky, panting heavily. Their eyes were sharp and solemn as they stared at each other. It was a draw. It was said that during the Battle of Luck, the two of them had fought for 1,000 blows, but it was still a draw. It was the same today. Sanguinarum, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You're lucky today. Inbupo said coldly. I should be the one saying that. I'll spare your life today. Sanguinarum sneered. The two of them did not continue to fight. They had used up a lot of their energy after the fight. Moreover, there were many experts around. They had to save some energy in case someone attacked them secretly. Looks like they won't fight again this time. It's a draw again. Sanguinarum and Inbupo are really strong opponents. That's true. Sky Eagle Fort and Coldblood Hall are close to each other, and the two forces are constantly fighting. Inbupo and Sanguinarum have been fighting since they were young. They have never won. However, it's a good thing that they have a lifelong opponent. Both of them have improved tremendously. It's a good thing to have an opponent. This is a golden era. There are so many geniuses. In the past, geniuses like Inbupo and Sanguinarum would be invincible. However, there are more than 20 of them now. There are even the top 5 young geniuses. Around them, many people could not help but sigh. There were too many geniuses in this generation. Second-class geniuses like Inbupo and Sanguinarum had the chance to break through to martial royal realm. In the past, it was considered good if there were 2 or 3 of them in each generation. But in this generation there were more than 20 of them, and there were even more powerful 5 giants. Even in the Eastern Barren Territory, Southern Underworld, Northern Plains and Western Desert, there were many geniuses. Geniuses were as common as clouds, competing with each other. This was a glorious era. Everyone knew that the battle was over. Some people were preparing to leave. Everyone, Sandalwood is preparing to host a Pill King banquet 7 days later at the Pill King courtyard. I'm inviting all the geniuses here to drink and discuss the Tao. Is everyone willing to give this little girl some face? At this moment, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. It was Sandalwood Fairy. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, Sandalwood Fairy is personally hosting the Pill King banquet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can I not go? Demonic Mountain Junyu was the first to speak as his eyes flickered. Thank you, Brother Jun. Sandalwood Fairy bowed slightly. It's our honor to be able to participate in Fairy Sandalwood's Pill King banquet. As long as you don't mind, I will definitely pay you a visit when the time comes. The others scrambled to open their mouths, hoping to attract Sandalwood Fairy's attention. Then this little sister thanks everyone. This little sister will take her leave first. Everyone can stay in Dan City for the time being. 7 days later, you can head to Dan King Hall. After saying that, Sandalwood Fairy bowed slightly, then stepped into the air and left. Then Jing Kongling also turned around and left, like a fairy in the clouds. Inbupo, let's fight another day, Sanguinarum said. Then turned into a ray of bloodlight and left the place. Inbupo sneered and also left. Then the others also left. Brother Chu, what is the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked Chu Kuang. The people of Medicine King Valley are all inscriptionists. Their main focus is alchemy. Medicine King Valley's elixirs are famous in the world. Some of the outstanding talents in Medicine King Valley will melt their best elixirs into wine every once in a while and invite all the talents to taste it. At the same time, they will befriend all the talents in the world. Therefore, although Medicine King Valley is not an overlord force, its influence is still terrifying. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded his head. This tradition was unique. Let's go to Dan City first. Dan King Hall is in Dan City, Chu Kuang said. Then, the three of them flew towards Dan City. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley used to be an overlord force a long time ago. But now, because there were no sovereigns, they had stepped down from their position as the overlord force. However, their strength was still terrifying and could not be underestimated. In Medicine King Valley, there was more than one supreme martial artist. They were good at alchemy and had good relations with all the major forces. Dan City was built as a subsidiary of Medicine King Valley. There was a sea of people and it was very lively. Medicine King Valley sold all kinds of elixirs from Dan City. They also bought all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers. Therefore, it attracted a large number of merchants to buy and sell elixirs. Dan City was not far from Tianzhu Mountain. In just half a day, the three of them arrived at Dan City. So many spiritual herbs, so many spiritual herbs. Unknowingly, Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, looking around furtively. On both sides of the streets of Dan City, there were almost all spiritual herb shops and pill shops. The rich medicinal fragrance came from all directions, lifting one's spirit. No wonder Dandan was looking around. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing glanced at Dandan and felt that this little turtle was quite interesting. Brother Chu, Miss Wenjing, how about we find a place to stay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming wanted to find a place to go into seclusion. Okay. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing nodded, and the three of them found an inn to stay. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming's heart stirred and his figure disappeared. In the room, only the mountain river diagram was left floating. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of origin stones appeared around him. Let's use the origin stones to break through to the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Previously, when he met the spiritual god from Cold Blood Hall, Lu Ming knew that there was a huge gap between him and a spiritual god. This time, when he saw the battle between Sanguinarum and Yin Bupo, Lu Ming felt a lot of pressure. Now that he had many restrictions and his cultivation was not high enough, he would most likely not be a match for geniuses like Sanguinarum and Yin Bupo. Therefore, he urgently needed to increase his strength. Originally, he did not plan to use the origin stones to increase his cultivation because it would definitely consume a lot of origin stones. Now that he did not have many origin stones left, he wanted to keep some as backup. However, he did not care so much now as it was more important to increase his strength. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline appeared and opened its mouth to swallow. A terrifying devouring power erupted and tens of thousands of origin stones exploded. The 9-dragon bloodline devoured the majestic origin chi and started to refine it rapidly. Circulating the true battle dragon skill, the origin chi was refined continuously and turned into true origin chi. The true origin chi gathered in the spirit embryo and condensed continuously. The spirit embryo became stronger and smaller in size. After tens of thousands of origin stones were refined, another tens of thousands of origin stones were refined. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 300,000 pieces of primordial stones. Soon, his eyes flashed and he continued to refine. Another day passed, and he had refined almost 100,000 origin stones. Boom! As if something was broken, Lu Ming's aura surged and the true origin chi in his body roared. It was many times stronger than before. Chapter 1021. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied look. However, the consumption of the ores made his heart ache. He had refined 400,000 ores. This was too shocking. However, after breaking through to the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, Lu Ming's battle power had increased by a large margin. His vital essence was boundless and he could unleash the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. I wonder if I can fight against embark and sanguinarum with my current battle power? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Sanguinarum and embark were both at the peak of the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming was at the early stage of the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This was similar to when he fought against the Emperor God in the Battle of Fate. However, Lu Ming had to use all his methods and formations to suppress the Emperor God. Now Lu Ming didn't have the path of inscription, but had merged the concept of water. If Lu Ming could use all his methods and execute bloodline fusion, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress sanguinarum and embark. However, if he couldn't execute bloodline fusion, Lu Ming wasn't confident. However, at least, Lu Ming was confident that he wouldn't lose. There are still 3 days before the Elixir King banquet. Let's take a walk around Elixir City. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of his room. He sensed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing's rooms were empty. They should have gone out for a walk. Elixir City was like a huge commercial city. There were shops everywhere and countless types of spirit herbs and elixirs. This was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In some shops, one could even buy level 8 elixirs. However, the price was terrifying. Some places were filled with stalls. The stall owners would sell weird things. Some could be rare treasures while some could be trash. This place was called the Treasure District. It mainly tested one's luck. If one was lucky, they could buy something of high value. Of course, one also needed to have good eyesight. This place attracted many people. There were many people on the streets. Lu Ming strolled among the crowd, looking left and right. On his shoulder, Dandan was also looking around. After arriving here, Dandan became spirited and declared that no treasure would be able to escape its eyes with its eyesight. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after walking around. The things here were strange. Some of the so-called spiritual grasses were actually weeds from the roadside. They were used to fool people. There were also some broken spiritual weapons that were used to pretend to be weapons left behind from ancient times. There were even some people who casually took a few stones and said that there were diluted treasures in the stones. Furthermore, they were sold for a very high price. Once it was sold, it would be a huge profit. That's Lu Ming, the purple jade in front. Yes, the purple jade that chick is buying. Buy it, it's of great use. Lu Ming was looking around when Dandan's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Dandan looked very excited. Lu Ming's spirit jolted as he looked forward. In front of a stall, 2 young women were standing in front of it. One of the young women was receiving a piece of purple jade from the stall owner. The purple jade that Dandan mentioned was this one. That purple jade is very ordinary. Is it a treasure? Lu Ming was surprised. How can you compare with my eyesight? Lu Ming, buy it and you'll make a fortune. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and strode forward to the stall. He pretended to casually glance at the purple jade in the woman's hand and said casually, this purple jade is of good quality. It's just right to buy it and make a jade pendant for my sister. Brother, how much is this purple jade? The stall owner was a middle-aged man. At this time he smiled innocently and said, Young master, you're late. This purple jade has just been bought by this young lady. She bought it? Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. He then sized up the young lady. The young woman was very beautiful. She was in her 20s and could be considered a rare beauty. Behind her, there was another woman. Judging from her appearance, she should be a maid. Miss, can you give this purple jade to me? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Hey, this purple jade was bought by my young lady first. Why should she give it to you? The maid behind the woman was the first to shout. It's nothing. I just saw that this purple jade was of good quality and wanted to buy it and make a jade pendant for my sister. Since this young lady bought it first, then I won't take it from you. Lu Ming smiled, cupped his fists, and was about to leave. Although it was a pity to miss it, since it had been bought, Lu Ming wouldn't take it by force. Young master, please wait a moment. At this time, the young woman called out and Lu Ming stopped. Actually, I only bought this purple jade because I thought it looked good. It's not of much use. Since you value it, I'll give it to you. The young woman stepped forward and handed the purple jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was quite surprised and didn't take it for a while. Kid, take it quickly. You'll regret it if you don't. Dandan kept transmitting her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and reached out to take the purple jade, saying, I'm Lu Xiaoqing. Thank you for giving me this jade. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay this kindness. I'm Zhou Exine. Young Master Lu is too polite. The young woman smiled slightly. So it's Miss Zhou. Is Miss Zhou also here to participate in the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked. Yes, it seems like young Master Lu is here for the same purpose as me. Zhou Exine smiled faintly as she looked around. The two chatted for a while before Lu Ming left. Dandan urged Lu Ming to go back and ask Lu Ming to cut the purple jade. There would be a surprise. Miss, why did you give that purple jade to that kid? After Lu Ming left, the maid said unhappily. Silly girl, where is this place? In Dan City, there are many outstanding young men participating in Mu Tanxiang's Alchemy King banquet. This person looks extraordinary, maybe he's a genius. Using a useless piece of purple jade to make friends with a genius. Why not? Zhou Exine smiled faintly. Mrs. Wise. The maid flattered. Soon Lu Ming returned to the inn. After entering his room, he directly entered the mountain river diagram. His palm glowed and the purple jade appeared in his hand. This purple jade looked very ordinary. Could it be that there was really a rare treasure in it? Lu Ming, cut this purple jade. Be careful. Dandan instructed. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. True Yuan spread out and condensed into a sharp sword, slowly cutting towards the purple jade. The purple jade was about the size of 2 fists. Lu Ming carefully cut it. When he was about to cut it halfway, a faint milky white halo spread out. There was really something in the purple jade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He slowly cut the purple jade around him. Finally, a milky white jade the size of a longan appeared in Lu Ming's hand. What kind of jade is this? Lu Ming was a little curious. This was because this piece of jade looked ordinary. It did not look like a rare treasure at all. Kid, is this vitality stone considered a rare treasure? Dandan grinned. What? This is a vitality stone? Chapter 1022. It was actually a primordial stone. Lu Ming was ecstatic. A primordial stone was a very magical treasure because it could store a martial artist's true essence. A martial artist only needed to transfer their true essence into the primordial stone and store it in advance. When they needed it, they could directly absorb the true essence from the primordial stone. Because it was originally a martial artist's own true essence, there was no need to convert it, and it could be used directly. In this way, there was no need to worry about true essence drying up. A primordial stone was definitely a rare treasure for a martial artist. Sometimes it was a treasure that could save one's life. Moreover, it could be used for a long time. It rarely appeared in the market, and once it appeared, the price would be terrifyingly high. Lu Ming never thought that there would be a primordial stone in this purple jade. I don't know if this primordial stone can withstand my true essence. Lu Ming thought. Different primordial stones could store a limited amount of primordial qi. An ordinary primordial stone could not store a sovereign's true essence. If a sovereign's true essence were to enter, the primordial stone would probably explode. Different primordial stones could store different amounts of primordial qi. Let's give it a try. Holding the primordial stone in his hand, Lu Ming continuously transferred his true essence into the primordial stone. Sure enough, once the true essence entered the primordial stone, it was stored in the primordial stone. After a while, Lu Ming's true essence almost all went into the primordial stone. It can withstand it, that's great. Lu Ming was ecstatic. In this way, Lu Ming could use true essence greatly increased. The hell-suppressing heaven skill's current power was equivalent to a mid-level low-grade divine martial skill. The consumption of true essence was too terrifying. Lu Ming had not dared to use his full power before, otherwise, the true essence in his body would be drained in an instant. But now, Lu Ming was not afraid. Even if it was drained in an instant, with the primordial stone, he could instantly replenish his true essence. In this way, Lu Ming really had another trump card. Now that he was using the hell-suppressing heaven skill, although he could not fully display the power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill, the power was much stronger than he could only use a few levels of power. Next, Lu Ming took out the origin stone, and began to recover his true essence. After his true essence was completely restored, Lu Ming continued to input his true essence into the receiving essence stone. He predicted that this origin receiving stone should be able to withstand his true essence at the first level of the spirit god realm. In other words, before Lu Ming broke through to the second level of the spirit god realm, this origin receiving stone would be Lu Ming's trump card. When Lu Ming continuously poured in his true essence 5 times, Lu Ming stopped. Quintuple Zhen Yuan was equivalent to 5 times his Zhen Yuan, which was enough for the time being. After recovering his true essence, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. There was only a day left before the Pill King banquet would begin. More and more people gathered in Pill City. Other than those who had watched the battle between Yin Bupo and Sanguinarum, there were others who had rushed over after hearing the news. Of course, most of them were from the younger generation. Because the one who organized the Pill King banquet was Fairy Sandalwood, the people who gathered were naturally young people. It was not good for the older generation to mingle with these young people. Lu Ming brought Dandan and strolled around, hoping to gain something. Unfortunately, after walking around in a big circle, there was nothing. Lu Ming laughed at himself. He knew that he was too greedy. It was really lucky that he was able to get the origin receiving stone last time. He could not help but feel apologetic towards Zhou Xian. Originally, Zhou Xian had bought it first and then gave it to Lu Ming. Gradually, Lu Ming strolled to the north side of Pill City. There were fewer buildings here, and instead, there were many hills. I smell a fragrance. What a strong medicinal fragrance. There are spirit herbs. Dandan's nose suddenly twitched. Then, it rushed off Lu Ming's shoulder and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. This guy. Lu Ming was speechless and chased after it. After crossing a hill, they arrived in front of a valley. Dandan slowed down a little and rushed left and right into the valley. Lu Ming's brows furrowed. This valley was filled with inscription formations. Now that Lu Ming did not have the spirit fire, he could not break the formation. However, even if he could not break the formation, he might not be able to stop Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming did not have the spirit fire, his understanding of the path of inscription was still there. Moreover, as his second body comprehended the path of inscription, he could also feel it. During this period of time, his second body had been cultivating wholeheartedly in Yinyang Mountain. The speed of his improvement was astonishing. His second body did not have any distracting thoughts. Coupled with the providence, his comprehension had increased tenfold. When he cultivated wholeheartedly, his progress was much faster than Lu Ming's main body. His understanding of the path of inscription was improving every day. Therefore, although Lu Ming did not have the spirit fire, he still had the ability to see. Although the formation of this valley was brilliant, Lu Ming could still see the flaws with a single glance. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming stepped out. He moved forward and backward, left and right, heading into the valley. Soon he arrived at the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, Lu Ming saw a herb field. There were many types of spirit herbs planted in the herb field. The medicinal fragrance was incomparably rich and floated in the valley. These spirit herbs are all level 7. Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming discovered that almost all the spirit herbs in the herb field were level 7 and there were no less than 1,000 of them. At this moment, Dandan was rolling around in the herb field. Its eyes were shining with excitement as its claws constantly grabbed the spirit herbs in the herb field and stuffed them into its mouth. Dandan, hurry up, Lu Ming urged. It was impossible for this large herb field to be ownerless in Pill City. It must have been planted by the experts of the Medicine King Valley. Stealing other people's spirit herbs in other people's territory, even Lu Ming was a little apprehensive. Like a whirlwind, Dandan quickly stuffed over 100 spirit herbs into its mouth. They were all level 7 upper grade. This guy's eyes were sharp and he picked the best ones. Where did this thief come from? How dare you steal from here? Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out and a beautiful figure rushed out from the valley. In the air, inscriptions filled the air and the formation shone. Rays of light wrapped around Dandan. Not good. Dandan was shocked and ran wildly. Its 4 limbs retracted into its turtle shell. The turtle shell danced in the air and dodged the formations one by one. It flew toward Lu Ming. Moo Sandalwood. Seeing the beautiful figure, Lu Ming was shocked. The beautiful figure in the valley was actually Sandalwood Fairy, Mu Sandalwood. Lu Ming's body glowed and his physical body rapidly changed into another appearance. He grabbed Dandan and quickly retreated. Stay here. Sandalwood Fairy's jade-like hands danced and the spiritual fire between her eyebrows glowed. On the ground around Lu Ming, formations constantly appeared. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He glanced around and took a few steps. Every step was very mysterious. He stepped on the weak points of the formation and retreated quickly. In a few breaths, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. Sandalwood Fairy exclaimed softly and stopped. Her beautiful eyes revealed a very strange look, and she did not continue to attack or pursue. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ming flashed rapidly. Very soon, he left the canyon and disappeared. Strange, it's really strange. There's clearly no spiritual fire, but he can see the weakness of the formation at a glance and avoid the attack of the formation. It's really strange. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Sandalwood Fairy whispered with curiosity in her eyes. Chapter 1023. She could clearly sense that Lu Ming did not have the slightest bit of spiritual fire. This was very rare. Ordinary martial artists would cultivate spiritual fire as an auxiliary martial art. However, she could not sense any spiritual fire on Lu Ming. Yet, Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could see through the weakness of the formation immediately. Even she could not do better than him. That was why she was even more curious. You immediately hid your appearance and changed your appearance to hide from me. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to hide from me. Sandalwood Fairy pursed her lips and smiled charmingly. Lu Ming rushed out of the canyon and let out a long breath. With his current combat strength, he was not afraid of Sandalwood Fairy. However, he was in the wrong. Moreover, this was Pill City, the territory of Medicine King Valley. If he was discovered by the Medicine King Valley's level 8 inscriptionists, he would be in deep trouble. You bastard, I won't care about you anymore. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Kid, what did you say? Why didn't you say that when I found a treasure like the Na Yuan pill for you? Dandan glared at Lu Ming and bared his teeth. Lu Ming was silent and speechless. Indeed, Dandan had helped Lu Ming a lot at times. However, he was also the one who caused trouble. Kid, now that I've obtained the spiritual medicine, I'll be able to recover faster. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll be able to dominate the world. At that time, not to mention martial emperors, I'll be able to kill even stronger opponents with a single slap. When that time comes, there will be countless people who want to curry favor with me. You won't have a chance, Dandan said proudly. Oh. How long will it take for you to fully recover? What level of spiritual medicine do you need? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. As for spiritual medicine, if you want me to fully recover, mere spiritual medicine is useless. I need stronger treasures, such as sacred medicine, Dandan muttered. Die. Lu Ming immediately despised him. What was the use of saying so much? Holy medicine? What was a panacea? That was a legendary supreme treasure, an unparalleled treasure. Even if a ruler saw it, he would go crazy over it. In terms of level, it was something that completely surpassed a ruler. Above level 9 spirit medicine was the saint medicine. The man and the tortoise bickered as they returned to the inn. Then Lu Ming threw Dandan into the mountain and river diagram, and Lu Ming continued to cultivate. Early the next morning, Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjing headed towards the Pill King Courtyard. The Pill King Courtyard was located in the west of Pill City. It was very famous and everyone in Pill City knew about it. There were people from the Medicine King Valley guarding the entrance of the Elixir King Courtyard. However, after Chu Kuang revealed his identity, they naturally did not stop him, and the three of them entered the Elixir King Courtyard. Inside the Pill King Courtyard, the fragrance of herbs assailed the nostrils. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower were spirit herbs. Many of the buildings were built like pill furnaces. Their shapes were simple and unadorned, and they were filled with the aura of time. There were colorful butterflies and bees fluttering in the flowers, gathering pollen for the spirit flowers. These colorful butterflies and bees were not ordinary insects. They were all exotic species. For example, every single one of those bees was a level 5 demon beast, equivalent to a king realm cultivator. The honey they brewed in the future was a type of treasure medicine that was priceless. Entering the Elixir King courtyard and smelling the fragrance of herbs made one feel refreshed and their breathing smooth. If an ordinary person entered here and stayed in this environment for a few days, it was guaranteed that they would not be plagued by illness and would live a long life. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in wonder. This Medicine King Valley was the same as the Talisman Puppet sect. They were both great sects of the Tao of Inscription. However, the Talisman Puppet sect was more inclined towards talismans and puppets, while the Medicine King Valley was more inclined towards alchemy. Moreover, their fates were very similar to the Talisman Puppet sect. There was once a ruler overseeing both of them, but now the ruler had passed away. In fact, the Talisman Puppet sect could no longer be considered an overlord force because there was no ruler overseeing it. Lu Ming looked around carefully and walked a few rounds in the courtyard. When they arrived at a courtyard, it was already filled with people. They were all young people, and he didn't see any older generation figures. There were around 10 tables with around 80 to 90 people. At the side, there were disciples of the Medicine King Valley walking around and serving jugs of fine wine. Someone was already impatiently pouring out the fine wine. Instantly, the fragrance of the wine assailed the nose and drifted in all directions. Good wine, it's really good wine. Chu Kuang's nose twitched as his eyes lit up. It's indeed good wine. Lu Ming praised. Before drinking it, Lu Ming could feel that it was absolutely good wine. Moreover, there were many types of spirit herbs in the wine. It was absolutely not ordinary wine. Brother Lu, this is the outer courtyard. Third-grade prodigies and above should be in the inner courtyard. Chu Kuang transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. So that's how it is. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he didn't see any famous prodigies here, let alone second-grade prodigies like Fairy Sandalwood, Jing Kongling, and Junyu. It turned out that there was an inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. Obviously, only third-grade prodigies and above could enter the inner courtyard. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Lu Ming walked towards the front door, attracting many people's attention. That's Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing. I'm so envious. Third-grade prodigies and above can enter the inner courtyard and drink with peerless beauties like Fairy Sandalwood and Jing Kongling. I heard the inner courtyard's fine wine is even more precious. Who's that kid? How come I've never seen him before? He dares to enter the inner courtyard. Be careful not to be kicked out. In the end, many people looked at Lu Ming with some surprise, because they felt that Lu Ming was a stranger, as if they had never seen him before. Only Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the other floating sky mountains prodigies remained calm. They were clear that Lu Ming was definitely a third-grade prodigy. Of course, Lu Ming heard these words as well. He ignored them and walked through the main door into the inner courtyard. There was a small lake in the inner courtyard, and the environment was more elegant and unique. There was a pavilion beside the small lake, and in the pavilion, there was a table. There were only 6 people sitting around the table. Fairy Sandalwood, Jing Kongling, Junyu In Bupo, and Sanguinarum. In addition, there was a young man in white who Lu Ming had never seen before, but needless to say, he was also a second-grade prodigy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to sit at that table. Below the pavilion, there were 2 tables with more than a dozen young people sitting at them. These people were obviously third-grade prodigies. So it's Brother Chu and Miss Zhang. Please come in. Fairy Sandalwood waved her hand slightly and smiled. When her gaze turned to Lu Ming, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. And then the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly restrained his aura, not looking at Fairy Sandalwood. Haha, Chu Kuang, long time no see. I wonder if your strength has improved recently. At this time, an arrogant voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that it was a young man in a blood-red robe. He had a burly figure and an arrogant expression, sitting between the 2 tables below. Huang Kuei, you were just lucky to win the Battle of Providence. Don't talk about it every day. Chu Kuang said coldly with an ugly expression. Lucky. Hee, you really know how to flatter yourself. Chapter 1024. Huang Kuei sneered at Lu Ming with a look of disdain. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He didn't say a word when he came in, but Huang Kuei took the initiative to talk to him. Huang Kuei, Brother Lu is qualified to enter this place. Chu Kuang said with a sullen face. Haha, qualified? Do you think you're qualified? If that's the case, anyone can bring someone in. Are there any rules? Huang Kuei sneered, then looked at Sandalwood Fairy and said, Fairy, I suggest we drive this person out. However, before Huang Kuei could finish, Sandalwood Fairy raised her hand slightly and interrupted Huang Kuei. Brother Huang, you don't have to say anything more. I know Brother Lu. He's qualified to enter this place. The crisp voice spread throughout the entire area, causing many people's eyes to move. They were somewhat surprised. Sandalwood Fairy actually knew this young man with the surname Lu? Where did he come from? Was he also a third-class Sky Pride? Why hadn't they seen him in the Battle of Providence? Many questions arose in everyone's mind. Huang Kuei's face stiffened, then turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. Previously, he was scolding Lu Ming loudly, saying that Lu Ming was a good-for-nothing who was not qualified. However, in the next moment, Sandalwood Fairy directly said that she knew Lu Ming, and that Lu Ming was qualified. This was equivalent to slapping him in the face in public. He was burning with anger and was very dissatisfied with Sandalwood Fairy, but he didn't dare to show it. It's all because of Chu Kuang and this kid who embarrassed me. Huang Kuei didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Sandalwood Fairy, so he could only transfer his anger to Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip, his eyes cold. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing were also a little stunned. Sandalwood Fairy actually knew Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming and Sandalwood Fairy were old acquaintances? Everyone had different thoughts. Even Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Could it be that I've been recognized? Lu Ming couldn't help but think. Brother Lu, please take a seat. Sandalwood Fairy waved her hand and smiled sweetly, pointing at their table. This time, the scene exploded, and everyone's expression changed. What? Sandalwood Fairy asked this Lu guy to sit at the top table. That table is reserved for second-tier prodigies. Does this Lu guy have the right to sit there? How is that possible? How many second-class prodigies were there? I didn't even see him in the Battle of Providence. How can he be a second-tier genius? Then why did Sandalwood Fairy call him to the seat of honor? Many third-class prodigies were discussing in low voices. However, everyone had a doubtful look on their faces. Even Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, Junyu, and the others were startled as they looked at Lu Ming curiously. On the other hand, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing's expressions were even more interesting. Lu Ming himself was also a little stunned. Brother Lu, please. Sandalwood Fairy extended another invitation. All right, Lu Shaoqing, thanks Fairy. Lu Ming clasped hands and stepped forward, not bothering to be courteous. This brat really went up. He really dares to go up? Does he really think that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-class prodigy? Lu Ming's action caused another round of discussion in low voices. This brat. Huang Kuei's face turned even uglier. Lu Ming didn't care about the gazes around him as he stepped forward. He was now certain that Sandalwood Fairy had recognized him. Since she had recognized him, he could only face it. At worst, he would just have to compensate Sandalwood Fairy with those spiritual herbs. Brat, get lost. This is not a place for you to come up. Just as Lu Ming stepped onto the pavilion, a cold voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at someone. Sanguinarum. It was Sanguinarum who had spoken just now. At this moment, Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming in an unfriendly manner. Lu Ming sneered. Then he ignored Sanguinarum and continued to step forward. He came to the table in the pavilion and sat down on an empty chair. He completely ignored Sanguinarum. This made Sanguinarum's face turn ugly. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the others also looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's about time. Let's not wait any longer. Serve the wine now. Sandalwood Fairy's voice rang out. Then, she clapped her hands gently. A few young women brought pots of wine. A small pot of wine was placed in front of each of them. The first wine is called Heart-Burning Flame. Everyone please try it. Sandalwood Fairy said coquettishly. As soon as Sandalwood Fairy finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to pour the wine and drink it in one gulp. Lu Ming also poured a cup for himself. When the wine was poured into the cup, a layer of flame seemed to appear on the surface of the wine, dancing in the cup. What a wonderful wine! Lu Ming praised in his heart. Then he picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The wine was mellow and sweet, but when it slid down his throat and into his stomach, it was like a flame that burned fiercely. In particular, there was a heat that flowed into his heart. Lu Ming felt that his heart was burning, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. Instead, he felt warm and comfortable all over his body. This wine can also burn and condense one's true yuan. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that his true yuan was slightly more condensed. Good wine. Lu Ming couldn't help but pour another cup and drink it again. Then Lu Ming poured a few more cups. Soon the pot of wine was finished. Lu Ming licked his lips, looking like he hadn't had enough. The others were similar. Even some of the women, who usually didn't drink much, drank it all. Good wine, heart-burning flame. It really lives up to its name. Next to Lu Ming, a young man in white sighed. This person was a peerless genius of the World Academy, Kong Xian. It really is good wine. Junyu also praised. His body faintly flashed with a demonic light, his aura threatening. It's good that everyone likes it. My sister's efforts were not in vain. Next, I invite everyone to taste the second wine. Sandalwood Fairy chuckled. Then she clapped her hands. Another young woman brought up the wine, and everyone still had a pot. This wine is called Clear Spirit Dew. Sandalwood Fairy introduced. With the previous heart-burning flame wine, many people couldn't wait, and began to drink. Lu Ming poured a cup and drank it in one gulp. This wine gave off a completely different feeling from the previous heart-burning flame wine. When this wine entered the stomach, a cold feeling spread throughout the body and finally gathered in the mind. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his mind become incomparably clear. His thoughts were active, several times stronger than usual. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He carefully sensed the concept of earth. He discovered that his comprehension of the concept was several times faster. This wine could actually increase a martial artist's comprehension ability. Of course, this was temporary. The wine was fused with spirit pills. Once the medicinal efficacy wore off, the effects would naturally disappear. But it was still amazing enough. If consumed for a long time, one's cultivation speed would definitely be greatly enhanced. One cup after another, the entire pot of wine was quickly emptied. Chapter 1025. The wine brewed by Sandalwood Fairy is really rare. I'm so lucky today. Haha, yes. If others knew about this, they would be so envious. The youths began to flatter Sandalwood Fairy, hoping to get her attention. Since everyone is in such high spirits, why don't we have a duel to liven things up? Huang Kuei raised his cup and strode out, his voice echoing throughout the area. Everyone was excited. The show was about to begin. Drinking wine was only one aspect of the gathering, but sparring was inevitable. Huang Kuei was the first to suggest it. Using martial arts to liven things up, of course. Sandalwood Fairy waved her hands, and inscriptions shone on the ground. A fighting ring appeared in an open space not far away. This fighting ring was originally refined by our seniors for sparring. It's sturdy and indestructible. You can use it to your heart's content. Sandalwood Fairy introduced. Thank you, Sandalwood Fairy. Huang Kuei smiled and stepped onto the battle stage. He glanced around and his gaze landed on Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang, you lost to me in the Battle of Luck. Half a year has passed, I wonder how much progress you've made. Do you dare to fight me? Why wouldn't I? Chu Kuang downed a cup of wine in one gulp, and landed on the battle stage in a flash. Miss Zhang, what are Brother Chu's chances of winning? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing's expression was grave. She transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. It's hard to say. Huang Kuei is the second genius of Cold Blood Hall. He is very powerful. Back then, Brother Chu was defeated by Huang Kuei in the Battle of Providence. Although Brother Chu has improved over the past 6 months, Huang Kuei will not remain stagnant. So Huang Kuei is also from Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming's heart jumped. No wonder Sanguinarum had shouted at him to get out. Boom. At this moment, the two of them had already started fighting. The two powerful auras collided with each other, resulting in a violent explosion. Chu Kuang and Huang Kuei were both at the early stage of the 9th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Apparently, they had just broken through 10,000 miles of ice. Chu Kuang slashed out rays of saber light. The terrifying cold chi seemed to be able to freeze the entire Alchemy Academy. It's this move again, Blood Flame Claw. Huang Kuei's blood and chi boiled as he clawed out numerous claw lights. These claw lights reeked of blood, and a blazing heat burst forth from them. The blood-red flames and the ice continued to clash against each other. Sizzling sounds could be heard from the battle stage. The ice was melted by the flames, and mist filled the entire area. Yin Bupo waved his hand, and the cold wind blew away the mist. Meanwhile, the geniuses of the outer domain had also heard the commotion. They all rose into the air and looked over. Chu Kuang is fighting with someone. His opponent is Huang Kuei, Hai Ziming said. Chu Kuang lost to senior brother Huang Kuei in the Battle of Providence. This time, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. A genius from Cold Blood Hall sneered. That was then and this is now. I don't think so. Hai Ziming replied coldly. Really? Just watch. The Cold Blood Hall disciple sneered. Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain bordered each other, and their relationship was not good. In the central continent, the emperors stood side by side, and the various overlords fought for supremacy. They were not harmonious and had conflicts with each other. For example, Sky Eagle Fort and Cold Blood Hall were mortal enemies. At the same time, the relationship between Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain was not good. As the crowd discussed, the battle in the battle stage became more intense. The two had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Bloodthirsty Realm. Huang Kuei displayed a terrifying unique skill of Cold Blood Hall, and a blood-red light screen exploded in all directions. Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. He seemed to be very afraid. Even though he retreated, he was still affected. The blood in his body boiled, as if it was about to leave his body. Blood Flame Emperor's hand. Huang Kuei changed his move again, and his attacks became more violent. Chu Kuang had no choice but to use Bloodline Fusion. But then, Huang Kuei also used Bloodline Fusion. It turned out to be a blood-red claw, like the claw of some kind of creature. It was very powerful. The two bloodlines collided in the air, and soon dozens of blows were exchanged. But it was obvious that Huang Kuei was stronger and gradually gained the upper hand. In the end, Chu Kuang's bloodline was torn by the blood claw, and he reverted to his human form. He spat out blood and looked very pale. Huang Kuei also reverted to his human form and laughed. Chu Kuang, I think you're getting more and more useless. You lost faster than last time. You'll never be a match for me, ha ha ha. Huang Kuei laughed arrogantly, full of contempt. Chu Kuang's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. Since he had lost, it was useless to say anything. It would only be more embarrassing. Haha, I told you that Chu Kuang would lose. You Floating Mountain has no one else to show except Jing Kongling. In the sky of the outer yard, the Sky Prides of Cold Blood Hall sneered. Hai Ziming and the others looked a little pale. But the Sky Prides of Cold Blood Hall were right. Floating Mountain was indeed slightly weaker than Cold Blood Hall. Even among the overlords, there were strong and weak forces. Floating Mountain was considered weak among the overlords, while Cold Blood Hall was obviously stronger. Chu Kuang walked down the battle stage with an ugly face. He came to Zhang Wenjing's side and sighed. Being defeated by Huang Kuei for the second time was a big blow to Chu Kuang. Brother Chu, it's normal to win and lose. Winning once doesn't mean you'll always win. I believe that you'll be able to defeat Huang Kuei in the future. Zhang Wenjing comforted him. Wenjing, I'm fine. Chu Kuang smiled and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Huang Kuei was still standing in the battle stage, looking proud and invincible. Finally, his eyes fell on Lu Ming, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Shaoqing, do you dare to come up and fight? Huang Kuei shouted. He had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was actually invited by Fairy Sandalwood to sit together with Sandalwood and the rest. This made him extremely jealous. Who was Lu Ming? How could he sit with Sandalwood Fairy and the others? How strong could a person who didn't even participate in the Battle of Luck be? Huang Kuei was sure that Lu Ming was not strong. Perhaps he was just lucky to know Sandalwood Fairy. Moreover, Lu Ming came with Chu Kuang. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in public and humiliate him to prove that he was stronger than Lu Ming. In this way, he could also indirectly attack Chu Kuang. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming squinted at Huang Kuei and said indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to fight? If not, quickly admit defeat and get out of here. Huang Kuei smiled contemptuously. Okay, I agree. But I won't take advantage of you. You've more or less exhausted in the battle just now. Let's fight again after you recover. Lu Ming said. No need. It's just dealing with Chu Kuang. It won't cost me much. And even if I'm exhausted, I'm confident that I can deal with you. Huang Kuei said confidently. Is that so? Up to you. Lu Ming got up, stepped out, and appeared in the battle stage. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Chapter 1026. Even Junyu, Jing Kongling, and Kong Xian were looking forward to it. Even Sandalwood Fairy was looking forward to it. She invited Lu Ming to take a seat because she recognized that Lu Ming was the one who stole the medicine. She was curious about how he could move freely in the formation without any spirit fire. So she invited Lu Ming to take a seat. She also wanted to see how powerful Lu Ming's real abilities were. That's Lu Xiaoqing? In the air above the outer court, Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the rest were shocked to recognize Lu Ming. It's that brat, the one who went in with Chu Kuang. Haha, an unknown brat dares to fight with senior brother Huang. I bet that he'll be completely destroyed by senior brother Huang within 10 moves. 10 moves? I don't think he'll even take 5 moves. Several talents from Cold Blood Hall sneered. Don't be so full of yourself. Hai Ziming replied coldly. He had fought with Lu Ming before, and felt that Lu Ming did not use his full strength. Maybe he could fight with Huang Kuei. I'm not being full of myself, but there's no doubt about it. The talents from Cold Blood Hall looked confident. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Huang Kuei stood opposite each other. Come on, Lu Ming said lightly, looking as if he was as calm as the clouds and wind. Humph, stop pretending. I'll make you show your true form soon. Huang Kuei sneered. His figure flashed, and a blood-red claw light shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it, and struck out with his palm. A 5-colored light flashed on his palm. Bang! The palm and the blood-red claw collided, producing a cracking sound and a muffled groan. Huang Kuei quickly retreated to the other side of the fighting ring, his face extremely ugly. One of his palms was trembling slightly, and one of his fingers was deformed. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Lu Ming actually forced Huang Kuei back with one palm, and even broke one of his fingers. How could his battle strength be so terrifying? So you do have some skills. I was just careless just now. Next I'll suppress you. Huang Kuei's voice rang out. His deformed fingers began to twist and recover. Whoosh, whoosh. His figure flashed repeatedly, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Blood Flame Emperor's Claw. Huang Kuei continuously clawed out hundreds of times. Endless blood-colored claw lights flooded towards Lu Ming. Every claw radiance was terrifyingly sharp. It was suffused with a blazing aura, and possessed the terrifying power of burning and corroding. Bloodthirsty Realm. At the same time, Huang Kuei unleashed the Bloodthirsty Realm. He executed many of his ultimate skills at the same time. Huang Kuei wanted to use this move to defeat Lu Ming in one fell swoop. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lu Ming and avenge his broken finger. Is this the bloodlust technique of Cold Blood Hall? Compared to the devouring power of the 9 dragons, it's far inferior. Lu Ming thought to himself as he felt the blood in his body trembling slightly. The Bloodthirst Grand Art could indeed affect the blood of others and weaken their battle prowess. However, it had no effect on Lu Ming. The devouring power circulated, and the blood flow stabilized. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and chopped down with his palm again. This time, the power of his palm was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. The space distorted and exploded. The bloodthirsty realm collapsed like tofu. The claw radiance that filled the sky disappeared without a trace under Lu Ming's palm. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream, a figure retreated rapidly. Huang Kuei, it was Huang Kuei again. At this time, one of his palms was completely deformed. The bones in his fingers and palm were all broken and shattered into hundreds of pieces by the terrifying power. Hiss, gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Kuei to such a state with ease. He had completely crushed Huang Kuei in a crushing manner. Lu Ming actually had such battle prowess? This was too terrifying. Brother Lu's cultivation has broken through, Chu Kuang muttered. He felt that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. Previously, he was at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Now he was at the 9th level. When Lu Ming was still at the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm, he could already faintly suppress him. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was indeed even stronger. Huang Kuei himself was also in disbelief. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Lu Shaoqing, let's call off this battle. You have the upper hand. However, I am indeed exhausted from the battle with Chu Kuang just now. Let's fight another day. Huang Kuei shouted. He was obviously afraid. You want to fight and you don't? Have you asked for my permission? Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Kuei in an instant. This Huang Kuei was really laughable. Before the battle, he said that he wasn't exhausted and that it was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Now that he saw that the situation wasn't right, he wanted to call off the battle. He even used the battle with Chu Kuang as an excuse. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly chopped with his palm. Huang Kuei was alarmed and used all his strength to block. However, he was sent flying the next moment. The bones of the other hand claw were also broken. The next moment, his bloodline burst forth and he transformed into a blood-colored claw. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blood-colored claw, chopping down with his palm. The palm suppressed everything and collided with the blood-colored claw, giving off a violent boom. The blood-colored claw then collapsed and transformed back into Huang Kuei's figure. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming executed 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps and stepped down towards Huang Kuei. Stop! In the pavilion, Sanguinarum stood up and shouted. His blood chi soared into the sky. However, Lu Ming only glanced at him casually and ignored him. He continued to step on Huang Kuei's body. Huang Kuei screamed miserably and fell heavily on the stage. The stage rumbled and Huang Kuei's bones cracked. He then laid on the stage like a dead fish, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood and twitching all over. Crushing, a complete crushing. The surroundings were completely silent, not a single sound could be heard. In the sky above the outer yard, the geniuses who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Huang Kuei, a third-class genius, was stronger than Chu Kuang, but he was like a piece of trash in front of Lu Ming. He was easily crushed and beaten into a dead dog. What kind of combat strength was this? Was Lu Ming a second-class genius? Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the others gasped in fear. They finally realized that Lu Ming did not use his true strength when he fought with them. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. The geniuses of Cold Blood Hall were tongue-tied and could not say a word. They had previously said that Huang Kuei could crush Lu Ming in 10, or even 5 moves. However, the truth was completely opposite. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Kuei into a dead dog in less than 5 moves. Senior brother Huang Kuei might have exhausted himself in the battle with Chu Kuang. After a long while, a genius from Cold Blood Hall spoke. However, his words were met with a collective disdain. The battle between Lu Ming and Huang Kuei was not as simple as genuine essence consumption. It was a complete suppression of combat strength. Even if Huang Kuei was at his peak, the result would be the same. Even a blind man could see that. Not only them, but the geniuses of the inner yard were also stunned. Chapter 1027. As for Jing Kongling, Junyu, Kong Xianin Bupo and the others, their expressions were solemn. Lu Ming's battle prowess was close to their level. Amazing! Sandalwood Fairy's eyes shone with excitement. Brat, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Sanguinarum's face was gloomy as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Sanguinarum indifferently and said, This is my battle with Huang Kuei. You told me to stop? Who do you think you are? When Lu Ming's voice was heard, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Not only the inner courtyard, but the outer courtyard as well. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming actually dared to talk to Sanguinarum like that. Does he want to die? Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Hai Ziming sucked in a breath of cold air. Not good. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing's faces changed, revealing a worried expression. Although Lu Ming was strong, he shouldn't be Sanguinarum's opponent. After all, Sanguinarum was a second-grade prodigy. The difference between a third-grade prodigy and a second-grade prodigy was huge. Just like the Emperor God, if he used his full strength he could kill Bloodsword 1 in a few moves. Sure enough, cold-killing intent burst out from Sanguinarum's body as he stared coldly at Lu Ming, laughing in anger. Haha, brat, you actually dare to talk to me like that. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have some battle prowess? I'll let you know who I am right now. Who do you think you are? You'll pay a heavy price for what you said. With that said, Sanguinarum's figure flickered and appeared on the stage. Terrifying killing intent filled the air, causing many people to shudder. Everyone was shocked. Sanguinarum was going to attack Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. In the pavilion, Jing Kongling frowned and said, Sanguinarum, you've gone too far. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. After all, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing. As the #1 sky pride of the floating mountain sect, Jing Kongling naturally couldn't watch as Sanguinarum killed Lu Ming. Jing Kongling, are you going to meddle in other people's business? Sanguinarum said coldly. So what? Jing Kongling stood up. His body was surrounded by mist, making him look even more ethereal. Miss Jing, there's no need for you to do anything. I alone am enough to deal with a bloodbat. Lu Ming's voice rang out again, leaving the others speechless. Lu Ming said that he was going to deal with Sanguinarum alone, and he even had a confident expression on his face. Where did his confidence come from? Hee, Sister Kongling, I think there's no need for you to interfere. Maybe there'll be a surprise? Sandalwood Fairy smiled. She was even more curious about Lu Ming now. Jing Kongling's gaze shifted, and then he sat down without saying anything else. Lu Shaoqing, right. It's good to be confident, but you'll soon find that your confidence can be very stupid sometimes. Seeing Jing Kongling sit down, Sanguinarum's killing intent became even colder. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and kicked Huang Kuei, who was still twitching, off the fighting ring. This action made Sanguinarum's face darken again. How dare he do this in front of him? This was a slap to his face. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from Sanguinarum's body, and a layer of blood-red flames danced wildly. This blood-red flame was extremely terrifying. It was even more shocking and strange than the Wang family's pure purple heavenly fire. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly, and his genuine vitality ran wildly in his body. He dared not be careless in front of Sanguinarum. After all, he was a genius at the same level as an emperor god. Blood-gathering heavenly saber. Endless blood-red flames condensed into a saber. Sanguinarum held the saber with both hands, and his body rushed madly toward Lu Ming. He chopped down with the saber. A terrifying force pressed down on Lu Ming. The power of this saber alone had surpassed Huang Kuei's. The five-colored essence covered his body, and Lu Ming operated the hell-suppressing skill. He strode forward and struck out with his palm. Boom. The saber radiance and the palm collided with each other, creating a terrifying boom. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated several steps. Lu Shaoqing retreated. He's no match for him. I knew it. He's no match for first senior brother. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the geniuses of Cold Blood Hall began to ridicule him. It's just the beginning. What's the hurry? Hai Ziming responded coldly. Whoosh. At this moment, Sanguinarum chopped at Lu Ming again. His battle strength is indeed strong. Then I'll increase the power of the hell-suppressing skill. With a thought, Lu Ming struck out his palm again. This time Lu Ming did not retreat. He held his ground. Blood-gathering heavenly saber, 9 slashes of heavenly saber. Sanguinarum roared, and his blood-red heavenly saber moved unhindered. Each strike was stronger than the last, and each strike seemed to be able to destroy everything. With a dragon roar, Lu Ming broke out 2 streams of dragon force. His strength increased greatly, and his palms continued to strike out. Boom, boom, boom. The fighting ring kept shaking, and a terrifying force shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes had passed. The scene was silent. Everyone stared at the two men in the fighting ring with their eyes wide open. How can he be so strong? The disciples of Coldblood Hall were shocked. They had thought that Sanguinarium could easily suppress Lu Ming, but now they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming could actually fight Sanguinarium to this extent. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the other second-class geniuses looked grave. Lu Ming could fight Sanguinarium to this extent, which meant that he was qualified to join the ranks of the second-class geniuses. Moreover, they could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit embryo realm, while Sanguinarium's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit embryo realm. The fact that Xueluozi was unable to gain the upper hand despite having a higher cultivation base was shocking. Sanguinarium became more and more surprised. Lu Ming's battle strength was beyond his expectations. Bloodthirsty realm. Sanguinarium used the bloodthirsty technique. A light curtain spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood was boiling. Sanguinarium used the same move, but it was much more powerful than Huang Kuei's. You're showing off in front of an expert when it comes to devouring power. Devour. Lu Ming's left palm exploded with a terrifying devouring power that enveloped Sanguinarium's entire body. At this moment, Xueluozi's eyes widened in disbelief. Bloodthirsty intent. No, this power is 10 times more terrifying than bloodthirsty intent. My essence, blood, vital essence, and even my artistic conception are all vibrating. What kind of power is this? What kind of secret skill is this? Sanguinarium's mind raced. Sanguinarium was stunned. Lu Ming would not let go of this opportunity. He instantly attacked Sanguinarium with his palm like a heavenly knife. Not good. Sanguinarium hastily slashed out with his knife and clashed with Lu Ming's. The knife light was shattered by Lu Ming's palm, and the terrifying power landed on Sanguinarium's body. Sanguinarium spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated quickly. Bloodline fusion. Sanguinarium used bloodline fusion as he retreated, exploding with his strongest battle strength. 4 strands of dragon energy. Lu Ming also exploded with 4 strands of dragon energy. Chapter 1028. Squeak Squeak. The Sanguinarium transformed into a blood-winged heavenly bat and let out a scream. A terrifying invisible sound wave spread out towards Lu Ming. Enveloped by the sound wave, Lu Ming felt his eardrums rumble and his heart beat faster. This was the blood-winged heavenly bat's innate secret skill. It was extremely terrifying. Those with low cultivation would have their hearts shattered by the sound wave. Circulating the true dragon art, his true yuan was like a dragon, guarding his body against the external sound wave. Lu Ming soared into the sky and charged towards the blood-winged heavenly bat. The blood-winged heavenly bat screeched and pounced towards Lu Ming, starting the battle again. Qi energy shot out in all directions. The two were still tied, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Second-class prodigy, Lu Shaoqing is actually a second-class prodigy. Ling Yunkong muttered to himself in the air of the outer yard, his face pale with fear. There was no doubt that Lu Ming was a second-class prodigy. His combat ability was terrifyingly powerful. At the thought of how he had gone against Lu Ming in the past, Ling Yunkong's back was drenched in cold sweat. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not go all out because he was wary of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Back then, he was forced by Lu Ming to swear a blood oath to never go against the Xiao clan again. He still harbored resentment and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. But now, it was like a basin of cold water had been poured on him, extinguishing all his thoughts. Take revenge on Lu Ming? What a joke, he was courting death. If Lu Ming went all out, he could kill him with one finger. He secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to apologize to Lu Ming in the future and admit his mistake. At the same time, he would appease the Xiao clan 10 times more and build a good relationship with them. Hai Ziming, Wukong and those who had dealt with Lu Ming smiled bitterly. They knew that Lu Ming had been merciful previously. The other geniuses of the Cold-Blood Hall were all pale and did not say a word. It was the same in the inner yard. Those third-class prodigies also did not say a word, but they knew that another second-class prodigy had appeared. Brother Lu. Chu Kuang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had previously thought that Lu Ming might be stronger than him, but he never thought that Lu Ming would actually be so much stronger than him. Like I said, this guy might bring me a surprise. In the pavilion, Sandalwood Fairy smiled. It's indeed a surprise. I didn't expect such a person to appear after the Battle of Providence. Jing Kongling also nodded. Jun Yu's, In Bupo's and the others' faces became even more solemn. They knew that from now on, they would have another powerful opponent on their path. In the sky, Lu Ming and Sanguinarum had already exchanged more than 100 blows, but they were still evenly matched. Sanguinarum was indeed very strong. He was definitely on the same level as a monarch god. However, Lu Ming was different from before. Lu Ming had comprehended an additional essence during the Battle of Providence, and his battle strength had greatly increased. Now Lu Ming could fight Sanguinarum to a draw without using bloodline fusion. If he used bloodline fusion, he would have no problem suppressing Sanguinarum. However, even without bloodline fusion, Lu Ming could still suppress Sanguinarum, because he had the primordial stone. It's time to end this. Lose. Lu Ming roared, and the genuine essence in his body circulated wildly as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill with all his might. Boom. He struck out with his palm, and the genuine essence in his body was completely absorbed. Use all your divine level martial techniques. Sanguinarum roared, gritted his teeth, and flapped his wings continuously like two heavenly blades. There was no doubt that Sanguinarum had also comprehended a low-grade divine level bloodline martial technique from his bloodline. However, just like Lu Ming, he couldn't use it completely because he didn't have enough genuine essence. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming use his full strength, he could only use his full strength to resist. Boom. The two terrifying attacks collided, and an earth-shaking rumble resounded. Space warped rapidly, and in the end, a pitch-black hole was actually blasted open, revealing a pitch-black space. The two of them erupted with their full strength and collided with each other, and they actually pierced through space. Piercing through space was something that could only be done at the spirit god realm. This meant that the strength of the collision between the two of them had already reached the spirit god realm. This was an extremely shocking thing. A huge rumble resounded, and the two of them retreated extremely quickly. However, Lu Ming only retreated a few dozen meters before he stopped and stood in the air. Not only was the genuine essence in his body not exhausted, it was in an absolutely full state. Just a moment ago, he'd absorbed the genuine essence within the origin stone. Sanguinarum was unable to maintain his bloodwing bat form, so he transformed back into his human form and retreated an entire 100 meters before barely stopping in midair and gasping for breath. Could it be that it's going to end in a tie? Jing Kongling spoke in a low voice. They were naturally able to discern that both of them had erupted with their full strength and executed divine-level martial techniques with their full strength. Obviously, both of their genuine essence had been exhausted. Both of them were probably powerless to continue fighting. Lu Shaoqing, I admit that you have some ability. Let's consider it a tie today. If we fight again in the future, I'll definitely defeat you, Sanguinarum said. A tie? Who said it's a tie? Lu Ming sneered. You don't want a tie? Our genuine essence has already been exhausted, so it's meaningless to continue fighting, Sanguinarum said. Who said my genuine essence has been exhausted? A ridiculing smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as the genuine essence within his body circulated swiftly, and a formidable aura erupted with a bang. 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 At this moment, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu Kong Xian, and the others could no longer remain calm. They all stood up from their chairs and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming still had genuine essence? He still had the strength to continue fighting? How was this possible? Impossible. Sanguinarum's eyes were also filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had erupted with his full strength and executed a divine-level martial technique. It was impossible for him to have the strength to continue fighting. What was going on? A primordial stone? You have a primordial stone? Sanguinarum's pupils shrank as he shouted. Only a primordial stone could replenish one's genuine essence in an instant. Otherwise, even the best spiritual pills would take some time to recover genuine essence. It was impossible for it to be so fast. The others also came to a realization. They didn't expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Lu Ming didn't deny it. He stepped forward and closed in on Sanguinarum as he sneered. Our battle isn't over yet. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards Sanguinarum like a stream of light. Damn it! Sanguinarum roared and used the last of his strength to retreat. But he had exhausted his genuine essence. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? The terrifying palm power blasted Sanguinarum's body. Sanguinarum screamed as countless bones in his body were broken. His body fell to the ground of the alchemy department. Boom! Sanguinarum smashed a large hole in the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. I'll kill you! Lu Ming rushed over with a murderous look in his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to kill Sanguinarum. If he really did kill Sanguinarum, the higher-ups of Cold Blood Hall would go crazy. Stop! With a roar, a blood-red light slashed down from the sky towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1029. The blood-robed old man's aura was shocking to the extreme. He was actually a domain spirit god. There was actually a domain spirit god from the Cold Blood Hall nearby. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. It seemed that the most powerful geniuses of the various forces had bodyguards around them, and powerful figures were secretly following them. For example, Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, and the others might have experts following them from the shadows. This kind of person was known as a protector. They protected the growth of these geniuses. Because a genius like Sanguinarum was too rare. Not every generation could produce such a genius. It was impossible, and only one would appear in many generations. Once such a genius died in battle, it would be a huge loss. Young man, don't push your luck. Accept what's good for you. The blood-robed old man glanced coldly at Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's entire body to go cold. The blood-robed old man was absolutely terrifying. He was absolutely not someone an ordinary domain spirit god could compare to. Lu Ming frowned and didn't say anything. The blood-robed old man stretched out his hand and grabbed the unconscious Sanguinarum from afar. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that left this place. His mission was only to ensure Sanguinarum's safety, and he wouldn't attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so strong. Who knew what power stood behind him? And if there were any experts following him? The blood-robed old man didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Huff! Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These geniuses of the various powers really aren't simple. They actually have such an expert following them. The blood-robed old man gave Lu Ming extremely strong pressure. If they fought, Lu Ming wasn't confident at all in his ability to escape. After Sanguinarum was taken away, Lu Ming returned to the inner court. Brother Lu is truly a peerless genius. I admire you. As soon as Lu Ming returned, Fairy Sandalwood raised her cup to Lu Ming and smiled sweetly. Fairy Sandalwood, you're too courteous. I only took advantage of the origin stones, said Lu Ming. Since the others had guessed it, there was nothing for him to hide. Jun Yu Yin Bupo, and the others looked at Lu Ming with slightly solemn expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong, and he even had the origin stones. They were probably no match for him. However, they weren't too worried. So long as they broke through to the domain spirit god realm, their true origin would be extremely abundant, and they wouldn't be afraid even if Lu Ming had the origin stones. At that time, Brother Lu, said Yi Xian. Brother Lu, let me toast Lu Brother Lu Ming. Kong Xian, who was dressed in white, raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Kong Brother Lu Ming Lu Xian. Only when they saw Lu Ming's strength did they truly treat Lu Ming as someone on the same level as them. Although Fairy Sandalwood had invited Lu Ming to sit with them, they looked down on Lu Ming and didn't take Lu Ming seriously. They were all rare geniuses in the world and were arrogant. They wouldn't take geniuses who weren't on the same level as them seriously at all. Even if they were friendly on the surface, they still looked down on them deep down. But now, Lu Ming had won their attention. Strength was everything. It's really a great era now. There are so many geniuses. I thought that after the Battle of Providence, all the geniuses would have appeared. I didn't expect that even after the Battle of Providence, someone like Brother Lu would still appear. Looks like I've been too complacent. I should keep working hard. Otherwise, I won't be surpassed by all of you. Kong Xian was a rather forthright person, and he sighed with emotion after drinking a cup of wine. Brother Kong is right. In this great era, if we don't advance, we'll fall behind. During the Battle of Providence, Longchen stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm and shocked the world. But some time ago, I heard that Xian Yinjuan stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well. Junyu sighed with emotion. What? Xian Yinjuan has stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well? Fairy Sandalwood, Jing Kongling, and the others were shocked. It's absolutely true. I heard the seniors mention it as well. Moreover, Yang Patian has broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm as well. Kong Xian said with an extremely solemn expression. Jing Kongling and the others gasped and were extremely shocked. Lu Ming was extremely shocked as well. The people Kong Xian and the others spoke of earlier were the 5 great figures of the central continent. Among them, Longchen was even known as the #1 genius in the world. He was peerlessly powerful and had broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm during the Battle of Providence. He was undoubtedly the #1 genius in the younger generation of the central continent. Xian Yinjuan and Yang Patian were also 2 of the 5 great figures of the central continent. Now all of them had broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. All of these great figures were less than 30 years old, yet they'd already reached such a level. It was truly terrifying. Especially Xian Yinjuan. When Lu Ming was still very weak in the eastern wasteland, Lu Ming had met Xian Yinjuan once. She was Xian Yinqing's older sister. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard Xian Yinjuan's name in the beginning. Now he was even more shocked. He hadn't expected that Xian Yinjuan had already broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Xian Yinjuan was the #1 genius of the ancient sacred dynasty's Xie clan, and she was peerlessly beautiful. She wasn't just one of the 5 great figures of the central continent. She was also one of the 5 great beauties of the central continent. Such a figure was truly peerlessly rare. Lu Ming had always suspected that Xian Yinjuan had concealed her cultivation when he met Xian Yinjuan. Xian Yinjuan and Yang Patian have broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. I wonder how the other 2 are doing? Jing Kongling sighed with emotion. The other 2 she spoke of were the other 2 of the 5 great figures. They were peerless geniuses of the demon race. I don't know. I haven't received any news, but I'm guessing that the other 2 are absolutely not weak. Kong Xian said. The expressions of everyone present were slightly solemn. The 5 great figures of the central continent had broken through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm one after another. They understood that the younger generation of the central continent was about to step into the era of domain enlightened spirit god realm. The figures of the younger generation would start to catch up, and even surpass the figures of the older generation, and walk to the peak of the continent. The pressure on them was extremely great, extremely great. In the eyes of some other geniuses and geniuses, every single one of them was high and mighty, and they were targets that they had to chase up to. However, when they stood at such a height, they looked at things from a different perspective. They looked at geniuses of the same level, or even geniuses of a higher level, such as the 5 great figures of the younger generation. Only by comparing oneself with those who were more powerful would one feel pressure and motivation to constantly surpass oneself and achieve breakthroughs. Everyone drank and chatted at the same time. Sometimes they talked about martial arts, sometimes they talked about some secret news. Lu Ming learned a lot of things that he had never heard of before. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone stood up and said goodbye. Thank you, Sandalwood Fairy, for giving me so much good wine. I'll take my leave now and return to the World Academy to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise I'll really fall behind. Kong Xian cupped his fists at Sandalwood Fairy. Brother Kong, you're welcome. Sandalwood Fairy smiled. Brother Lu, we hit it off today. If you have the chance in the future, you can find me at the World Academy. Then Kong Xian looked at Lu Ming. Sure, Lu Ming said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded and stepped into the air. Then Yin Bupo and Jing Kongling also left. Sandalwood Fairy, I'll take my leave too. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. Why don't you stay and have a drink with me? Chapter 1030. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when Sandalwood Fairy called out to him. The others were also surprised. Some third-class geniuses looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Sandalwood Fairy actually invited Lu Ming to stay behind and have a drink with her. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Sandalwood Fairy had taken a liking to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, many young men stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, full of envy and jealousy. Lu Ming secretly complained in his heart. Most likely, they were going to ask about the incident of him stealing the medicine. Haha, Brother Lu, Wen Jing and I will take our leave first. Chu Kuang cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Sandalwood Fairy. His eyes blinked hard at Lu Ming with a look of admiration. Lu Ming was speechless. He didn't want to stay behind. Soon everyone left. Only Lu Ming and Sandalwood Fairy were left at the scene. Brother Lu, from the looks of it, you seem very reluctant. Is Sandalwood so unattractive? Why is Brother Lu in such a hurry to leave? Sandalwood Fairy chuckled and looked at Lu Ming with blinking eyes. Ahem, you're too kind. Sandalwood Fairy's beauty is unparalleled in the world. It's my honor to be able to stay behind and have a drink with you. I'm afraid many people would be envious. Lu Ming coughed twice and smiled. Brother Lu, please. Sandalwood Fairy waved her hand. Lu Ming and Sandalwood Fairy took their seats. Brother Lu, I've never seen you before. I wonder which force you're from. Sandalwood Fairy poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming and asked curiously, I'm not from any big force. I followed my master since I was young and cultivated in the mountains. It wasn't until recently that my master let me out of the mountains. Lu Ming made up a story. Is that so? Then your master must be a famous expert. Otherwise, he couldn't have taught Brother Lu such an outstanding disciple. Sandalwood Fairy asked tentatively. Then she raised her wine cup and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she looked at Lu Ming. Sandalwood Fairy's face was slightly pale, but there was a sense of gentleness to her that made people want to protect her. They couldn't bear to touch her, and they had the impulse to tell her all their secrets. Now that the two of them were alone, facing such a beauty, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She took a deep breath and suppressed the feelings in her heart, calming herself down. The 5 beauties of Zhongzhou State really deserved their reputation. Fairy Master's name is a taboo. He told me not to tell outsiders. Please forgive me. I will punish myself with a cup of wine. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Sandalwood Fairy giggled and did not ask any more questions. She continued to pour wine for Lu Ming. Next, Sandalwood Fairy and Lu Ming drank and chatted casually, but they never mentioned the theft of the medicine that day. After a long while, Lu Ming couldn't help but say, Fairy, the matter of the spiritual medicine that day was done by my pet. I didn't discipline it well. I will compensate you in full in the future. Sandalwood Fairy smiled slightly and said, Some spiritual medicine is not worth mentioning. Brother Lu can take it. You don't need to compensate. What I'm curious about is not this. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lu doesn't have any spiritual fire at all, but you can come and go freely in my formation. I'm very curious about this. How did Brother Lu do it? Haha, luck, that's all luck. I was just walking around randomly that day. Lu Ming laughed and continued to talk nonsense. Sandalwood Fairy seemed to be dissatisfied with Lu Ming's answer. She rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. This look was coquettish and angry, with a sense of hidden bitterness. It made Lu Ming's heart beat fiercely a few times. In front of such a beauty, in front of such a gaze, how many people could be as calm as water? Unless they weren't men. Lu Ming was naturally a normal man. However, Sandalwood Fairy didn't ask much. Everyone had their secrets. Since Lu Ming didn't want to talk about it, it wasn't good to ask. The two chatted for a while more. Lu Ming said goodbye to Sandalwood Fairy. Brother Lu, come find me in Medicine King Valley when you have time, Sandalwood Fairy said. Definitely. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the alchemy department. After leaving the alchemy department, Lu Ming let out a long breath. Although Sandalwood Fairy looked weak, the pressure she gave off was not small. Lu Ming could feel that Sandalwood Fairy's martial cultivation was very low. However, her mental strength was incomparably terrifying, like a turbulent ocean. The pressure she gave off was stronger than Sanguinarum, Yin Bupo and the others. I'm afraid Sandalwood Fairy has lit 10 mental strength lamps. Otherwise, she wouldn't give off such a strong pressure. Lu Ming whispered to himself. Although he defeated Sanguinarum, he didn't dare to underestimate the other Sky Prides. Those who could become second-class Sky Prides had the potential to become sovereigns. None of them could be underestimated. Moreover, even among second-class sky prides, there were strong and weak ones. Shaking his head to get rid of these distracting thoughts, Lu Ming returned to the inn and met Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing. "Brother Lu, we plan to return to the floating mountain for closed-door cultivation for a while. What about you? Where do you plan to go?" Chu Kuang asked Lu Ming. "I plan to travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint Dynasty," Lu Ming said. "All right. Take care, Brother Lu. We'll meet again if we have the chance." Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing and Lu Ming bid farewell and left not long after. Not long after Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing left, Lu Ming also left Elixir City and headed towards the west. After leaving Elixir City, Lu Ming leaped into the air and flew away in an instant. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming frowned and stopped. This was because ever since he left Elixir City, he vaguely felt that someone was following him. "Who is it? Come out." Lu Ming's gaze turned to the back. "Hee, your spiritual senses are quite sharp." With a sneer, two figures stepped into the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Cold Blood Hall's spiritual gods. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. They were two middle-aged burly men. One was bald, and the other had a big beard. They wore blood-red robes. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not see through their auras at all. They were definitely not spiritual embryo realm martial artists, but spiritual god realm martial artists. There were actually two spiritual god realm martial artists following him from Cold Blood Hall. "Do you want to avenge Sanguinarum?" Lu Ming asked as the true core in his body began to circulate. He did not dare to be careless in the face of spiritual god realm martial artists, let alone two of them. "Hee, it's one thing to avenge young Master Shueluo. Young Master Shueluo said that you have mastered a secret technique that has a powerful devouring power. Hand it over, and perhaps we'll let you die a quick death." The bald man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It turned out that Sanguinarum had taken a fancy to his devouring technique. That was indeed the case. Cold Blood Hall's devouring technique was somewhat similar to the Nine Dragons' devouring technique, but their effects were vastly different. Sanguinarum was naturally tempted. "It won't be that easy to kill me." A hint of madness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Is that so? You're really confident. However, no matter how talented you are, you're only in the spiritual embryo realm. Now, I'll show you the difference between the spiritual embryo realm and the spiritual god realm." The bald man's eyes flashed fiercely, and then he said to the bearded man, "I'll attack and you'll hold the line. How about that?" "Sure." Chapter 1031. Boom. A terrifying aura burst forth from the bald man's body. Boundless blood-colored light danced around his body like flames, making him look like a demon that had crawled out from hell. He was incomparably sinister. Roar. 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 Inside Lu Ming's body, there were continuous dragon roars. There were 6 dragon roars consecutively. Facing a spirit god expert, Lu Ming didn't dare to hold back and burst forth with 6 dragon powers. Lu Ming's body couldn't withstand the power of 6 dragon powers exploding together. His body became even more sturdy as purplish gold scales drilled out from under his skin and covered his entire body. His claws also became like dragon claws. The bald man's pupils contracted and he sneered. "Insignificant skill, blood axe strike chop." The bald man took a step forward and the blood-colored light around his body condensed into a blood-colored battle axe. He waved the battle axe and chopped down at Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming clenched his fist and executed hell-suppressing heaven skill. He burst forth with 5 types of concepts at the same time and punched towards the bald man. The fist and the blood axe collided and gave off a terrifying tremor. The space warped rapidly and a sinister crack appeared. After a loud bang, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated frantically. He took several steps in the sky and made the sky explode. He only stopped after retreating 100 meters. However, that was all. Lu Ming wasn't injured. On the other side, the bald man's body also trembled and he retreated a few steps. Impossible. The bald man roared in anger, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The big bearded man was the same as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually forced the bald man to retreat. How was that possible? Lu Ming was only at the early stage of the 9th level of spirit embryo realm. How could he have such terrifying battle power? You were still holding back when you fought with young Master Xue Luo? The bald man's eyes were filled with astonishment, which then turned into cold killing intent. First level of spirit god. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This bald man was at the first level of the spirit god realm. And Lu Ming estimated that the bloodline he had awakened shouldn't be too high. He stared at the bald man without replying. Brat, don't think that you can fight me just because you blocked one of my moves. Die. The bald man flew into a rage out of humiliation. His killing intent surged like a tide. He held the blood axe in his hand and continuously chopped at Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed the suppressing hell heavenly art, unleashing a barrage of attacks as he engaged in a fierce battle with the bald man. Boom, boom, boom. Horrifying explosions rang out continuously. Lu Ming circulated his 5 states to their limits, frantically blocking the attacks. Although he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the bald man, he managed to resist. After a dozen exchanges, Lu Ming was forced back several thousand meters. That bearded man was still behind Lu Ming. Boom. Another move. After a huge boom, Lu Ming retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he'd been injured, but his eyes were extremely bright. Ha ha ha. This is the combat strength of the domain enlightened spirit god realm? It's nothing much. Lu Ming roared with laughter and mocked intentionally. This bald man's combat strength was probably at the bottom of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. In the domain enlightened spirit god realm, even if they were at the same level, the difference in combat strength would be extremely great. For example, existences that had comprehended god rank martial techniques were much stronger than those that hadn't. On the other hand, this bald man hadn't comprehended a god rank martial technique, and he'd only utilized a high-grade half-god rank martial technique. Besides that, the comprehension of concepts and the level of bloodline determined the strength of one's combat strength. This bald man wasn't very strong in all aspects, and that was why Lu Ming was able to resist him. Otherwise, if it was a first-level domain enlightened spirit god realm expert that had comprehended a god rank martial technique, then Lu Ming would absolutely be unable to resist him. Damn it. Kid, you're courting death. The bald man roared furiously. He'd actually been underestimated by Lu Ming, underestimated by an ant at the spirit embryo realm. This made the bald man go mad. A blood-red battle axe floated above his head, and it had 3 golden chakras coiled around it. A 3rd-grade god-rank bloodline was considered to be an extremely low-level bloodline amongst domain enlightened spirit god realm experts. The bald man transformed into a blood-red battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming with even more terrifying might. Are you the only one with a bloodline? The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and his 5 chakras flickered. Lu Ming transformed into the hell-suppressing steel and erupted with the hell-suppressing heaven art to collide with the blood-red battle axe. Boom. A world-shaking rumble resounded as the hell-suppressing steel was blasted flying. The blood-red battle axe was blasted back as well. Damn it. Attack together and cripple him. The bald man roared loudly. Kill. The bearded man shouted as a blood lion appeared above his head. It was also a 3rd-grade god-rank bloodline. He transformed into a blood lion and pounced at Lu Ming. He clawed at the hell-suppressing steel and slapped it away. The hell-suppressing steel trembled nonstop. Despicable and shameless. 2 domain enlightened spirit gods actually joined forces to fight me. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world if this spreads out? Lu Ming shouted loudly. As long as I kill you, I'll know. Kill. The blood-red battle axe instantly arrived in front of the hell-suppressing steel and slashed at Lu Ming. Suppress. The hell-suppressing steel glowed. This time, Lu Ming erupted with all his true essence and executed the hell-suppressing heaven art. The true essence in his body was instantly sucked clean. Clang. The hell-suppressing steel and the blood-red battle axe collided, and both of them retreated a few hundred meters. Lu Ming did not have any quintessential essence left in his body, but the quintessential essence in the primordial stone gushed into Lu Ming's body, replenishing his quintessential essence. Lu Ming's quintessential essence was full in an instant. Kill. You must kill him. The bald man's heart was filled with shock, and he was extremely shocked. Sanguinarum told him that Lu Ming's combat strength was at most a bit stronger than his. But now he realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was more than just a bit stronger than Sanguinarum's. Lu Ming was able to block his attack, and even send him flying. This was unbelievable. Roar. The blood lion roared and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had just retreated, so he didn't have time to counterattack. The blood lion's claw landed heavily on the hell-suppressing steel, and the steel collapsed instantly. But at the moment when the steel collapsed, a dragon roar sounded, and a true dragon flew out. No, it wasn't a true dragon, but 9 dragons. Nine dragons? The blood lion turned pale with fright. He actually saw the legendary form of 9 dragons. Lu Ming unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline the moment the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline was destroyed. He transformed into 9 dragons and flew out. The 9 dragon claws stepped through the air and blasted towards the blood lion with terrifying force. The blood lion was shocked and couldn't unleash his full strength, so the 9 dragons rushed past him. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to escape the encirclement. With his current combat strength, he still wasn't a match for a spirit god. He wouldn't even be a match for one, let alone 2. If he continued to fight, he would only die from exhaustion in the end. Damn it. Chase him. The blood-red battle axe transformed back into the bald man, and chased after Lu Ming with a furious roar. The blood lion also transformed back into human form and chased after Lu Ming. Chapter 1032. After a few 100,000 kilometers, Lu Ming charged into a mountain forest and transformed into his human form. A spear condensed in his hand, and the spear started to spin rapidly like a drill. Lu Ming charged into the ground, and the spear drilled a hole in the ground. Lu Ming charged in while his true essence burst forth at the same time, causing the hole behind him to collapse and seal it up. Lu Ming kept drilling underground, and he only stopped after drilling for around 50 kilometers. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared within the mountain and river diagram. There was only one mountain and river diagram in the depths of the ground. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Earlier he'd been struck by the blood lion twice in succession, and he'd still suffered quite heavy injuries. The domain enlightened spirit god realm is really formidable. I'm not even a match for the most ordinary domain enlightened spirit god realm expert. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The bald man and large bearded man were absolutely at the bottom of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and they were inferior in all aspects. However, Lu Ming was still not a match for them, and was slightly inferior. Earlier he'd already erupted with his strongest combat strength and used all his abilities. Even then, he was still at a disadvantage when facing the bald man alone. Unless he executed the hell-suppressing heaven art with his full strength and executed his strongest attack, only then would he be on par with the bald man. However, Lu Ming's strongest attack would exhaust his true essence after executing a single move. If it wasn't for the origin stones, he wouldn't dare to use it at all. Once I break through to the consummate stage of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of the weakest domain enlightened spirit gods, and I'll even be able to suppress them. Lu Ming summarized his strength. After that, he circulated the true dragon of battle, and started to heal his injuries. Right after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man and the large bearded man appeared in the sky above the mountain forest. Damn it. Why did that kid's aura vanish? The bald man roared furiously. He's probably gone into hiding. Let's force him out. A cold light flickered in the large bearded man's eyes as he blasted his palm downwards. An enormous blood-red palm print that was 10 kilometers in length and width blasted towards the ground as it covered the sky. Boom. The mountain peak exploded, and the ground caved in. On the ground, a huge palm print that was 10 miles wide and 10 miles deep appeared. Around the palm print, countless cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. Countless demonic beasts were turned into ashes by this palm. Then force him out. The bald man waved his hands, and countless terrifying blood-red lights slashed toward the vast land. Boom, boom, boom. Mountain peaks exploded one after another, ancient trees collapsed, and the earth caved in. Countless living beings were turned into ashes under the attacks of the two of them. This region was like the end of the world. The destructive force of a domain enlightened spirit god's full strength was truly too shocking. Soon after, everything within a range of 1,000 li became a mess. The great earth was split apart and pierced through. All kinds of deep pits and fissures covered the entire area. The mountains that were originally full of vitality had become deathly still. More than 10 minutes later, the bald man and the bearded man stood in the air with ugly expressions. There was no trace of Lu Ming, nor was there any trace of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had fled just like that. They were two dignified domain-enlightened spirit god realm experts, and they originally thought it was a matter that was in the bag. Yet now, Lu Ming had fled, and they didn't know how to explain it to Sanguinarum when they returned. Damn it. I'll definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons the next time I see him. The bald man gnashed his teeth. Forget it, let's return. The ancient herb garden is more important. After spending so much time, it's finally about to be opened, said the bearded man. The bald man nodded, and then the two of them flashed out and left this place. 50 kilometers underground, Lu Ming was recuperating with all his might within the mountain river diagram. One day later, Lu Ming's injuries had already recovered. Earth concept seems to have loosened slightly. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. After the battle from before, Lu Ming noticed that his earth concept that had fallen into a bottleneck had finally loosened, and it showed signs of breaking through. Immediately, Lu Ming placed the enlightenment ancient tree beside him, closed his eyes, and comprehended with all his might. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. 2 days later, 5 colored concepts surrounded Lu Ming's body, and his aura was even stronger than 2 days ago. Earth concept has finally broken through to level 3 perfection. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, the water concept was at level 4 entry, and the wind, fire, thunder, and earth concepts were all at level 3 perfection. Now that Lu Ming had unleashed all 5 concepts, his power was even stronger than a few days ago. Because previously, the earth concept was only at level 3 greater mastery. If I were to face Sanguinarum now, even if I don't fully unleash the hell-suppressing heaven skill and bloodline, I can still suppress him. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It's been 3 days, those 2 guys should have left by now. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram, and then continued to condense a long spear. He drilled into the ground and went to the surface. Soon Lu Ming appeared on the surface silently. Looking at the mess and desolation around him, Lu Ming was speechless. He knew very well that the bald man and his companion must have wantonly destroyed the surroundings in order to find him. Looks like they've already left. Humph, Sanguinarum. I'll settle this score sooner or later. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he was about to go to the west. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes moved, and he looked in the direction of the south. In an unknown distance, a green beam of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Could a treasure have appeared? Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Spiritual herbs. I can feel the aura of countless spiritual herbs. Go Lu Ming go. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder, and shouted while his little eyes glowed. All right, let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed towards the beam of light. At this moment, the beam of light could be seen in an area of 50,000 kilometers. The beam of light shot into the sky. A treasure has definitely appeared. Let's go take a look. Let's go, this is my great fortune. Everyone who saw the pillar of light from all directions rushed towards it. Haha, this fortune is mine. A crimson-haired old man with a soaring aura charged towards the beam of light. Surprisingly, he was a domain god. The appearance of a treasure had drawn the attention of everyone. In next to no time, Lu Ming approached the area of the beam of light. It was a boundless expanse of mountains and forests. It's actually here? Lu Ming stopped in midair, and was slightly surprised. Lu Ming was very familiar with the forest ahead because he, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjing had passed through this forest on their way to the Sky Pillar. They had even met a domain god expert of Cold Blood Hall here, who had massacred an entire town to heal his injuries. Lu Ming and the other 2 had also fought a great battle with him. Lu Ming had originally headed west, but he had chosen a random direction when he fled after the battle with the bald man. He did not expect to come here. Could it be that the injured domain god expert of Coldblood Hall was related to this beam of light? Did Coldblood Hall discover some ruins here? Chapter 1033. That injured domain enlightened spirit god from before was in this forest, and now, that pillar of light was in this forest as well. So, Lu Ming had no choice but to link the two together. Looks like even if there are treasures here, it isn't so easy to obtain. There's definitely a domain enlightened spirit god here. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he didn't retreat just like that. He restrained his aura instead, descended into the forest, and dashed towards the pillar of light. Swoosh! Swoosh! When he was about to approach the pillar of light, the sound of air being torn apart resounded from other directions. And then Lu Ming noticed 3 robust men and 2 old men. Their figures were moving forward with extreme speed, and they charged into a circle of light. They were cultivators that had been drawn over from the surroundings. What a large grand formation. When he approached the pillar of light, Lu Ming sensed that he was enveloped by an extremely enormous grand formation. There was a gap at the side of the grand formation that formed a circle of light, and the green pillar of light had erupted from this gap. Extremely dense spirit energy effused out from the gap. Obviously, a gap had been broken open in the grand formation. Lu Ming, it's very likely that there's a medicinal garden here. I smell the smell of spirit herbs. Danden's nose twitched as he sniffed with all his might. A medicinal garden? Could it be the Medicine King Valley's medicinal garden? Lu Ming was shocked. The Medicine King Valley wasn't far from here, so Lu Ming immediately thought of the Medicine King Valley when he heard about a medicinal garden. It shouldn't be. This grand formation is very terrifying, but an extremely long time has passed since it was set up. According to my guess, it's probably over 1,000,000 years ago, said Danden. Over 1,000,000 years ago? Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't 1,000,000 years ago during the ancient times? This is an ancient medicinal garden. Come, let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he charged into the circle of light and vanished. The ancient medicinal garden was sealed off by a grand formation. So many years had passed, so perhaps there were extremely precious spirit herbs within it, and Lu Ming didn't want to miss this opportunity. Inside the circle of light, there were also mountains and forests, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much denser, dozens of times denser than outside. Moreover, there was another type of energy within the spiritual chi, origin chi. Lu Ming looked around and found that the flowers, plants, and trees here were more lively and luxuriant. Lu Ming, let's go. I can smell the scent of spiritual herbs. Danden yelled and sprinted forward with its short legs. Lu Ming followed Danden as they moved forward, carefully observing their surroundings. We came too late. Some of the spiritual herbs have been dug out. Along the way, Danden found a few pits inside. Judging from the remnant aura of the spirit herbs, it was very likely that they were all level 8 spirit herbs. Level 8 spirit herbs were dozens of times more precious than level 7 spirit herbs. It was clear that many people had already entered before, and the spiritual herbs had all been dug out. Danden didn't go straight ahead. Instead, it flew to the left. After thousands of miles, they finally found 2 spirit herbs. Both were level 8 spirit herbs. Danden dug them out happily and stuffed them into its mouth. Then, as they moved forward, they found many spirit herbs, all of which were at least level 7, and many of which were level 8. Lu Ming didn't fight with Danden. He gave them all to Danden. Now that his physical body had reached the complete level 8, ordinary level 8 spirit herbs would be useless if he wanted to break through to level 9. Only level 9 spirit herbs could help Lu Ming break through. It was not easy to cultivate a level 9 physical body, because it was the highest realm of the physical body, and also the foundation of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Only by cultivating the physical body to the complete level 9, could one break through to the martial emperor realm. However, it was difficult to break through to the level 9 physical body, and even more difficult to reach the complete level. In fact, many second-class and even third-class geniuses in the Middle Continent had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak of level 8. After all, he was a genius from an overlord force. His physical body cultivation technique was definitely top-notch. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's 10,000 spirit battle body. In fact, it might even be better. Furthermore, he did not lack resources. Naturally, his physical body was strong. What Lu Ming needed were level 9 spirit herbs. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Someone was fighting. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and went forward. In front of him, 2 elders were attacking another 2 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young woman. At this moment, the man and the woman were completely at a disadvantage. The 2 elders were both at the complete spirit embryo realm, and the middle-aged man was also at the complete spirit embryo realm. He was locked in a fight with one of the elders. On the other hand, the young woman was only at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. Although she was also a genius with strong battle power, she wasn't a match for the elder at the complete spirit embryo realm. She could be killed at any time. Miss. The middle-aged man roared angrily and wanted to help, but he was held back by the other party and couldn't leave. He die. One of the elders sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming had already approached silently. When he saw that the strongest was only at the complete spirit embryo realm, he instantly relaxed. That's Zhou Exine. Lu Ming's gaze moved as he recognized the woman. Back in Pill City, it was Zhou Exine who gave Lu Ming a purple jade that contained vitality stones. Lu Ming was quite grateful to Zhou Exine. Now that Zhou Exine was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't leave her in the lurch. Swoosh. He flashed out and rushed towards the elder who was attacking Zhou Exine. Hearing the commotion, the few of them looked towards Lu Ming. It's you. Zhou Exine's gaze moved as she recognized Lu Ming. A brat at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. You're courting death. The elder grinned and revealed a sinister look. His claws were like knives as he grabbed towards Lu Ming. Swoosh. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a ray of spear light pierced out. It destroyed all the attacks and defenses of the elder, and stabbed towards the heart of the elder's brows. No, spare my life. The elder was horrified. He knew that he had met a terrifying genius, but it was already too late. Puff. The elder was pierced through by the spear light and died. When the other elder who was fighting with the middle-aged man saw this, he was scared out of his wits and ran away. However, a ray of spear light flashed by and nailed the elder to the ground. Zhou Exine was slightly stunned. From the moment Lu Ming appeared, the 2 experts with perfected spirit embryos were instantly assassinated by Lu Ming. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. Miss Zhou, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming smiled slightly. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhou Exine's beautiful eyes flashed as she was slightly surprised. To be able to kill 2 experts with perfect spirit embryo realm so easily, Zhou Exine guessed that Lu Ming was most likely a 3rd-class genius. Miss. The man came to Zhou Exine's side and called out with concern. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. This is young Master Lu. Zhou Exine introduced. Thank you for saving me, young Master Lu. The middle-aged man cupped his fists, but there was some vigilance in his eyes. Young Master Lu, are you also here to look for spirit herbs? Zhou Exine asked. That's right. I was attracted by the light pillar, so I came to take a look. Chapter 1034. Be careful, young Master Lu. We've attracted a lot of experts this time. I'm just going to walk around the periphery. There are too many experts inside. Zhou Exine said. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Lu Ming asked. In his heart, he was grateful to Zhou Exine. Back then, she had given him the Yuan receiving stone. If Zhou Exine needed help, he would not refuse. No need. Uncle Lu and I are weak. If we go with young Master Lu, we'll be a burden to you. It's better if you go alone. Zhou Exine said. Hearing Zhou Exine's words, Lu Ming did not insist and bade farewell to the 2 of them. However, before he left, his devouring power erupted and devoured all the blood and vital essence of the 2 elders with perfected spirit embryo. Lu Ming did not want to let go of the blood and vital essence of 2 experts with perfected spirit embryo. After devouring, he continued to move forward. Zhou Exine and the middle-aged man were shocked to see the 2 elders turn into 2 dried corpses. Lu Ming, that little girl seems to have something on. She doesn't want others to go with her. She purposely sent you away. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He also had the same feeling. He felt that Zhou Xian had something on, and did not want to go with him. But this was someone else's private matter. He was too lazy to care. He continued to search for spiritual herbs. Before long, the energy of the two elders was completely refined by Lu Ming. Naturally, the level of his bloodline did not increase, and Lu Ming's cultivation did not increase at all. With my current cultivation, devouring martial artists with perfect spirit embryo is almost useless. The improvement is too slow. I can only improve quickly if I devour spirit gods. Lu Ming thought to himself. This area was very large. Soon, Lu Ming had traveled about 10,000 miles. Whoosh! A figure flashed past in front of him at a terrifying speed. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lu Ming saw clearly that the figure was a bald man. It was the spirit god expert from Cold Blood Hall who had chased after him. Sure enough, there was an expert from Cold Blood Hall here. The bald man didn't notice Lu Ming. He kept flying forward and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After that, Lu Ming became more careful and slowed down a little. He kept running through the forest below. Along the way, Danden's harvest was not bad. He had collected a lot of spiritual herbs, most of which were level 8 spiritual herbs. Danden was grinning from ear to ear. This herb garden was an ancient herb garden. It had existed for a very long time. Coupled with the rich spiritual energy, it was normal for the level of the spirit herbs to be on the higher side. It was a pity that he hadn't found any level 9 spirit herbs. Level 9 spirit herbs were much rarer than level 8 spirit herbs. Suddenly, light began to flicker in front of them. Faintly, a sound could be heard. There's another great battle over there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he quickly headed in that direction. Several hundred li later, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. Up ahead there was a lake, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. A towering tree stood on the small island. The tree was rooted on the small island, but its crown was extremely huge. Its surface area was even larger than the small island. There were fruits on the tree. The fruits looked the size of a plate. They were fiery red and filled with surging energy. That's the vermilion sky fruit. Lu Ming recognized the fruit and was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. The vermilion sky fruit was an extremely rare but extremely precious fruit. This fruit contained extremely powerful and pure energy. If a martial artist consumed it, it could help them break through to the next realm. As long as the concept of heaven and earth reached a certain level, consuming this fruit could help one quickly increase their true essence and break through to the next realm. This fruit was too precious. The spirit embryo realm and the spirit god realm behind it weren't as simple as comprehending concepts. Some people had reached a certain level of concept, but their cultivation wasn't that easy to increase. For example, many second-class prodigies, such as Sanguinarum and Junyu, had reached the 4th level of concept. However, their cultivation was still stuck in the spirit embryo realm. From this, it could be seen that concepts were difficult to comprehend and increase one's cultivation. Even if Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it would be troublesome for him to increase his cultivation unless he could devour spirit gods or refine large amounts of origin stones. However, once he obtained the vermilion sky fruit, his cultivation would increase rapidly. I must obtain this vermilion sky fruit. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he obtained a few vermilion sky fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation would be able to break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm. This was because his concept of heaven and earth had already met the requirements. However, he wasn't in a hurry because the vermilion sky fruit tree was protected by a large formation. A layer of light screen enveloped the vermilion sky fruit tree. 7 martial artists were constantly bombarding the light screen in an attempt to break the large formation. The light screen formed by the large formation trembled continuously as though it had been there for a long time. It's about to break. Someone's eyes flickered with a fiery glow as he looked at the others warily. They had joined forces to break the large formation previously. Now that the large formation was about to break, they began to harbor their own ulterior motives. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed. One of the green-robed elders attacked an old woman beside him. I knew you would make a move. The old woman gave a shout and waved both her palms. striking out palm prints as she fought with the elder. Wang. A metal rod swept out and struck towards the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder was caught off guard and was struck on the head. He didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Courting death kill. The one who's going to die is you. Before the large formation was broken, the remaining 6 people were in a complete mess as they started to fight each other. These people were all experts and were at least at the 6th level of spirit embryo realm. They were rogue cultivators that were attracted by the light pillar nearby. Once the battle started, in a few breaths' time, there were 2 consecutive screams as 2 people with weaker cultivations were killed. The battle between the remaining 4 people became even more intense. At this moment, a figure walked over in the air. Jing Kongling. Lu Ming was slightly astonished. The woman who walked over in the air was stepping on the clouds. Her entire body was shrouded in clouds, making her look like an ethereal fairy. If she wasn't Jing Kongling, who else could she be? Jing Kongling. The 4 people who were in the middle of a great battle were shocked when they saw Jing Kongling. They stopped what they were doing and had grave expressions. The heavenly vermilion fruit is mine, you guys can leave. Jing Kongling's voice was very calm and ethereal. No emotions could be heard from her voice. Jing Kongling, aren't you being too overbearing? We were the ones who discovered this heavenly vermilion fruit tree first, and we are about to break the large formation. Now that you have appeared, you want to take it all for yourself. Aren't your appetite a little too big? An old woman cried out. You guys can stay forever. Jing Kongling said calmly, but the aura on her body flourished. A few streams of water appeared around her and transformed into true water dragons that danced around Jing Kongling. The 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They were not willing to give up, but they knew that with their cultivation, they would die if they went against Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling was one of the top geniuses of the central continent. His combat strength was too strong. Hee, these few trash indeed have to scram first. Chapter 1035. A red-haired old man appeared. His aura was violent as he stared at the vermilion heaven fruits with a burning gaze. Venerable Chiku, the old woman exclaimed. The expressions of the others changed drastically as well. Even Jing Kongling's expression changed slightly as he revealed a solemn expression. Only spirit god experts could be addressed as venerables. The red-haired old man was a spirit god. Now these vermilion heaven fruits are mine. Scram. Venerable Chiku's gaze was filled with killing intent as he swept the surroundings. The expressions of the old woman and the others changed drastically as their eyes were filled with reverence. Venerable Chiku was very famous in the nearby area. He wasn't from a large faction but a wandering cultivator. It was very remarkable for a wandering cultivator to be able to cultivate to the spirit god realm. Moreover, Venerable Chiku was famous for being ruthless. Let's go. Although the old woman was unwilling, the vermilion heaven fruits were naturally not worth mentioning compared to her life. She gritted her teeth and left. The other 3 also left the place one after another. Only Venerable Chiku and Jing Kongling remained in the air above the lake. Jing Kongling, you're not leaving? Venerable Chiku looked at Jing Kongling. Venerable Chiku's name isn't enough to scare me. Jing Kongling said indifferently. You want to fight me? Venerable Chiku's eyes flashed. I can try. Jing Kongling said. Haha, young people these days are getting bolder and bolder. You think you're a match for me with your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm? Venerable Chiku sneered. Venerable Chiku had lived for thousands of years, and had broken through to the spirit god realm for thousands of years. In the past, no young man dared to be presumptuous in front of him. After all, the gap between the spirit embryo realm and the spirit god realm was extremely huge. But now a young man at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm wanted to fight him. There's always a rumor in the world that the golden age of this era will be filled with geniuses. I don't believe that a mere 9th level of the spirit embryo realm can be strong. Venerable Chiku sneered as fiery red flames emerged from his body. A terrifying aura pressed towards Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling waved her hands, and more water dragons appeared around her, pouncing towards Venerable Chiku. Boom, boom, boom. The flames collided with the water dragon, creating a sizzling sound. Water vapor filled the air. and the scene was immediately filled with fog. Jing Kongling's jade-like feet stepped into the air. Wherever she stepped on, vines would appear. The vines were like soft whips as they wrapped around Reverend Chi Kuei. Fire Devil Palm. Venerable Chi Kuei clapped his palms a few times and flames burst out. The mist in the sky was burned clean. The vines were also engulfed by the flames and burned to ashes. However, more vines appeared in the air. At the same time, the lake water below churned and turned into water swords, slashing towards Reverend Chi Kuei. Boom, boom, boom. Jing Kongling and Venerable Chi Kuei exchanged a few blows, and surprisingly, Jing Kongling was not at a disadvantage. The concept of wood, the concept of water, the concept of shattering, and the concept of pure emptiness. He actually cultivated 3 concepts. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Jing Kongling's battle power was very strong. He was definitely not weaker than Sanguinarum. In fact, he might even be stronger. Break. Fire Devil God Fist. Venerable Chi Kuei's fists bombarded out continuously. The flaming fist force swept out in all directions, fully displaying the terrifying strength of the spirit god realm. Wherever the fist force passed, the vines exploded and the water swords were annihilated. At this moment, Jing Kongling was finally at a disadvantage. An expert of the spirit god realm was too terrifying. Void Shattering Palm. Jing Kongling shouted as he continuously struck out with his palms. The palm force that contained 3 concepts turned into blue crystalline palm prints that blasted towards Venerable Chi Kuei. The sky shook continuously, but Jing Kongling was still at a disadvantage, and was suppressed by the flaming fist force. However, at this moment, Venerable Chi Kuei was extremely shocked. These prodigies are indeed terrifying. I've only heard of them in the past, but I didn't expect them to be even more terrifying than what I've heard. She's only at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but she can actually fight me. Venerable Chi Kuei was secretly shocked. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since he had offended such a terrifying prodigy, he had to kill her. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Come out! Venerable Chi Kuei roared as his bloodline appeared above his head. He wanted to unleash his bloodline and kill Jing Kongling in one fell swoop. His bloodline was a large dog covered in flames. He was a hellhound. However, he only had 2 golden chakras. The bloodline of Venerable Chi Kuei was only at the 2nd level of the divine level. He was weaker than the bald burly man, and the bearded burly man who had chased after Lu Ming. He was the weakest in the spirit god realm. After all, it wasn't that easy for someone with a 2nd level god realm bloodline to break through to the spirit god realm. Venerable Chi Kuei had only broken through to the spirit god realm by chance. His combat strength was truly at the bottom of the spirit god realm. That was why he didn't dare to offend the other spirit gods for so many years. However, he didn't expect that even a young man would be so powerful that he could fight him. Jing Kongling frowned slightly as a round pearl appeared above her head. Water vapor lingered around the pearl, and there were 8 golden chakras shining around it. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air. Lu Ming walked out, instantly attracting the attention of the 2 of them. Lu Xiaoqing. Jing Kongling's eyes lit up slightly when she saw Lu Ming. On the other hand, Venerable Chi Kuei frowned. Since he dared to walk out after seeing the 2 of them fighting, he couldn't be simple. He was already very fearful of these young geniuses. Miss Kongling, why don't we join forces? We'll split the vermilion fruits equally. Lu Ming said. All right. Jing Kongling agreed without hesitation. She was no match for Venerable Chi Kuei alone. She would probably have to retreat in the end. With Lu Ming's help, they might be able to fight Venerable Chi Kuei. Lu Ming had similar thoughts. Even if he did his best, he might be able to fight Venerable Chi Kuei alone. However, it was almost impossible for him to win. That was why he walked out and joined forces with Jing Kongling. If you want to join forces to fight me, I'll kill you first. Venerable Chi Kuei roared as he transformed into a hellhound and pounced at Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling also used bloodline fusion and turned into a bead. The bead expanded rapidly and blasted towards Venerable Chi Kuei with the sound of waves. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed 4 streams of dragon force. His body was like a stream of light as he pounced towards the hellhound. He activated the suppressing hell heaven skill and struck out with his palm. Boom, boom. Two explosions sounded as the three sides collided. Then the hellhound staggered back. Impossible. Venerable Qi Kuei roared. He was actually repelled by the combined forces of Lu Ming and Jing Kongling. How was that possible? He roared again and pounced towards Lu Ming and Jing Kongling. The bead vibrated and the waves roared. The bead seemed to contain the water of the sea. It was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Lu Ming's palm contained the power of the suppressing hell monument and the 5 colors wills. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. The explosions continued, but in the end, the hellhound was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. This result shocked the hellhound.